Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is January 2nd, 2026, my first show of the new year. Well, hope everyone is having a good new year so far. This is going to be a show with new possibilities in that I can now take super chats. As I said in the title, let the super chats begin. So I finally got my channel monetized several weeks ago, as you may know, but I had not yet taken advantage of that fact by turning on my monetization options. But I decided to do that starting for this show. So if you value my work, if you want to help me promote Ayn Rand's ideas, I encourage you to send some super chat money my way. And I will explain how to do that. There is, in case you didn't already know, you might already have done this before, but for anyone who is new, I want to explain how that works. So you will see a $ down by the chat box. Let me actually share my screen. Here we go. Okay. So down here, there's a $, and all you need to do is click on that. And you actually have a couple options here. You can do a super chat. That's where you type a chat message as normal, except you can attach money to it. So you just click on that, and then you can choose your amounts anywhere from $1, $2, $5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, all the way up to $500. That's the maximum you can do. And the more money you attach to your super chat, the more you can type here. So you can put a message here and you can see the number of characters you have here. For $2, you get 50 characters. But if you want to say more, you can increase the amount. See, now you got 150 characters all the way up to 500, gets you 350 characters. So you can type quite a bit there. And I'm going to start prioritizing super chatters. So up to this point, I have pretty much treated all chats roughly evenly. Like I haven't given special time or attention to any one chatter or chat. I've tried to engage with everybody, but I am going to start giving priority to people who submit super chats because my goal here is to make this a self-sustaining venture, a financially self-sustaining venture. So I want to encourage that or help make that possible by giving more priority to people who attach dollars to their chats. So I'll either address your chat sooner than I otherwise would if it were just a regular chat, and or I might give it more time, more attention. So there are advantages to doing a super chat, and I hope that it will be a win-win kind of trade. I'll give you more value than you otherwise would have got if it were just a regular chat message, and then in turn I will get more value because there will be money attached to it. And the more money, the more priority I will give it. And if you haven't done a super chat before, I think you'll need to set up a credit card or some kind of payment method in Google, in your Google account. And I think you can do that as part of this process. So maybe if you once you hit the buy and send button, if you haven't yet set up a credit card, maybe at that point it will prompt you to enter your payment information. Hey, look at that. We just got a super chat right here from Objective Ethics. First one of the day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to give that a like or a love here. I'll give it a love and a like. And I'll also type here. Thank you. Thank you, Objective Ethics. Actually, if I put an at sign, I think it's gonna, yeah, that's gonna sh allow me to tag you, so it'll show up orange on your end. Okay, you can let me know. All right, excellent. So I got the first super chat of the day. The very first super chat I got, however, was actually yesterday when I created this watch page. I usually create the watch page for a live stream the day before. And yesterday I got a super chat from Kudababa. And I actually think I can show that here. I got a thumbs up there from Objective Ethics. Thank you. So if I used to only have two options here, top chat and live chat. Sometimes messages get filtered out if you have it set to top chat. But if you want to make sure you see all the messages, you can select live chat. But now that I've turned on my super chat option, I also have this fan funding choice. And it'll show me all these super chats, super stickers, channel memberships, gifting. These are other things I haven't turned on yet. Maybe I will turn on channel memberships in the future, and that way I can offer perks. I don't know what they would be. I mean, like special shows, for example, that are behind a paywall. So if you're a channel member, then you can watch the shows. Otherwise, you can just see my regular shows. So I'm not sure exactly how memberships work. Like if there's a certain amounts I would charge per month. Um, and if that, I don't know if the amount is up to me or if it's preset by YouTube. I'll have to look into finding out how that works. But there are other kinds of monetization features that I can turn on. But right now, I've just turned on super chats and super stickers, and also something called super thanks, which I will explain in a little bit. But if I click on this fan funding tab here, now you can see the earlier chat from Kudababa. So this actually came in yesterday. He asked, "Do I have the honor of being your first super chat? Congrats on your accomplishment so far, and I wish you continued success. Happy New Year." So I actually replied to that, but for some reason, and I replied to it yesterday after it came, right after it came in. If I refresh the chats, they don't appear today. So maybe YouTube can only store regular chat messages for the day of the live stream, and the ones before that day get cleared out. Um, and they don't maybe they're not going to appear in the live chat replay after this stream. But anyways, there you can see at least the super chats get preserved. But I did take a screenshot of my response to Kudababa, which I can show here. I can share that on the screen in just a second. Let me make that a little bigger so it's easier to read. Okay. Okay, so now you should be able to see it. So here was my messages from yesterday. I said, in this live stream, I will start taking super chats and super stickers. To buy one, click the dollar sign next to the chat box. Thank you for your support. And I repeated that in today's chat because, as I said, these messages from yesterday got wiped out once I refreshed the page today. So I had to repeat these first two messages, this other one about instructions on calling in. So here's Kudababa's super chat from yesterday. And he asks if he was the first super chat. And I replied to him down here. I said, "Thank you, Kudababa. Yes, you are my very first super chat ever. I appreciate it. Best wishes and Happy New Year." Okay, so all that got filtered out in today's chat. But anyways, there was a little interaction here yesterday. So Kudababa was the very first chatter ever. And the first chatter ever during one of my live streams is from Objective Ethics. So thank you, to you, to both of you. I do appreciate that. And the more time, the more money I make through this show, then the less time I have to spend on doing things unrelated to this show. Like I can spend more time doing research, studying things that are related to philosophy, history, things that I talk about in the show. So I can do better shows, have higher quality content because I will be more informed. So your your contributions definitely will help me to make this a better show. So I hope this is a win-win scenario. It's an mutually beneficial. Okay, so there is more I could say about the new super chat feature or monetization features. I wrote a post on YouTube. Maybe I'll share that and see if I forgot to say anything. Um, I do community posts, which you might see sometimes. Yeah, maybe I'll bring that up now. Make sure I didn't miss anything. So, okay, let me share that page. Okay, so here's my channel. And if you click on the posts section, here's my post from yesterday where I announced that I'm now taking super chats. So let me just open that up and make this a little bigger. So this repeats, most of this is repetition of what I've already said or what you might already know. So I'll go through this more briefly. So these were the thresholds that I had to pass in order to qualify for super chats. I had to have at least 500 subscribers and more than at least 3,000 hours of watch time within the last year. Okay. Here I'm just explaining what a super chat is, some about my financial goals, and here I say I've been promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy on YouTube as well as other places like Facebook, X, Twitter, Discord. So this is a way for you to support my work of promoting Ayn Rand. YouTube monetization enables me to not only to receive not only super chats but also super stickers and super thanks. Okay, so let me talk about those a little bit. And I explained them here, but since I've got a better visuals than are in this post, let me actually go to back to here. So if you click on the dollar sign, you can see the other option here. If you don't want to submit a message like a comment or a question, you can also just submit what's called a sticker and attach money to that. And it gives you different dollar amounts, and they have these different picture emojis. Let's see. So they go all up. Whoops. I'll turn off my alarm there. Looks like you can go up to $50 on the stickers. So that's another way to make contributions. If you don't have a message, you can just submit a sticker. And there's also something called Super Thanks. And so what that is a Actually, maybe I have to go. Let me let me go to a different page actually. Make sure it shows up right. It's a comment. Just you can leave comments below videos. It's just like a regular comment, except you can attach money to it. So I'll show you an example of a super thanks that I did on Euron Brooks' channel. He did a New Year's Eve show. He's another objectivist podcaster. Most of you probably know about him. And he did a big fundraising show on New Year's Eve. And I did some super chats in that show and also a sticker. And I also did a comment, what's called a super thanks. So let's see. I don't know how you, well, I can at least show you what it looks like. Um, okay, so this is your year-end show from 2025. You scroll down to the bottom and you get to the comment section, and you can see some people are attaching money to their comments. And YouTube calls these super thanks, where you attach money to your comment. So that's another way to contribute, even if you're not here for the live show, but you still want to make a contribution, you can do so in the comment section. And I left one of my own. So it's somewhere in here. It's getting a lot of super thanks here. Oh, there's mine at the um, yeah, I did $5 here, and I just told them thanks for the show. Good to be part of it through super stickers and super chats. And I put in timestamps for each of my comments or my super chats and sticker. Whenever he mentioned them during the show, I put a timestamp to that. Maybe I'll play those later. And that was my first super thanks ever. I'd never done one of these comments where I attach money to it. Okay, so I don't know how you activate that, but maybe it's also through that dollar sign. No, I guess it can be through the dollar sign at the bottom of the chat window because the chat is already over. If the live stream has already completed, then there has to be some other way of activating the super thanks. I don't know if you have to click on these three dots or that's just emojis. So I don't recall how it is that you make a super thanks chat. Um, Let me do a quick test and I might have to figure this out later. Okay, but anyways, that is another way to contribute. There is also Patreon and PayPal. So, and I've had those for years. So I actually didn't have to wait for, and some people have used those, which I appreciate. So another way to contribute to the show is through Patreon and PayPal, and I have links to those in my description, at least in all my live stream videos. If you go down to my description, here's my Patreon link, and there's my PayPal link. So those are other ways to contribute. Those are more anonymous, I guess. I don't know if you want to be anonymous, but if you do want to contribute in a non-public way, then those are ways you can do it. And there are also, at least Patreon, I know you can set it up to be repeating. Like if you want to make a monthly contribution, you can set that up in Patreon. There might be a way to do that in PayPal as well. I think there is, but I don't know if I have that set up right now. But anyway, those are all the ways that you can contribute. I guess there are other ways too, like Facebook Pay, but those are the main ways. And I would definitely appreciate it if people would consider supporting my show if you get value from this. And then it can be a trade, value for value. I provide value. If I hope if you're here listening, then I assume you're getting some kind of value from it, and you can reciprocate that value in a way by making a contribution. Then it can be a win-win transaction, mutually beneficial. There's other ways it can be beneficial as well, of course, but making some money off of this is definitely a uh, a major way that I can benefit from it. Okay, so I think that's all I have to say about. Well, let me go to my back to my post. I probably covered everything. Yeah, I talked about super stickers and super thanks, and this just explains what I've already said. Patreon and PayPal, I talked about that. My live streams are interactive, and I'm going to start giving more priority to super chatters. I talked some about that. So I might address your comment sooner if it's a super chat and or give it more time and attention than might otherwise be the case. So I hope it will be mutually beneficial win-win trade opportunity. And then here I just say my schedule. I currently live stream once every 5 days. For example, January 2nd, that's today, and then January 7th, January 12th, etc. Usually start around 1 p.m. And my streams usually last for at least 3 hours. My longest stream so far was nearly 10 hours, but super chats of the right amount might make me go even longer. I don't know how much it would take, but maybe if I got some really big super chats or a ton of small ones or a mix of some small, there's many different combinations. I don't know what it is, but I bet there's probably a certain amount which would incentivize me to break my record and go for 10 hours plus, if that's something people were interested in. There's other things you might be able to get me to do as well. If you submit super chat money or Patreon or PayPal money, um, maybe if you wanted me to talk on a certain topic, you could incentivize me to do that with a super chat. Um, okay. All right. So I think that covers it. I was glad to see I got 10 likes on that post. I think that's the most I ever got on a post. That was really good to see. Okay, so if you have any questions about any of that, how it all works, just let me know. All right, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a lot of time when I'm not dealing with super chats, so I will still take regular questions. Don't be scared away just because I'm going to give priorities to super chats. It'll take me quite a while to get to the point where I have so many super chats that I can spend an entire show just answering super chats. I don't know if I will ever get to that point. I would love to get to that point, but I'm sure at least for a long time, um, there will be many opportunities to ask questions where I've already addressed all the super chats and I've said everything I have to say about them, at least during a given show, and then I will need more material to engage with, and then I will go to the non-super chat questions. So I encourage you to keep submitting questions, comments, engaging as usual um, with regular chat messages as well. But I will just, from now on, I will be giving priority to any super chats that come in. But please do continue sending chats of all kinds. because I do need material to engage with. That's how I do this show. It's largely driven by topics you all want to discuss. That's why I say it's very interactive. So you can take advantage of that and shape the topics that I cover in this show. And you can do that either by chatting or by calling in. I have a number in the chat here. Oh, I just saw a new chat. See, I hadn't refreshed my chat box in a while, so I didn't see this chat message yet from Objective Ethics. So let me get to that. I had another thought, one other thing I was going to say about super chats. Trying to remember what it was. Oh, maybe it'll come back to me. Anyway, uh, let me see what he says here. I have Sunday the 25th. If you want to be a guest on my channel and talk about Ayn Rand's philosophy on ethics, my debate on objective morality is happening on the 24th, so we could discuss that also. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I think I'd be up for that. Sunday the 25th. So today's the 2nd. So 3 weeks from this Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let me put that on my calendar. Where's my calendar? And also let me make sure I don't have anything else on that day. Sunday the 25th. Okay, it looks clear. So as long as it's at the right time of day, I should be able to do it. Sometimes I wake up kind of late, and I'm on Pacific time as well. I don't know what time zone you're in. Did you say a certain time? You didn't say a time. Do you have a certain time in mind? I usually start my own live streams at 1 o'clock, so I have enough time to be sure that I've woken up. Usually I've woken up before 1 p.m. in the afternoon, but uh, usually well before that. But the problem is sometimes I don't get a full night's sleep. Like I'll wake up at 5 in the morning after I've only had 4 hours of sleep, and then sometimes I can't get back to sleep for a while. And so I want to leave time to get to a point where I can finally fall back asleep and finish my night's sleep, maybe take a nap or two naps. I had to do that today actually. So I'm actually a couple hours short on what I like to get for sleep, but I'm feeling fine now. But I'll probably need some naps later in the day. But I try to schedule it in the early afternoon to allow myself enough time to make sure I get enough sleep because I don't always get enough sleep in one piece. So if it's possible to schedule it for like 1 p.m. Pacific, I guess that would work best for me. If it has to be earlier, I could do it earlier. I can use an alarm clock and just wake up and then that's fine. But let me know if you had a certain time in mind. And then, yeah, I'd definitely be up for that. Thanks for mentioning that. I'm trying to get more appearances with other people, either on their channel or on my channel. So this looks like a good opportunity. And I'll be interested to check out the debate that you're going to have the day before. Hopefully, I'll have time to look at it. I don't always have time like immediately within a day to. I mean, I guess it depends on how long it is. But if it's maybe an hour or something, or well, I can at least look at part of it. I can say that much. I don't know how much time, but yeah, I hope we can work something out. Okay, you say you stream Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific. I live on the West Coast also. Okay, sounds good. All right, yeah, I'm going to put that in my calendar right now. Do you have a certain length of time in mind? like hour or less than that, more than that. If you want to just play it by ear, we can do that. But if you did have a certain rough, at least rough estimate on the time, um, that might be good to know. So if anyone doesn't know Objective Ethics, he is the chatter who he first came by my stream, I think 2 streams ago. That's when he first heard about me. And then he came by again the next stream, which was my last stream, and he called in and we had a chat about, let's see, we talked about God and arguments against God, and I remember that led to a discussion of the universe and time and the finiteness of the universe. I don't recall how long that call was. And it might have been more than an hour, but he's someone new to my channel and new to Ayn Rand. I think he first heard about Ayn Rand recently, or I'm not, maybe he heard about her before, but I guess he hasn't really delved into her books yet. Or maybe he started reading. Well, you can let me know. Maybe you've started reading some of her writings online. I remember I mentioned the Ayn Rand lexicon to you. But yeah, we can definitely talk about her philosophy on ethics, and we can talk about objective morality and what that means. The way she understands objective is probably different than it's often understood in academic debates on morality. Thanks for the likes on the stream, by the way. See, we're up to 3 likes. It's always good to see more of those, if you like it, of course. And maybe you will like it more if I address topics that you are interested in. So, and good, I encourage you to raise topics in the chat, and then I can talk about those topics. Mm. All right, so what else are we going to talk about today? I have some notes which I'm trying to find right now, because when there aren't chats coming in, then I can talk from my notes. Let me see if there's anything else I want to mention. But I do want to give priority to chatters and callers. So if anyone wants to call in, you can call in at any time. Okay, so here's a couple small things. These are corrections to some things I said in the last stream. So in the last stream, I showed a letter that Ayn Rand wrote to Reverend Dudley. And in that letter, she seems quite positive towards Christianity, at least more positive than you would probably expect based on what she says elsewhere in her writings. At least I was surprised. And I talked about that for quite a while last call or last stream during a call I had with Charlie Painter. And the only thing I wanted to correct is the fact that it actually, well, I don't know if this is a correction or just an elaboration. I wasn't sure if that letter had appeared in the second edition of the book Letters of Ayn Rand. I thought maybe it hadn't, but I actually purchased that book, the Kindle version of it, after the stream, and I looked it up, and it actually was in there. So I was glad to see that you can actually find that letter in the the second expanded edition of Letters of Ayn Rand. So that was the first edition came out 30 years ago, 1995, and it was, I don't know, 600 pages or something. But in the intervening years, more letters were added to it for the second edition. Michael Berliner, the editor, he uh, came out with a second edition, which includes 30% more material. So there's quite a substantial increase. And I think his annotations about the letters, it's not just more letters that are making up all that content. He also sometimes has a description of the context of the letter, the historical context. So that also adds to its length. But there's a lot more material there, and I bought that and I looked up the letter to Reverend Dudley, and it is in there. So that's one correction or elaboration to what I said last time. The other correction is something I said about Columbus. So I've been reading about the age of exploration, the Portuguese and the Spanish explorers recently, and I was talking about that in my last stream. And I asked the chat at one point if anyone wanted to guess as to where the first place was that Columbus's fleet made landfall when they made their journey to the New World in 1492. And I said it was Santo Domingo in Hispaniola, which is present-day Dominican Republic. But that's actually not the first place they made landfall. The first place they made landfall was actually in the Bahamas, somewhere in the Bahamas. I don't think it's certain which particular island it was, but I think many scholars think that it was San Salvador. So that was actually the first place they made landfall. I'm not sure why I had Santo Domingo in my mind. Maybe because it was the first of sorts, but it was a different first. I think it was the first permanent European settlements in the Americas. So there were a couple other settlements before Santo Domingo on the same island of Hispaniola, which is present-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And there was the first settlement was called La Navidad, but then that was attacked and destroyed within a year, I think. And then the next settlement was called Isabella, which was, I think, on the north coast of Haiti or the Dominican Republic. And that was longer lasting. I think that was about 7 years. And then I don't know if it was attacked or abandoned or what happened to it. But anyways, the third settlement was Santo Domingo. And then that has been settled ever since, I don't know what the year was, 1498 or something, 1500, somewhere around there. So that's the first permanent, still settled city in the New World. And it had that distinction of firsts. And I guess I got that conflated with the island where they first made landfall. They first sighted the land, and then they actually, well, I don't know if they got out of their ship or what, but the first island they sighted wasn't the first island they settled. So anyway, there's a little correction to something I said last time. So I wanted to mention that. Okay, I see a new chat here from Objective Ethics. He says, I have been adding my email, but YouTube keeps deleting my comments. Let's try it this way. Objective Ethics YT, that is on. Oh, okay. So you're giving me your Gmail address. Okay. I think it's the reason you can't type it is because YouTube filters out URLs and I guess also email addresses. I don't know if there's a setting I can change to allow those. I think there is one, but I think it's YouTube has those set to prevent the possibility of spam. But you can find my email page or my email on my page. I think it shows up. Let me actually go there. If I go to Oh yeah, I think it's up here. Yeah, view email address. There it is. The Selfishness Project. Whoops. Oh, I guess I'm not sharing this, so you can't see that. Hold on, something popped up here. I have to. Um, I can also type it in the chat. But if you go to my page and you go to the top and you click on this part that says more, so you can see the channel description, and then you scroll down to where it says view email address, and then it'll show up there, the selfishness project at gmail.com. Okay, so now we can email each other, and I guess that's how you want to arrange the debate. Is that why you put your email there? So I don't know how you do it. Like, would you use StreamYard or some other software? But you can let me know in the chat or you can email me. And then we can work out those details. Actually, maybe I'll try to send you an email now from my selfishness at gmail. The selfishness project account. Okay, I'm going to write a new message. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is you. You have a tree as your avatar in three pieces. Okay, I just sent you an email at that address. You can let me know if you got it. Yes, it gets deleted, but if you email me, we can discuss the details and you can send me a logo to add to the thumbnail I will make. Okay. I guess you could use my photo, the one I have on my live stream pages or my live stream thumbnails. I just shared my screen again. This photo right here, you could use that photo, or it might be easier to use this photo. It's a little, there's more white space around the side. I don't know if you have a way to just screenshot that and crop it and put it into your thumbnail. I don't have a logo for my channel. I just have my thumbnails. So you can let me know if that works for you. Oh, the email address in the channel description is private. Other people cannot see it. I don't know why it is even an option because no one can see it with the channel owner. Well, I think that the way I have set up, I think anyone can see my email address on the one attached to my YouTube account, the one that you see when you go up to that more, and then you click on show email address. This one. So I don't know if you have something like that. Actually, I can go to your channel and see if I see. Oh, you say yes, the email came through. I am the tree logo. Okay. Okay, I just went to your channel and I have to click this thing that says I'm not a robot. And then it asks me to select all the images with bridges to prove I'm not a robot. Okay, I'm doing that now. Hopefully I passed the test. Oh, it says please try again. I guess I got one wrong. It's hard to tell for some of these. All right, well, let me try this. Okay, now it looks like it accepted my. Oh, okay. Yeah, now it works. So I can see your email address now after I proved that I'm not a robot. Yeah, I could see it on your YouTube channel. Oh, hi, Jason. Jason just popped in the chat, says good afternoon. Saw you were in you're on Brooks' chat earlier. I popped into his show for a little bit. pvmcorp is here. Hello. He says faith over reason. Is that what you is that your view? You're are you pro-faith? Oh, Objective Ethics says no, his email is hidden from others. My email is in the same place, but you can't see it. Only the owner can see it. Well, I was able to just see it. I'm not the owner, but I was able to see it on your channel by going through those steps. I can show you how I did it on screen if you want me to show you. I don't know if you want it to be private, and not seen, but I was able to see it just a couple minutes ago. Jason says your on book just finished. Yeah, maybe we'll get some more people here. Looks like there's a couple more viewers here than there were before. Maybe Jason is one of the new viewers. I wonder why PVM Corp says faith over reason. I guess I can share my chat now after I pop it out. Oh, hi, Kudababa. He also just came from YBS. Welcome, and thank you for the super chat. You were my first super chatter ever. I talked about that a little bit at the beginning of the stream because I was talking about the new feature that I have turned on here, my super chat, and I showed your chat. Now, unfortunately, YouTube wiped out the chats from yesterday, so they don't appear. Like if you refresh the chat, it doesn't include the chats that showed up yesterday. I mean, it does have your super chats, um, but well, here, let me share my screen. I can show you what I mean. Okay. So if I scroll all the way up to the top here, you see how it doesn't include the chats from yesterday. All these chats are from today. However, now that I have super chats turned on, if I go to this menu of options here, it now gives me this option to select fan funding. And if I click on that, it shows your super chat. from yesterday. So that didn't get wiped out. Um, it just doesn't show up in the live stream chat. So just beware that if you do submit a chat the day before a live stream, then it might disappear the next day. So I think maybe YouTube only preserves chats that are the same day as the live stream, not from the day before. I usually publish the watch page the day before just to let people know that I'm going to be doing a stream the next day. And you can start chatting as soon as there's a watch page up the day before, but just realize in case it matters to you that those chats might not be preserved the next day, unless it's a super chat. Then it'll still be there, but I might have to go to this special place on the menu to access it. But since you're here, I'm going to show you a screenshot I took of yesterday's chat where I replied to you. I don't know if you saw that, but here it is. So these are the chats from yesterday. And there you see Kuda Baba's. And I replied to it here. I said, thank you, Kuda Baba. Yes, you are my very first excuse me. You are my very first super chat ever. Because he asked, do I have the honor of being your first super chat? And I said, yes, you are my very first super chat ever. Um, and so on. So thank you for that message. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. So Kuda Baba gave me the first super chat ever before the live stream even started yesterday. And then today, the first super chat ever during my live stream was from Objective Ethics, who is also here in the chat today. So here was his chat. That was my second super chat ever and my first chat during an actual live stream. So thanks to both of you for that. And if I go back to the live chat, then I can see all the chats. Kuda Baba says, good, glad it wasn't deleted. Yes, very cool, my pleasure. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's not going to delete the super chats. There's going to be, and there's another way as well, like in my YouTube studio view where I can see all the super chats. So yeah, those aren't going to disappear. Even if they don't show up in the live chat, I still have a way to see them. But if it's during the live stream, I think it'll be preserved during the live chat replay. All right, see, we got a few more chats here from pvmcorp. Let me pop out this chat window and then share it. Okay. All right. Oh, that is weird because I looked on your channel and there is no email there other than the YouTube URL channel link. Maybe YouTube thinks I'm a robot. Hmm. I wonder if anyone else can see my email, or at least the place where you have to go to see it, the place where you have to confirm that you're not a robot. I know some people have done that. Like some people have just emailed me um, out of the blue, I think. So they must at least some people must have been able to find my email. Unless they heard me mention it on stream or in a video somewhere. I guess that's possible. All right, I want to see what pvmcorp said because I asked him. Uh, he said faith over reason. I was interested to hear more about that because that's the opposite of my view. If that's like a pro-faith sort of statement, if that's what that means. So let me see what else pvmcorp. Oh, so here he says reason is limited in the guardrails of the mind. Faith is the work of the heart. Just as love is not the work of the mind, the ultimate reality exceeds the courtroom of the intellect. That's a quote. I like that wording. Okay, so that's all from PVM Corp. Okay, well, it sounds like you might be coming from a religious background. If you are, if you say things like this, are you religious? If you want to say, uh, yeah, I would guess you might have a religious backgrounds. So I think of there's a few things we could talk about here. So one is what is the meaning of faith? And I think that word has different senses, but the relevant sense in this sort of context where I'm doing a philosophy podcast or a philosophy show, and we're talking about philosophy and religion and those sorts of topics, I think the relevant sort of meaning of faith is belief without evidence. Actually, I'm going to put that here in the chat. Faith is belief without evidence. And that is bad. You should only believe things if you have evidence for them. You shouldn't take anything on faith if that means you believe it without evidence. You say it's a rebuttal to your show two sessions ago. Okay. I don't know what specifically in the show you're referring to because my shows are very long, and I don't know what particular points in this show from my what was my show 2 shows ago? It looks like that was the one titled Introducing Objectivism and Debating God with New Chatters. Okay, that's right. I remember debating God with some people, but I don't know. I don't remember what did I say something about faith in that discussion? And you're responding to that. Good Baba says, interesting. Your faith definition in the chat showed up about 10 seconds before your video showed you entering it there, for me at any rate. Yeah, I think there's about a 15-second delay. Well, there's a bug flying around here. I'm trying to get the bug. I think there's about a 15-second delay between when I say something or when you see something on my shared screen and when I actually entered it or when I actually said it. But I guess the chat box is on a somewhat different timeline. Apparently, it shows up a little sooner. So I guess the time it takes for a chat to appear is less delayed than the delay that occurs between when I say something or show something on screen and when it appears on screen. And you can see this sort of thing, this artifact happen. Like if you watch the live chat replay after a show, you can see how it's not synced up exactly the same for what's on screen and what's in the chat replay. The heart pumps blood. Yes. Sometimes the heart is mentioned as I don't know if I should say it's mentioned in a metaphorical sort of way in religion, um, but maybe that's the way to put it. But anyway, faith is the work of the heart. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it has any clear meaning. You're contrasting it with reason, but you can elaborate it on what you mean by that. Why do you say faith is the work of the heart? What is faith also? Maybe we could start there. Do you have a definition of faith? How would you define it? I gave a definition here, belief without evidence. Do you think faith is some alternative means of knowledge? Just as love is not the work of the minds. I think love is related to the minds. You evaluate things with your minds. Like I love Ayn Rand. Why? Well, because I use my mind to judge her and I evaluate her very positively. She has a very positive impact on me and on the world, and I I value that. So love is an evaluation, or it reflects an evaluation which your mind makes. So it in that way, it is the work of the mind. You couldn't love something if you didn't have a mind. But you could, if you just had a heart, you wouldn't. If you had a heart but you didn't have a mind. Let's say you were comatose, you were in a vegetative state. Your heart was still pumping, but you had no consciousness. Your mind was gone, at least temporarily. So you have a heart, but you don't have a mind. You can't love anything. So love is not the work of the heart. It's more the work of the mind, or it's rather the work of the mind. But this reminds me of an idea from religion that's the phrase I'm thinking of is you can't measure love. And Ayn Rand talks about this. I think in one place she responds to that by saying you can measure love and how, something like that. I think it's somewhere in her work, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. So there's this idea that love is this kind of woozy, mystical thing that can't be measured, but it actually can. If you have a certain understanding of it, at least, which I think is an understanding which I think makes sense, a rational understanding of love, you can measure love, not in the sense of like saying it's 3 inches long, but for instance, in saying uh, you love in a ordinal as opposed to a cardinal way, like you can measure things in the more and the less sometimes rather than putting a certain number on them. Like you can say, I love Ayn Rand more than I love um, something else that I love, but just not as much. Maybe Aristotle. Um, or I love pizza more than I love ice cream, right? You can love things in different degrees. I'm just making up examples here. And these are ordinal sorts of measurements where you're putting them in a certain order, you're ranking them from more to less or less to more, but you're not measuring them in the sense of assigning a specific number. Like I have 10 units of love for pizza, but only 6 units of love for ice cream. It's not like that. But there are different degrees of intensity uh, um, in which you can love different things. And at least in that sense, love is measurable. And there are reasons. you can give for loving things. So it's rational in that sense. It's love in emotions generally. They're not divorced from reason. There are rational explanations of emotions, love being one kind of emotion, but whether it's fear, love, hatred, joy, there are reasons underlying all of these emotions. And it can be challenging sometimes to identify what the reasons are that give rise to the emotions. But there are reasons. So emotions in general and love in particular are not divorced from the faculty of reason. In a way, they're expressions of reason. I'm looking at PVM's chats again, see if I have anything else I want to add. All right, here's some new ones. He says, reason maps reality. And then Kudababa says, I think a lot of people genuinely believe that emotions come from the heart, literally. I wonder if that's due to the fact that our hearts can beat faster if you're feeling very emotional. You're very excited about something, your heart rate can actually increase. So maybe that's a reason people associate emotions with the heart. Your blood starts pumping. And when you get fear, that's another sort of emotion, a negative emotion, but also accompanied by increased pulse rate. Aristotle actually thought the the seat of emotions, was it, is the heart, or the seat of something. I don't know if he thought the faculty of reason was located in the heart or just the emotions. Actually, I'm gonna Google that real quick. Aristotle thought emotions, thought, and the soul resided primarily in the heart, viewing it as the body's central organ for mental and vital functions, with the brain serving mainly to cool it. A cardiocentric view that was very influential for centuries. Okay, that's from an AI overview. I remember learning in grad school, I think, that Aristotle held this view. So I guess it's not obvious, it's not self-evidence that the brain is the physical organ that underlies thought and emotion. That's something that has to be learned. So if like maybe if you dissect someone's brain or vivisect someone's brain, like take part of it out while they're alive, and then they start acting in a different way. Maybe they show a different personality or something. That's at least one sort of experiment you could do to help you see the relation of the brain to our cognitive and emotional capacities. But if you haven't done those sorts of scientific experiments, I don't know that there's a way to figure out what is the function of the brain as opposed to the heart. So Aristotle thought the function of the brain was to cool the the heart. All right. I wonder if I should switch out my pinned chat. Right now, I have pinned in the chat the one about I'm taking super chats and super stickers. But usually, I have pinned the message about how to call in. Uh, so, well, I'll set an alarm. Maybe I'll keep this on here for another 20 minutes or so, at least. And then I might swap out the pinned chat and put this pinned chat, the one about call-in instructions. But I just want people to be able to access this at any time. So if you do want to call in, there is a way to do it. Just click on this link, or you can dial this number and then put in this meeting ID. And that will help the show go longer if I get some calls because that will save my voice. I can only talk for so long without losing my voice. All right. So this today, I don't think there's a good reason to believe emotions come from the heart as opposed to the brain. But during Aristotle's time in ancient Greece, I don't know that there's a way to know that. Faith decides what reality is for, says pvmcorp. What is your definition of faith? Do you have one? I don't think reality is for anything. It's not like there's, well, if that means it has its own purpose, like if you're religious, and maybe you are, you might think God created reality, which I don't think is coherent. But just going with it for a second, you might think God had a purpose in creating reality, and his purpose was to glorify himself. And so you might think that's what reality is for. It's to glorify God. But as I see it, reality itself doesn't have a purpose of its own. Individual organisms might have their own purposes, like individual human beings. They have purposes. There are things that their life is for, namely their themselves. My life is for its own sake. It's not for anything beyond itself. It is an end in itself. My purpose, what my life is for, is just to enjoy my own life. But apart from any conscious organisms, I don't think there is any answer to what is it for. There are orders of love. I was saying there are degrees of love. Maybe that's what you mean here. What parents will do for their children. For example, Michelangelo's love of art is more than for a woman. Okay. I don't know if that's true, but at least hypothetically, it might be an example um, of how you can love one thing more than another. So there can be degrees of love, and in that way, you can say love is measurable, at least in an ordinal as opposed to a cardinal way. All right, I'm caught up in the chat. Oh, let me switch this to the live chat. Hope I'm not missing anything. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm missing anything. All right. So what else? I'm looking back at my notes, see what else I could talk about until I get some new chats or calls. Okay, there's a few things. So I'll just mention a news item just to give it some more publicity. You may well have already heard there are protests going on in Iran, and it looks like they are closer than they've ever been to possibly overthrowing the regime of the Ayatollah. I haven't followed this closely, but I have seen that there are some massive protests going on in Iran, and I think there hasn't been anything like this since 1979, to my knowledge. So I'm hopefully they will not be trampled by the regime and they will be able to actually overturn it. And I hope they get support from Western sources. There has been, I've heard from places like Your Book that there has, or people like Your Book, that there hasn't been much coverage in the mainstream media of these protests. There should be more coverage given their significance. And it raises a question as to why there has been not much coverage of it. But I just wanted to mention that, give it a little bit of coverage here at least. Mom Donnie also was sworn in. I saw a bunch of things on social media about that. Sworn in as the New York City mayor. And there was some line he said, I don't know if this was in his inaugural speech, but something about the, well, maybe I should get the quote exactly right. Let me look it up. He pledged to replace what he called the, quote, frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. That's from a AEI article. That's where I saw it just now. I've seen it other places, but I can share that on screen. The American Enterprise Institute. That's what AEI is. I don't know much about them. I think they might be some kind of libertarian or conservative think tank. I'm not sure. But anyway, I just Googled a few keywords and I found this article first. And the first paragraph, it says, there was a line in Zoran Mamdani's inaugural address that should have stopped New Yorkers cold. He pledged to replace what he called the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. And I was very off put when I heard about that. He's trying to put a happy face on collectivism and an unhappy face on individualism, or at least rugged individualism. Wonder why he doesn't have a modifier for collectivism like he has for individualism. But anyways, we could talk some about this if you're interested. That was a bit chilling and eerie, at least for me. Your on Brooke probably talked about that on his show today because I saw he had Mamdani in the title. I haven't heard his show yet. And let's see, what else did I have on my list? Some thoughts about slavery, since I was reading about that recently in connection with the New World. So before the Africans were enslaved, the indigenous Indians, as they were called, were enslaved. And I was reading some about that. Well, both the African slavery and the indigenous slavery. But most recently, I was focused more on the slavery of the indigenous. But I was having a thought which it didn't really matter which of those two types of slavery, just about the fact that the Europeans enslaved people at all, whether from Africa or indigenous to the Americas. Um, It was making me think that maybe the Europeans weren't much better than those whom they enslaved. Like in a sense, they were more advanced for sure in some senses, like technologically, economically, they were wealthier. Um, they weren't living a Stone Age sort of existence as at least some of the indigenous were. So they were more advanced, and I think that's at least partly why they were able to conquer the Indians. But morally and politically, I think it's less obvious that they are more advanced because I mean slavery is horrible. Um, so politically, there were still huge problems with the Europeans, um, even though technologically and economically they were far more advanced. Um, politically or morally, seeing human life as an end in itself and respecting an individualism, not judging people just by some superficial characteristic like color, um, which they might have, but seeing reason as the essential feature of an individual, how someone uses his mind, um, still, um, I don't know if I want to say primitive, but certainly far away from where Ayn Rand was, and even where like the Enlightenment was. John Locke, founding fathers, um, who came a few centuries later than the first contact with the indigenous. Um, so Enlightenment, 17th, 18th century, but the first contacts was in the 15th, 16th century. Um, and at that time, maybe the Europeans were at least a little bit more advanced than the indigenous, because the indigenous themselves, I think they would enslave each other and try to conquer each other, um, which is pretty standard for Europe, I think, until um, maybe the 19th century, the age of capitalism. That's when it wasn't just might makes right and conquer as much as you can get. Now there was, I think, but I do think in in Europe, there was some growing understanding of rights, maybe going back to, well, I guess even going back to the ancient Greeks, where you have democracy for the first time. Not that that's a perfect system, but compared to just rule of one tyrant over everybody, um, if at least more people are having a say and in their lives and how they're governed, um, maybe not everyone, maybe only men with a certain amount of property, but not women. So, but at least it's a step forward, I think, from like ancient Oriental despotism. So you have some advances politically and morally, I think, with the ancient Greeks. And then fast forward to High Middle Ages, you get something like the Magna Carta, which at least is, um, I mean, some power was taken away from the king and given to nobles, maybe not to everyone, but at least the nobles now have a share in the power, not just the king. You might see that as at least a slight improvement over just complete monarchy. There's some distribution of power, and then um, you get a lot of advances once you get to the Enlightenment, at least theoretical advances with John Locke in particular. And then it still takes time for those advances to be implemented. And then the founding fathers actually do that. They implement the idea of rights with the United States of America, but of course it's not perfectly implemented because there was slavery, among other things, like tariffs, which or taxes. Um, but slavery is the most egregious example of a violation of the idea of rights. So over the centuries, Aristotle, Magna Carta, Enlightenment, there are advances, and I don't think that the indigenous had really gone through any of those advances, uh, or if they did, I think the advances were probably much smaller. Um, so even on the moral and political dimensions, I think the West was ahead, more advanced than the indigenous. So they weren't the Europeans weren't just better economically and technologically. I think also at least somewhat better morally and politically in terms of the ideas they held. It wasn't just like a tribal collectivist existence purely, um, or at least as purely as it was, I think, for the Indians, some of whom practiced human sacrifices, and then, as I mentioned, also slavery and just conquering each other. So, um, but it is still troubling, and I don't want to whitewash the bad things that the Europeans did, um, the mistreatment of the indigenous. Now, some of it may have been provoked, if you get attacked and then you want to fight back, okay, there is a right to self-defense, but I don't think it was always just an act of self-defense. I think there was some just unjustifiable conquest and enslavements. Um, and it was like this with the Africans as well. I think they also, you like African slaves were bought from other Africans who had captured um, the slaves, captured people and made them slaves. So um, I think pretty much everywhere there's probably slavery um, at one point. And I think oh, there's my alarm. So I think the Europeans were more advanced than the indigenous and the Africans, um, maybe in like every respect, if everything means like morally and politically as well as technologically and economically, but still had quite a ways to go. Um, and we still have quite a ways to go today even, but we have made progress, which is why we were able to do amazing things like have this live stream in a peaceful way. I'm not having to fight off savages every moment in order to secure my next meal. I can take some time out of my day to use this amazing technology and have some interactions with people around the world. Okay, and I see one other question in my notes here that I thought I might mention, but let me first come back to the chat, see what's going on there. Oh, got a new person. The Notorious. Hello. You, you say, what is good? What is bad? Neither has meaning for me. Not the divine, not the truth. I am my concern and my only. Der Einzig. I don't know what that means. Is that a German word? I have to Google that. Der Einzig is the title of a German egoist anarchist magazine, which appeared in 1919 as a weekly, then sporadically until 1925. Okay. Well, you raised some big questions there. What is good and what is bad? Well, I would say, for one thing, pleasure is good and pain is bad. I'm keeping it very simple. There's a lot more I could say, but at least for starters, we can start there. Now we can talk about, well, sometimes it's good to experience pain, like if you have to go to the dentist and it's a little painful, but in the long run, you're better off doing that. But then I might say, well, in the long run, you experience less pain and more pleasure. So we could still say, if we're talking about long run pain or pleasure, it's we can say pleasure, meaning long run pleasure is good, long run pain is bad. Or we could also put this in terms of happiness. Happiness is good, misery is bad. At least if we're talking about like net happiness and net misery, not just in a particular moment. If we take a long run view of it, joy is good, suffering is bad. And you say neither has meaning for you. I wonder why you say that. Not the divine, not the truth. Okay. I don't believe in a God. I don't think there is any divinity. I'm an atheist, but I wonder why you say neither has meaning for you. Not the divine, not the truth. I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by when you say that. Neither the divine nor the truth has meaning. Why, why would you say the truth doesn't have meaning? You just made a statement here in the chat. Is your statement true? Does it have any meaning? Or is it just meaningless? I am my concern and my only. I don't know what you mean there. at least by the my only part. You and you alone are your concern. Maybe that's what you mean. You are your only concern. I might be able to agree with that actually, in a sense, if you mean it in a certain way. I'm at least my primary concern. Now, I can also be concerned with other people, but it's because they somehow add value to my life. So I might be concerned with a friend, a loved one, a super chatter, because they add value to my life. So something is only a concern if it somehow is related to me, either directly or indirectly. Otherwise, why would I care about it if it doesn't impact me in any way? Why should it matter to me? If, if a loved one gets sick, that matters to me. So it does impact me. So I would care about that, right? But I don't just care about that person as an end in itself apart from me. Like it's because the person has a connection to me that I care. Michael is here. Hello. I think you might have been here once before. At least I remember some Michael coming by the chat. He said, lust is not love. Yeah, I think you can draw a distinction there. Lust is just a physical sort of interest, doesn't signify a psychological connection with someone. Maybe you just like their appearance and their appearance turns you on, but it's not a love. When you love someone, it means you like their character, there's something about the person they are, not just their body. So yeah, I would agree with that. Lust is not love. I'm actually curious to see what definition I get if I just look that up. Very strong sexual desire. A sensual appetite regarded as sinful. Lusts of the flesh. Okay. Well, I think you can have very strong sexual desire without it being sinful. Actually, it shouldn't be sinful. But in any case, love and lust are not the same concepts. And maybe lust could be one response to love. Maybe it just doesn't have to just be a response to physicality. It could be you value the person, their character, um, and as a result of that, you desire them sexually. So they don't have to be at odds with each other. Love could, love and lust can go hand in hands, at least by the definition I just saw. Kudababa says slavery was the norm around the world until the 18th century and the Enlightenment. Even the Greeks had slaves. Yeah. Black Africans enslaved white Europeans and even American colonists. Yeah, I read a little about that. I don't think it was very common, but it did happen sometimes. And that gets to the question I had, which I didn't mention, but I said I had a question about slavery or some other thought about it, which I was going to pause on. But my question was like, how should we judge people historically? who had slaves. I think the way we judge it today is properly very negatively, and it's immoral, evil even. But should we evaluate the same when, let's say, someone from 5,000 years ago practices slavery? Um, I mean, those people were much less advanced in terms of their knowledge, uh, in terms of their moral knowledge and their political knowledge. So, should we have the same standard for judging them that we have for judging people today? Like, if you're basically just emerging from caveman status, or like, I guess we could go back even further and say, whatever we evolved from, whatever other species, whether it was apes or I don't know what the nearest primate is, but you're living in a brutal, like in a very physicalistic sort of way. You live by force, not by reason. And human beings had to discover how to use their minds. And that took a long time, thousands and thousands of years. It wasn't really till the ancient Greeks that, like 2,500 years ago, roughly, that's the human race started to really get an understanding of the nature of their minds. They used their minds before that, um, but not in the kind of self-reflective, systematic way that the Greeks did, which allowed the Greeks to create an explosion of knowledge and advances. So if we go back like before the Greeks, um, should we be more um, soft in our evaluation of those of slavery back then? And should we give those people a pass and say they weren't doing something evil? They just hadn't learned a better way of existing yet. Um, and the further we go forward, I think the harder it is to make that sort of case. Like you get up to the founding fathers, then I think it's harder to see that maybe they deserve the pass. I mean, there were arguments for centuries. I think there were at least certain strains of Christianity that opposed slavery. Oh, Florida Nick just came in with a super sticker. Thank you, Florida Nick. You are my first super sticker ever. I got two super chats, and now I have a super sticker as well. So thank you very much, Florida Nick. I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, so this is the first day I am taking super chats and super stickers ever. Hey, Gene just popped in with a sticker. Excellent. They're rolling in. Um, Great to see. Thank you all. Yeah, you are supporting this show by doing that. And as I said in the intro, I don't know if you're here, but I'm going to give priority to super chats and super stickers. So I want to incentivize more of them. And one way I do that is I will acknowledge them sooner than I otherwise would if it was just not a super sticker or super chat. And I will give more time and attention to them. So I hope it's mutually beneficial. You get more value from me if you give me more value by sending some support my way. So I hope it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. It's a win-win kind of setup, and that will help fuel this show more. I can do more to make this show better. I can spend more time studying things when I'm not live streaming that are going to help me during a live stream, like talk about slavery. I can research slavery and have more things to say about it. Um, if I'm spending more time doing studying rather than some unrelated job, um, some gig work, I do some of that. Um, won't get into the details of it now, but I do some gig work. Uh, I've done some tutoring, I can say that, off and on. Um, but I do other things as well. But um, that stuff is not always as directly related to the show. But if I have more time to do things that are directly related to the show in the backgrounds, then that helps me make a better show. All right, Jason just came in with a super chat. Thank you, Jason. Excellent. $2 from Jason, sending his first super chat. I'm going to like that, and I'm going to give it a heart as well. Actually, I should let me share the screen here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Value for value. See those hearts going up too? Nice. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So, yeah, I appreciate all these supports. I see YouTube has this goal thing. I could set goals here for a certain number of stickers or super chats. I don't know if I'll try that today, but maybe I'll at some point I'll try one of those. And you can give it likes as well. See somebody else also gave it a thumbs up. You can do those on the super chats, it looks like. All right, great. Thank you all. All right, so I was talking about, oh yeah, judging people in history for slavery. Um, I think as time goes on and more moral and political knowledge is discovered, it becomes less and less excusable. So maybe people from 6,000 years ago get a total pass because they just didn't know a better way of life. I'm not even sure about that. I would want to think about that some more, but at least seems uh, more excusable, if not totally excusable, that someone from 6,000 years ago just emerging from the caves, um, or 20,000 years ago, maybe. I guess it depends on the area. Different people from different places emerge from caveman sort of existence to agriculture at different times. Um, those people compared to like people living in the post-Greek era when there was a significant advance, I think, in understanding of ethics and politics. And I was saying I think there was even strains of Christianity which opposed slavery. Bartolomeo de las Casas, I think he was the Spanish priest who argued against enslaving the Indians. Now, I think there might also be a strain in Christianity that is pro-slavery. I haven't researched this much. I think Ben Bayer at the Ayn Rand Institute has done some has mentioned this in a talk he gave. Maybe it was at the last Objectivist conference, how there was some actual historical basis in Christianity for slavery. I think maybe you all know better than I know about this. But if I recall correctly, I think at least some strains of Christianity were pro-slavery, but also some were anti-slavery. And the founding fathers, I think there was debate at the time of the Constitution on um, over the issue of slavery, and you had pro and anti-slavery factions, and then of course the Civil War. So um, been a progressive uneasiness with the institution of slavery, and the further forward in time you go, then I think the harder it is to excuse it morally. But um, I think it's an interesting question, like what kind of moral blame uh, should should be placed on slavers. And maybe the correct answer to that is going to vary from time period to time period. Um, all right. So there's some thoughts on slavery. There were one or two chats that I think I skipped over. Let me look back here. Oh, PVM says, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. Yeah, I've heard that sort of claim before. And maybe you say that to get under the skin of atheists and say, like, you've got faith too. Maybe even more than a theist has, right? There's more reason to be a theist than an atheist. So it takes more faith to be an atheist than a theist because there's just so much evidence on the side of theism. Well, what's your evidence? Do you want to provide any evidence for theism? And maybe there's an implicit recognition in the way you're using faith here of the fact that faith means lack of evidence. So sometimes when I define faith as being belief without evidence, which I did up here, faith is belief without evidence. Sometimes theists will argue, they'll try to fight with that definition and say, no, I've got faith is not belief without evidence. It's confidence. Um, like if you have faith that your car is going to turn on when you turn the key. Um, I think I've heard that example given. No, it's not faith, it's confidence. Now, there is a sense or a context in which you can use faith to mean confidence. Um, like maybe I'll say, I have faith that he's going to show up on time, right? And you could just translate that as I'm confident he's going to show up on time. But the reason I would say that is because he has showed up on time in the past, right? It's based on something. It's based on evidence. Um, so it's a little confusing. It can be confusing because um, sometimes I think the word faith is used in a valid sense. Good faith discussions, I think that's sometimes another valid use of the term faith. Someone is being honest and sincere and trying to understand something. So you could say they're being good faith. But the relevant sense of faith in a context where we're talking about faith versus reason or religion versus philosophy versus religion, in that context, I think this is the relevant sense of faith. And you sort of allude to that when you say this, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, because what that implies is it takes um, um, you have to believe something without good grounds for it, i.e., believe it without evidence. So at least it looks like you might be implicitly buying into my definition of faith. So maybe we could at least use that as a basis. But if we're going to have a discussion, we have to first be on the same page about what do the terms mean that we're using in the discussion. So I wonder if you would explicitly endorse my definition of faith, not that it's original to me, but the definition I gave. Um, are you okay with using that as a definition? And if you are, if you're on board with understanding faith in this context to mean belief without evidence, then do you condemn that? Would you say then that faith is bad? I would. And then Michael says, love keeps on giving, lust only breaks. Oh, I think you need a comma there. I read that wrong. Love keeps on giving, lust only breaks. So you're saying love is more permanent, but lust falls apart. It's more transient and temporary. I think that's what you mean. Well, hopefully there's a way to make it not transient. I guess if you, it can be a challenge, right? To keep things interesting in a relationship. It takes work, but I think it's possible. Some people do it. I don't think it has to break. I don't think it's in the nature of lust that it has to be temporary, but I think to make it permanent, it does take work. But I think that's also true for love. I think that could also deteriorate over time. I think being rational is a continuous choice, and this is part of Ayn Rand's philosophy. We have free will, and we face a continuous choice to exercise our minds to the best of our abilities or not. And to the extent you do that, I think you keep your values alive, and um, that preserves your ability to love things, to lust after things. But if you don't choose to continue, oh, I think my screen just went dark. I hope I didn't lose the stream. Am I still streaming? Maybe it was just the window I was sharing that died. Well, I still see myself in the DVR window. So I think it might just be that one window that died. Yeah, I think I'm still streaming. Let me just try to reshare that. Where's my chat window? It's still going, says Florida Neck. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. For some reason, the live stream chat window that I was sharing just crashed on my screen. And I thought maybe it took down the whole stream, but it was just that one window, I guess. Okay. I'm just going to pop out the chat again and reshare it. Everything looks and sounds fine. Okay. Thanks. Good to hear. Okay. Now I've reshared the screen. I was just talking about, oh, it takes work to make love and lust keep going. Oh, yeah. And that requires you to keep using your mind in the right way. Keep your mind in focus. That's our fundamental choice, according to Ayn Rand at least, to focus our mind or not. To, and another way to think of that is to exercise your rational capacity or not. And if you don't, then you're just driven by your emotions. That's what you default to. If you're not exercising your reason, then emotions, you're in the grips of your emotions, and they might not necessarily drive you in the right direction. To know that you're doing the right thing, you have to think about it. You have to use your rational capacity. And if you do that, I think then you have the best chance of keeping love and lust of a rational sort alive, at least. You don't love bad things or lust after bad things, like things that will destroy your life, like getting addicted to drugs or alcohol, for example, or joining a gang, or um, all kinds of ways to go wrong. But to hold on to rational values, to love and lust after rational things, you need to keep choosing to exercise your reason. Okay, and then Gene asks pvmcorp, do you have evidence of God? I'm asking to see if you leave open the possibility of something without any proof, open to the arbitrary. Yeah. Do you have evidence for God? And also, what do you mean by God? That's another question, which I would be interested to know what you think of. Because if you don't know what you mean by it, and people have different ideas of God, do you mean the Christian God? Do you mean the gods of Homer? What kind of gods do you mean? Do you mean an omnipotent God? I've talked before about how I think if you have a certain conception of God, you can show that that God is impossible, which I guess is true of most conceptions of God. If I arbitrarily define my phone here to be a God, well, I'm not going to be able to show that God is impossible. It's real, but typical conceptions of God, I think, can be shown to be um, not real, or at least arbitrary. At least, in other words, there's not evidence for them, as Gene is mentioning here. All right. I think I'm caught up in the chat. I saw some new. Oh, I got to switch this to live chat. Make sure. Because whenever you refresh the chat, or you open it again, as I had to do since it crashed, it by default shows up in the top chat format. So I have to switch it to live chat to make sure I'm not missing any. Good to see some more likes on the stream. I saw we're up to 8 likes now. It actually gives me a tally on my super chats as well, and super stickers. In my, if I can go to my studio view. There it is. So here it gives me a running total of the chat revenue. So it's up to 1998. So I got 10 from Kutababa, which actually came in yesterday. And then I got 5 from Objective Ethics. That was this one right here. See, Kutababa's doesn't show up because it was yesterday. And for some reason, um, YouTube doesn't preserve the chats from yesterday. But I did show a screenshot of his chat earlier in this stream. So I had 10 from Kutababa and then 5 from Objective Ethics. And then I got a buck 99 from Florida Nick, 99 cents from Gene, and then 2 from Jason. So all that adds up to 998. So thank you guys. And I can put that actually, maybe I could have shown that in I think there's also a funding. Yeah, if I go to fan funding here, it shows just the super chats and the super stickers. It doesn't show the total here in this section, but over here in the YouTube studio view, it shows the total. That's nice. Your Brook has some special app that someone created for him to keep track of the total, and it puts it in his chat. But you can also find the total here. Nice. All right. So what else? I've been going for 2 hours now. Not sure how long I'm going to stream, but the more super chats I get, the more incentivized I will be to go longer. So, but you can chat, whether it's super chat or not. I'm happy to. I do encourage all chats of any kind, but I'm just going to give priority to the super chats. So I'll give more time and attention or address them sooner if they're in super chat format. But anything is welcome. So anything on anyone's minds that you would like to talk about or would like me to talk about. And remember, there's also a phone line or a phone link. Maybe I should pin that in the chat so it doesn't get lost. I could also put that in the description. That's actually, maybe that's a good compromise. If I want to keep the message about super chats pinned in the chat, but I don't want the message about how to call in to get lost, I could put the call-in instructions in the description of the video, and then there's no chance they get lost. Or if someone joins the chat late and then they can't scroll back to the point where I mentioned the Zoom link. It's a unique Zoom link every show. So you can't just go to an old show and click on that Zoom link. Let me do that. I'm going to go to don't spend it all in one place, says Nick. What if I buy a gumball one day and then another gumball another day at a different place? That would count as not spending it all in one place. Okay, I just copied the call-in instructions and now I'm updating my description. Okay, so the call-in instructions are now in the description of the video. So you can find them there. But I do say on the thumbnail that the call-in info is in the chat. Well, it is in the chat technically. It's just not pinned in the chat. So I guess I'm adhering to the letter, at least of what I said, if not the spirit. Hmm. I could take a poll on which chat actually, I'm gonna switch the pinned message to the one about call-in instructions. Maybe I'll switch it back later, but at least now. Okay, I just pinned the call-in instructions in the chat. Hey, a ghosty is here. He says, "Hi Dan, congrats on the monetization and happy 2026. Can't do super chats. I've donated via PayPal." Oh, all right. Excellent. Thank you, Agosti. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go to my PayPal page and see if I can find that. Where do I need to go? Okay, I think this is going to get me there. Oh, yes. Got it. I see it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I should say the amount. I can, but um, I guess I will only do that if you tell me I should or that I can. Because maybe sometimes people want to be anonymous and the amounts, and that might be a reason they contribute via PayPal or Patreon. So maybe I shouldn't assume that should say the amount. Um, but for now, I will just say thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And yeah, Happy New Year to you as well, to all of you. All right, Florida Nick says on your on's end of year stream, I believe you said that you liked the K-pop Demon Hunter Golden song. Yes. K-pop Demon Hunters isn't something I would know about. So how do you and what kind of music do you like? I heard it first. Actually, I didn't hear the original. The first version of it I heard was a cover done by someone else on TikTok. Sometimes I scroll on TikTok and I just came across a cover of someone singing that song, and I I liked the cover, and I don't know how when I eventually got to the original, um, maybe I might have seen another cover by somebody else. I think I did see at least two covers, and then maybe after the second one, I said I got to look this up. I kind of like this song. And maybe it said in the description something about K-pop Demon Hunters. I had no idea what that was, but I guess I Googled that and then I found, or maybe I searched for it on YouTube and I found the original video and it had like over 1 billion views or maybe 900 million something views. It was just huge. And I love the song. Um, it's not like I normally know about K-pop music. It's not something I normally listen to, but I just happened to come across that on TikTok. Hold on, I got to turn on the air here. It's getting a little warm. So yeah, I wouldn't normally know about it either, apart from I hit it. I came across it on social media. How do you? Oh, and then you asked, what kind of music do I like? I like a variety of genres. Um, Country is one genre I don't like, at least the vast majority of the time. There might be a few country songs here and there that I like, but in general, I don't like that genre. But everything else, I think there's at least some songs like rap, for instance. It's not like country where it's very rare that I'll like a rap or a hip hop song. I like some rap, some hip hop, not all of it for sure, but there's a substantial amount, a significant amount. Um, Not that that's my favorite, but just giving you example of one other genre I sometimes like. Some metal, some classical pop. Taylor Swift is one of my favorite pop artists. Um, I like some Justin Bieber. Some of the big names for sure. Um, and I wouldn't say I'm like an avid fan. Um, I'm not a huge listener to music in general. Like I don't consume a lot of art, I think, at least compared to some people. But like of the art forms, I think music is the one I consume the most of, like as opposed to painting or sculpture, architecture, literature. It's pretty rare that I read fiction unless we count the Bible. That's something I read. That's probably the most recent fiction I read. But usually I'm not reading fiction or consuming other art forms. But music is the art form I consume most of, maybe because it's the easiest. Like Ayn Rand talked about this in her book, The Romantic Manifesto. Music like directly accesses your emotions. It doesn't take work for you to have a response like literature. You have to put forth effort to understand what you're reading and then process it. And then you can, but as a result, I think you can have a very deep emotional response to literature. So definitely has its value, but often if I'm listening to music, it's not because I want to do some very effortful activity. It's because I might want to break from studying or something that is very effortful, something easy to consume. And music is like that. I can directly, just very easily give you some emotional rush, a dopamine hit, or whatever it is. But maybe that's why I consume music more than other art forms. Um, Sculpture and painting, I never really. I mean, I definitely I have some favorite. I think I'm back. Okay, Florida Nick says I'm back. Kudababa says there you are. You're back now. Okay. All right. Well, that was strange. My Zoom just crashed. I have no idea why. Like once when this happened once, but I think it was because, well, once I lost the stream because I think my router or my Wi-Fi, the modem, whatever it is called, I think it lost power. Um, but that's different than that doesn't affect my Zoom software on my computer. That would cut the stream, but not because Zoom software crashes. It's just because my router lost power. So this is a new thing. I've never had my Zoom application crash during the stream. Oh, okay. So Kudababa says video is way behind the audio. Hmm. Let me see what this looks like. Actually, let me try this on my phone. Maybe that'll be easier than trying to navigate between different windows on my laptop. Oh yeah, I see. They are out of sync. Which one's first? The audio or the video? Oh, you say video is way behind. Video is way behind the audio. I guess I could test it by holding my hand up. That might be easier for. I just put my hand down, so I guess if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and see if when the timing of the fingers going up is different than when you hear me counting 1 through 5. Actually, for me, the video is first, I think. Well, in any case, oh, you say video is behind by 30. All right. Well, in any case, they're out of sync. Maybe it's different for different people because some people are saying it's 30 seconds behind. Um, Kudababa says 10 seconds. Okay. Well, anyways, I think maybe if I try to cut the stream and then reestablish the connection in Zoom, then they will sync back up. So let me try that. Okay. So I'm going to disappear for a few seconds. I don't think it should be, I think it's less than a minute, but let me just try to cut the stream and then reestablish it. Okay, I just reconnected the stream. So are they in sync now? That is the question. Testing 1, 2, 3. I just put that in the chat as well. I think I am in sync because I just did a little test here. Anybody else want to verify that? Yes, seems good. Okay, good. And Jason says it seems better. I did a video capture. You are now in sync. Okay, good. All right. So what I did there is I just disconnected my stream from Zoom to YouTube and then reconnected it. All right, Jason's going to send me a sample on Facebook. Okay. All right. So What was I talking about before that interruption? I gotta scroll back in the. Oh, C Mango, a new person is here. Hello. You say, do you think slavery is ever justified? No. Well, I just thought of a case where someone, let's say someone puts a gun to my head and says, at least if you don't make a slave out of this other person, then I'm going to kill you. Well, then maybe in that case, if someone coerces me into being a slave driver and he makes me a slave, unless I make someone else my slave, then that's a strange case, but um, maybe that's justifiable. But but then it's bad. The source of the problem is the guy who's threatening me. He's the originator of the problem, not me. So, um, but just slavery, without any wider context. If it's not something you're coerced into doing, then I don't see why, at least off the top of my head, I can't think of why it would ever be justified. Um, can you think of a case? Do you have a case in mind where you think it is justified? That would be an emergency sort of context, like if someone is threatening to kill me. Um, oh, music. Yeah. I was talking about music. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I was saying I like some music in pretty much all genres, but very rarely country, but yeah, classical, pop, etc. Um, when the looms spin by themselves, we'll have no need for slaves. Well, we don't need slaves even when the looms do not spin by themselves. Why would you need slaves just because looms don't spin by themselves? How about just paying someone? How about making a voluntary offer to someone to work a loom? Oh, prisoners. Kudababa says, well, prisoners are enslaved. That can be appropriate. Convicted criminals. Yeah, that might be a case where it's appropriate. I haven't thought about that much though. Hey, you got a new super chat from Kudababa. $5. Thank you. Thank you. Let me share my screen again. It's my second super chat. Kudababa is the first person to give me multiple super chats. So there might be a lot of room for firsts here since we're at the very beginning. Um, all right, good stuff. So he says, give me a couple off the beaten path classical music recommendations that you like. Here's one for you. Festive Overture by Shostakovich. Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if I've heard that one. I'm not very familiar with Shostakovich. I've heard of him and I've probably heard at least some of his music, but I couldn't tell you for sure. So thanks for that. Actually, I'm going to Google that right now. I'm not going to listen to it, but I'm just going to Google it so I have a window up and that will remind me later to check this out. Festive Overture. Okay, a couple off the beaten path classical music recommendations. So I can't say Rachmaninoff because that would not be off the beaten path. But I will say I love Rachmaninoff, and he might be my favorite, which is probably very common for objectivists. Um, Ayn Rand even mentions Rachmaninoff explicitly in The Fountainhead, and I think he might have been a inspiration or the idea behind character in Richard Haley in Atlas Shrugged. I think his music is supposed to be analogous to Rachmaninoff's or symbolized a symbol of it, or I forget exactly. But I do know someone in the chat, not with, no, it wasn't in the chat. Oh, yeah, I think it was Yaron Brooks' conversation with Nikos Sotirakopoulos recently, where Nikos was saying he thought that Richard Haley actually was um, a symbol for someone else's music, but I thought it was Rachmaninoff's. Anyways, off the beaten path. Let me think. Um, like I'm not a huge consumer of classical, so this might be a challenge for me to think of. I mean, there's some Bach music that I quite like. I don't know if you would call that off the beaten path, and I don't know that I can name them all. Like I know he's got the Brandenburg Concerto, but I'm not sure the like I could think of certain melodies, but I'm not sure that's the one that goes with that title. So this is it's going to be hard for me. Um, well, maybe I can start by just thinking of some composers, and then I don't know if there will be any off the beaten path composers. I like some Chopin, some Schubert, um, Franz Schubert. So if any of these composers are off the beaten path for you, at least off your path, then maybe that will provide you with some leads. Who else have I listened to? Tchaikovsky, again, not really off the beaten path. Um, oh, you say you thought I was into classical music? Um, I mean, there have been phases I've gone through, like throughout my life. There was a period, I don't know how, maybe a year or two, where I listened to a lot of opera, Wagner and Verdi, Puccini. Um, I think Puccini was probably my favorite, if I recall correctly. But I mean, there's great stuff from all of them, all those three. And then composer, I went through a phase where I listened to the Rat Pack. So that if you don't know, like Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., and Dean Martin. And Sammy Davis was the one I connected with the most. So maybe he's off the beaten path for you. Um, but I've listened to a fair amount of classical. It's just more remotely in my past, like in my until I was, I don't know, maybe 30. I'm 46 now. So I don't know when I stopped listening to classical as much, but um, like if you asked me this question 20 years ago, it might have been a lot easier for me to answer um, because I would have listened to classical more recently. Um, so, okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll think on this more, maybe and maybe off stream if I come up with some good off the beaten path recommendations, I can mention it on a future stream. I see someone has called in, and I don't know if that's a new person and someone who called in by phone. Um, could you let me know who that is? So if you are the one who called into Zoom, could you let me know in the YouTube chat that that's you? I like to have some idea of who the person is. Um, all right, just got a new super chat from C Mango, £2. Thank you. You're my first. Here's another first. It's the first person who gave me a super chat from a different country, or at least who used a foreign currency. You got the UK currency here. Thank you. I give that a like and a love. I wonder how that's if I go into my studio view, how it's going to add up because before it was showing me a total in terms of US dollars, but now that we've got a foreign currency, I wonder if it's going to include that as well. Okay. Yeah, looks like it converted it to US currency. See that? It now shows 27.68 and I didn't have 68 cents anywhere. So it must have automatically converted the British pounds into US dollars. So nice. All right, great. Thank you. Good to see these super chats coming in. Um, all right. I don't know who this person is who's called in. I don't know if this person is new. See, sometimes I like to screen the call because I have had trolls try to call into my stream, and I don't want to have a troll on here. So I like to interact a little bit with someone in YouTube before I take a call, if possible. But what I could do is just turn off their audio and video and try to interact in through Zoom before bringing them on YouTube. Uh, oh, you say you like a lot of Rossini opera. Chopin is great. I like Schubert symphonies. Okay. So you might be very well versed with classical Scudababa. Maybe you're um so well versed compared to me that I wouldn't have anything that's off the beaten path for you. I'm not sure, but as I said, if I think of something later, I'll let you know. I was thinking about posting something on Facebook of like a link to the Golden song by from the Kpop Demon Hunters because there might be a lot of people in my Facebook audience or on X who don't know about that song who would appreciate knowing about it. Oh, here's another question for you, Kuda Baba. Um, I noticed someone with the same avatar on Facebook, but it's a different name. Are we connected on Facebook? I wonder if that's you, this other person who I sometimes see on Facebook, that goes by a different name but has the same avatar with the black and white dollar sign and the reason individual rights capitalism. All right, so this person is still in the waiting room, but I haven't heard anything from I haven't seen anything in Zoom of saying this is me. So maybe I'll take this call and just take a chance and hope that it's not a troll. And if it is a troll, I can end the call very soon. But hopefully it's not that. All right, I guess I'll try that. Let me make sure I have my Zoom settings. Oh, well, the person just disappeared. Hmm. Okay. Well, maybe right after I said that I'll take the call, but if it's a troll, I will end the call very soon. It looked like the person hung up. So maybe they thought they weren't going to have much time. Maybe it was a troll and they got scared away, or maybe they figured it wasn't worth the time if I'm just going to hang up on them soon if they turn out to be a troll. All right, we just got a new super chat from Gene. Thank you, Gene, for $2. He says, would love a K-pop Demon Hunter song review. Okay. Um, First, let me just give this a heart and a thumbs up. Thank you, Gene. Uh, so you see how I'm giving priority to the super chats. So I'm hoping this encourages more super chats. So as soon as I saw this super chat from Kudababa, I started addressing it. Oh no, my window crashed again. Not, I don't think my Zoom crashed this time, but my chat window crashed. And let me try to let me reopen that. Um, yeah, as soon as I saw that super chat, I started talking about it. And then as soon as Jeans came in, I started talking about it. I see there's some other chats in here, but I am giving priority to the super chatters because I want to reward that. And yeah, I hope that encourages more super chats. Oh yeah, I was going to pop out the chat. The chat window crashed on me again. I don't know. This is the first time I've had my chat window crash on me. I don't know what's going on today. It's not like I have more windows open on my screen than usual, so that it's requiring more processing power. Um, okay, so you want a K-pop Demon Hunter song review. Um, interesting. Yeah, I got to think about how I'm going to do this. Like, I know Yaron Brook, he has certain prices he sets for certain things, and I don't know that I would want to set my prices the same as his, or that it would make sense for me to set the same as his, but I might want to come up with some price scheme. Like if you want a song review, I'll do it for this amount. If you want a book review, I'll do it for this amount. Um, so, and then there was Kutababa's from earlier. So I didn't have much to say in terms of off the beaten path classical musical recommendations, but I'm thinking now, um, am I going to spend time on that off stream? If so, how much time? Um, do I want to put a certain price on like spending time off stream looking for stuff? There's a lot I have to figure out here, like how I'm going to do super chats. Like I could, am I going to just treat them as pure donations and like it's totally up to me how much time I want to spend on anything, and then you all can decide if you get your money's worth, and then in the future you can decide based on how much value you got from whatever engagement I gave you. You can use that for thinking about how much you might want to contribute in the future for the next song review or the next question. There's just a lot to figure out with these super chats, exactly how it's all going to work. And it's going to be something I figure out as I'm doing this. I don't have it all figured out in advance. So um, I've got to think about this. Like if I'm going to do it, I was thinking maybe I could do a K-pop Demon Hunters review or just that song. I don't know the whole movie. I haven't seen the whole movie. I've only seen the video of this one song. So maybe I could do a review of that. Should I look for that during the stream, like this stream, or should I do that in the next stream and prepare something in between streams? I don't know. I got a lot to figure out. But thank you for the super chats. I at least have the super chats on record, and I will think about all this stuff some more. And hopefully I will evolve some good ways of dealing with it all as I go forward. Um, I see the person has called back in, but I still don't see anything. Did anyone pipe up in the chat and say this is me who called in? Um, no, I don't see anyone who says they called in. All right. Oh, Kudababa says he just checked. We are Facebook friends, and I do have the same avatar. Okay. Now, you have a different name on Facebook. I don't know if you want to say that name here. You can if you want. I was just wondering because I'd be interested to connect the two the two profiles, the YouTube profile and the Facebook profile, and then um, maybe you have a preference on did I call you by Kudababa or I could call you by your Facebook name. I don't know, but anyways, even if I continue calling you Kudababa, I would at least like to know if you're the same as this other person. I guess you could email me the name if you don't want to say it here, or you could DM me on Facebook. That would be a way. Um, okay, but I'm going to take a chance again on this person who called in and see what happens. But let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Another way I could handle callers that I don't recognize is I could have them do a I could call they could call my Google number, my Google Voice number. It might take a little longer. Um, so I'm not sure it's worth it. But actually, so I'm gonna admit this person, but you're not gonna hear them or see them. Um, but I'm gonna see if I can
Might take
contact them through Zoom. All right, I just admitted the person.
um,
Oh, why is it? Oh, I guess if they call in by phone, it's by default they are unmuted, but I muted the person. I was gonna see if I could send a message to the person through Zoom. I don't know if you call in on a phone. I don't know that they're going to be able to see my message, but I'm typing a message right now. You know what? Maybe it's not worth doing this. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn on the audio for a second and see if I can hear anything. All right, so um, I'm gonna turn on your audio and I'm gonna hit the button that says ask to unmute, and then I think you'll have to click something to unmute yourself, and then I should be able to hear you. All right, so let me try that. I just hit the ask to unmute. So can you unmute yourself now? Hello?
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Who is this?
This is Austin Wood. I've tried to comment on
Oh, hold on
your
a second. Hold on a second. I got to connect my AirPod to my computer because you're coming through my speaker, my laptop speaker, not my AirPod. Um, but I
Oh,
can hear you
okay.
better through my AirPod. Okay, so let's start over. You said you're Austin Wood?
Yes, that's my name. I've commented actually a few times on your YouTube, but when you showed your video, it didn't show my comments. When you shared your screen, it didn't show my comments on your on there. So I didn't know if that meant I, why I couldn't be seen at all.
Oh, I think it's because I blocked you.
Oh, you did?
Because yeah, I don't some time ago I think I saw some comment from you that I don't know what platform it was. I don't know if it was Facebook or Twitter, but I think I was kind of annoyed by it, and for that reason I blocked you. And if you get blocked, then
I
your comments don't show up publicly. Like I think you can see them on
oh
your ends, but they don't show up for anyone else. So I would
I
guess
see.
that's what happened.
Well, well, I apologize for making a post that annoyed you. That was never my intent.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, f fair enough, I guess. So I guess we have this is a unprecedented situation. That is, someone who I blocked on social media has called in
You,
to
you
my
also
show.
we also, and you may not remember this, but we also debated for like 2 hours. We did the debate for like an hour and a half,
Yeah, I
something
remember
like.
that. I do remember that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
thought it
were
was an
debating
enjoyable.
religion or something related to religion, I think.
Yeah, we had a couple different topics. I thought it was enjoyable to discuss idea with you, everything.
Okay. So I guess for
So
now, I'm deciding
what
like what is my policy? So I haven't thought of like what should my policy be towards someone I block on social media. Should I like not have a call or should I take a call anyways?
well,
I
if
guess
you
for
just tell
now,
me what's
I can
off limits.
I'm open to having a discussion right now and just seeing where it goes. And maybe I don't know what I'll decide later, but at least for right now, I'll take your call and we can see what
Sure.
happens.
Well, is
Unless,
there
I mean,
anything
if
that?
that was the only, I don't know if you had something you wanted to talk about, or if you just wanted to ask about your comments, why they weren't showing up.
Oh no, I wasn't just calling to ask about the comments. I was just hoping to have a discussion. I came in partway through your video, and so I don't know what you've already talked about on your live broadcast. I just saw that I had a chance to call, and I love this type of discussion. I love this type of I just some of these topics really are appealing to me because I feel like there's a lot of substance to be had in all these different topics that you have there, and so I enjoy it. And but I no means me. Never mean any disrespect or or intend to offend anybody in the process. So, but
Okay.
yeah. So I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
what you've already talked.
I mean, and there's also the possibility that I can unblock someone. So just because I might block someone, that's not
Yeah,
necessarily a life
tried to
sentence.
send. Yeah, I
Um,
just tried to send $500 and it wouldn't let me. So that's a bummer.
wow, you tried to send $500. Uh,
I'm
seriously.
just. I did attempt to send $2 to see if it would let me, and I crossed my mind maybe I was blocked for some reason, but
Oh yeah,
that must have been.
I just learned that if I do block someone, then that means they can't send me a super chat. So I think that would be why I didn't know that until yesterday, like right before I set up my super chats. I watched this little video on YouTube and talking about how it worked, and yeah, they said in that video that if someone is blocked, you can't take super chats. So I guess that is one risk I run. But I guess that gives me a reason to unblock you.
But
Um,
I imagine for the most part, most people who are getting blocked probably will not be trying to send money as a general, just a,
yeah,
likelihood.
probably not. I mean, there are other ways you can send money, like through PayPal. So even if you're blocked on YouTube, you could still send money some other way.
uh,
But not that I would necessarily expect anyone to do that if they were blocked. But here, how about we'll do this? I see someone
good.
says, Dan the Merciful Norton. Gene says, allowing a blocked caller. How about I will unblock you now, and
Oh,
that will
thanks.
we can sort of reset things, and you can send your super chat if you want to. Um, and we will just go forward. By the way, Robert, thank you. Robert has also joined in the super sticker and the super chat crowd. He submitted 199. Thank you,
Yeah,
Robert. I
awesome.
appreciate that. So this is my first day ever of taking super chats and super stickers, and I'm really glad to see some people are chipping in here. All right,
Yeah,
so
that's
I
awesome.
guess if
You're already getting
I
quite a
have to
good
go
following.
to I could try to find there's actually two places. There's two ways of blocking on YouTube. So there's hiding someone and then there's blocking someone, and they're not the same. And it took me a while to figure out what the difference was. So when you hide someone, you can only do that from your own channel. So that means someone can't engage on your own channel, like through comments or chats, but you can still see them on someone else's channel. So, like if you went over to your on Brooks show and chatted in his channel, I would be able to see your chats there, just not on my own channel. But if you block someone, I think that means that you don't see them anywhere on the YouTube platform, either on your own channel or any other channel. And I think in your case, it might have just been on my own channel. So through
Mm-hmm.
the I can look for my list of blocked or my hidden chatters. I think that's probably where you would show up. And I could try right now to do that if you just give me a moment.
Yeah. Well, I was half kidding about saying $500. You'll have to really convince me. Well, I wasn't. I was just being a jokester since I was blocked. I'm like, oh well, shucks. I guess I can't send that now.
Yeah.
I did try to send $2 though, to see
Oh,
if it would
okay.
actually go.
I do appreciate that.
But
Thank you. I'm just trying to
yes.
remember
So,
where I need to
do you mind
go.
if I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I guess with the phone calls, I rather than calling in to like debate something, I thought maybe I would just call and just ask and get your insight. I know a little bit of objectivist like philosophy and a little and I've read um, Ayn Rand's most popular book. I don't
Novel?
know why
Atlas
it's
Shrugged?
Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, Atlas Shrugged, and man, that book, listening to audiobook, is a ginormous book. I cannot believe how long it took. It was like 64 hours. It was crazy. But and so I just started speed listening to it. But it was interesting ideas. But I guess rather than debating ideas, I'd be interested in learning just from your perspective, because I know you're a PhD are you in philosophy, a PhD in philosophy? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's pretty respectable. Well done. I'd be
Thank you.
interested in just hearing your perspective. Um, Maybe first of all, would you say that you are um, I don't know how you would say it, like a true Ayn Rand objectivist in like its purest form, from your perspective?
A true Ayn Rand objectivist. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't usually hear that, like that phrase Ayn Rand objectivist. There's just objectivist by itself. I would say yes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm an objectivist. Um, and at least I don't think of I can't think of any substantial disagreement I have with the philosophy that would make me not want to use that label. I'm certainly a fan of Ayn Rand, and I say that on my channel, on my banner on my
Yeah.
YouTube channel, it says Ayn Rand fan, and elsewhere on social media. But I think part of the reason that I might have chosen that instead of objectivist is because it's a more familiar term. Like a lot of people have heard of Ayn Rand, but they don't know what objectivism is. So it's a more relatable way of describing myself to say Ayn Rand fan than objectivist. Although I do say on my background here, my virtual background, where I have some more space, um, I have both. I mention Ayn Rand as well as objectivism here in my promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. But yeah, I think objectivism would be a accurate description of me. Um,
Okay. Okay. And
or not
what?
objectivism, objectivist.
Yeah. As an objectivists, they tend to believe a big part of it is kind of a disdain towards mysticism, correct?
Well, at least the disagreements. Like Ayn Rand did say once, she's an atheist, but not a, she's an intransigent atheist, but not a militant atheist. So she wasn't
Mm.
hostile towards people necessarily who believed in God, but she did definitely not believe in God, but she didn't have to be a jerk about it. So if you say like disdainful of what did you say? So the supernatural or disdainful of
Mysticism.
oh mysticism. So analogous to what she said about atheism, she might say I'm intransigent about not being a mystic, but I'm not militantly anti-mystic. I'm somewhat speculating here. I can't speak for her. But I don't know if I would say that. I certainly disagree with mysticism if that means like believing in non-rational forms of knowledge like faith or revelation or ESP. But I try to keep it civil, at least when I'm having discussions with someone. So I don't know if I would necessarily say well, I guess that gets more to whether I'm hostile, not whether I'm disdainful. I don't know. Maybe
That makes
maybe I
sense.
would say at least in some contexts I might feel disdainful towards mysticism. But certainly I strongly disagree with it. I can definitely say that much.
Yeah, I kind of like the term mysticism because I think it was created in an attempt to separate itself from irrational theology, and it was where some theology truly seems to have a rational basis, and that mysticism was put forth to reject the idea of reject irrational theology. And it was now, and I don't exactly know who used the term mysticism first, but Nathaniel Brandon, I know he was, and you may be familiar with his work. He was one of Ayn Rand's greatest students and also lover at one time. And then I guess they had a falling out and were no longer a thing. And then his philosophy somewhat moved away a little bit. He was an objectivist, and then it moved away a little bit from Ayn Rand's philosophy because she was a little bit more extreme than what he wanted to be. But in his book, let's see, I think it's called Principles of Objectivism. He used that term mysticism a lot, and that was the one. That's where he was kind of suggesting irrational theology that can't really be supported by rational thinking or even.
Were you saying that mysticism it accepts or it rejects irrational theology?
So mysticism is irrational theology. It's
Okay,
an
that's why
attempt.
I'm taking some notes. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that on the screen?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, I
I
can.
thought I had it wrong, and I did have it wrong. So what you're saying, your understanding of mysticism that is that it means irrational theology, but by contrast, it implies that there is rational theology, and I guess you support that. Would that be is that where you're coming from on this, or where you're going?
That I support rational theology. Is that what you're saying,
Yeah.
or that I? Yes, most definitely.
Okay. So I'll just make a note, make sure I'm understanding correctly. Austin Wood supports rational theology. So I do know that there are I mean there's theologians and scholastic philosophers like Thomas Aquinas, and they like Aquinas famously tries to reconcile Aristotle's ideas with Christianity, or you could think of it as trying to reconcile reason with faith. And I don't think there is a way to do that. So if what you mean by rational theology is the sorts of projects that thinkers like Thomas Aquinas engaged in, I don't think those sorts of projects can work ultimately, but they might at least have a veneer of a reason to them that's not just like nakedly mystical in the way that someone like Tertullian, an early church father, is often said to be. So he had this famous statement, credo qui absurdum. This actually came up on, I think, my last stream, which is the Latin for I believe it because it's absurd. And so and now I've heard that, some people actually say that's not the right way to interpret it. But if that
No,
is
I like the
the
interpretation.
the right way to interpret. And I don't know if he said this in relation to like the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity, or if it was in relation to something else. But in any case, you might think of that as a kind of overt, naked mysticism that lacks the sort of rational, rational, well, maybe rationalization, but the kind of veneer of rationality that someone like Thomas Aquinas had. Um, but I think if the whole project is misguided, if it's attempting to reconcile reason and faith, and we can talk more about that, but
Hmm.
I just wanted to at least put those thoughts on the table for now.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
I'm not too. I don't know
So,
about. I don't know what Nathaniel Brandon said about mysticism. I mean, I guess I know some things, but I'm not very familiar
so
with his work on this.
it,
But we don't have to go
it,
into that unless you want to.
yeah, I'll just say the one thing about I really enjoyed his book. He is
Oh, basic
at
principles
least
of
when
objectivism.
yeah, and at least when he wrote the book, he sounded like ultra objectivist, and
Yeah, well,
everything.
it was based
Yeah,
on lecture courses he gave when he was still associated with Ayn Rand. So he gave a lecture course in the I think starting in the late 50s and maybe continuing through the 1960s called Basic Principles of Objectivism. And then originally they were just lectures recorded but they were eventually edited into a book form. And I don't know when the book came out, but much later, decades later, maybe after the year 2000 sometime. And I do have a copy of that book, not on me right now, but I've read a little bit of it. But yeah, those were lectures originally given when he was still associated with Ayn Rand. So if it sounds very much in Ayn Rand's camp, then I wouldn't be surprised.
oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it was very strong objectivist, and very strongly pro objectivism. And I mean, he's obviously, since he's trying to in the book defining, attempting to define objectivism in and of itself. And one of the things I loved that he said in the book is to objectively look, take a point, and I'm paraphrasing here, to take it to examine your own philosophy and understand where that philosophy came from, and what are like the different components to it and why you have that philosophy. I thought that concept was so cool. Like it requires like high level of introspection, and I feel that most people, probably because they're not necessarily, they don't have a strong desire to be like have a intellectual engagement with their own belief system, you know, but which I'm not critical of, but I love the idea of really taking some time and analyzing what is my philosophy and why do I have it. Do I personally know extremely well my philosophy and why I have it? I would say I've at least started analyzing it to a good degree, but I have a lot of you probably have read so much more philosophy than I ever have been able to, and so you probably have a lot better grasp on what your philosophy is and where it comes from and why you have it, than perhaps somebody who's never really, like, personally I've just listened to a lot of stuff and read a lot of stuff, but I've never like taken any philosophy classes or anything like that. And so I feel like I'm in the philosophy space, what you might call just a newbie. But I guess from that I have a question. I'm curious as to what would you say the source of objectivist morality is, and if you don't have and if you don't necessarily have a strong answer for what objectivist morality comes from, where would you say, if you have some kind of response, where would you say that your own morality comes from?
Okay. I'll take the question on what's the source, where does objectivist morality come from, or what is its source? And I agree with it, so I think it would be basically the same answer for as to the question, where does my morality come from? Well,
Okay.
I think it comes from experience, most fundamentally. So, objectivism is an inductive philosophy, meaning that it is derived, at least partly, meaning that it is derived from observations, from concrete observations of reality. And it's not just something we come into the world with innate knowledge of. It's not, we don't have innate knowledge. There is no innate knowledge on Ayn Rand's view. On someone like Plato's view, you do come into the world with innate knowledge, and but on a Aristotelian or empiricist sort of view, your knowledge, all of it, has to be learned from experience. It's all fundamentally based on sense experience, and as infants, we just start with sensory experiences of the world, including pleasurable and painful experiences. So we come into the world with a pleasure pain mechanism. Some things feel nice, like maybe drinking your mother's milk. Other things make you feel bad or uncomfortable. Maybe if you're cold and you don't have a blanket, or maybe if you're hungry, these can give negative, unpleasurable, or painful sensations. Or if you scrape your knee on a rock, and I think these sensations of pleasure and pain are the basis of our concepts of good and bad, what we later learn to identify as good and bad. And Ayn Rand says a little bit on this in her essay, The Objectivist Ethics, which I would highly recommend checking out if you're interested in the objectivist morality and where it comes from. But I can try to indicate some of the key points on what is it all based on. So I think if we didn't have any experiences of pleasure and pain, then we would have no basis for forming concepts of good and bad or good and evil. But we do have these experiences and we have no choice about them. It's not like we choose what will make us feel good or what will make us feel bad when we're just infants. Um, It's just given to us by our nature. And as we grow up and mature, our concepts of good and bad also go through a kind of evolution, and we learn that we can't just focus on what's giving us pleasure right now. Like maybe it gives us pleasure to just eat a bunch of ice cream as a toddler, but then we observe a causal chain, a cause and effect. We have the a bunch of ice cream, and then we get a stomach ache, or we get sick the next day as a result of eating too much ice cream. So we learn through experiences, cause and effect experiences, what are the best ways to behave, the most pleasurable ways overall. So if you consider like pleasure on net and not just pleasure in the moment, if you take a long run view of your life, what contributes to the most happiness or well-being or the most pleasurable long run sort of existence, then that helps you figure out um, ultimately how to act. And a lot of these virtues, I have on my background listed virtues like independence, integrity, honesty, and these are discussed much more in the objectivist literature, of course. But if you tell a lie, you might be able to get out of some short run jam that you're in, but then as a result of telling that lie, you might have to tell another lie to cover up the first lie, and then yet another lie to cover up the second lie, and then you're you find yourself in a war with all of reality at a certain point. Your whole existence becomes untenable, and it all falls apart. You're building a house of cards. So that's just one little sliver of an example of how another way in which, if you take a long run view of your life, then you will learn certain principles of behavior, such as being honest. Honesty is a good thing. That's not something you come out of the womb knowing. You don't learn that necessarily as a toddler, but as you mature, you learn certain principles, such as being honest, which contribute to a good life. So fundamentally, the whole philosophy, the whole morality, the way you should act, is derived from experiences of the world that you have as an individual. And I could say a lot more, but I've already been going on for a while, so let me just pause there.
That was a fantastic answer. Very well said and very intriguing. I um I I would ask, would you say that an objectivist would say it is important for a person to pursue a moral life?
Is it important for a person to pursue a moral life? Yes, very important, I would say. And that is based on my understanding of what morality is. Actually, for Rand, the purpose of morality is to live. And there's a lot packed into that statement. What does it mean to live? So for Rand, life as the when it's understood as the proper goal of morality, and it is the goal of morality for Rand, or some she puts it in different ways. Sometimes she calls it the ultimate value. Um, the ultimate value, what we should be aiming at, is not bare physical survival, like you're in a coma, in maybe you're still breathing or still engaged in cellular metabolism. So you're alive in some sense, but not in the human sense. You're actually alive in the vegetable sense. If you're just in a coma, you're not even conscious. But the
Mm-hmm.
distinctively human mode of life includes being conscious, and not only being conscious at the human level, not in the animal level where you're just driven by desires and emotional pulls, but you have a rational faculty. Aristotle defined man as the rational animal. And so the distinctively human mode of living is one that in which the faculty of reason is exercised to the best of one's ability, whether you're a genius like Isaac Newton or you're just an average person, whatever level of intelligence you have, use it to the full, exercise your rational capacity as much as it is possible to you. And that's the way to experience the most fulfilling, enjoyable, pleasurable, happy life. And that's what we should be aiming at. that's what the standard of morality is for objectivism. It's not life as a crawling aggregate of muscles waiting for another brute to crush his skull. There's a line like this in Ayn Rand's essay.
Mm.
It's the life, a long-range principled life of a rational being who pursues these virtues or engages in these virtues. He's productive. I have that one up here. Has some kind of productive activity, whether you're a dentist or a software programmer or Uber driver, you have some kind of productive pursuit in which you're creating values in the world and you exercise these other virtues, independence, integrity, honesty, etc. All that makes up the life proper to human beings. And morality is the guide to that life. It's the field that identifies the fundamental principles that humans have to act in accordance with in order to achieve their maximum potential and achieve their happiness and flourishing. I'll pause there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It's a really great picture you've painted and a great case for objectivism, in my opinion. It seems like to be an objectivist means to pursue, and as you know, what Ayn Rand might call a selfish life, but to pursue a fulfilling life, one where you are engaging in high productivity, um, high moral behavior, which is leading to your own happiness and most likely leading to other people's happiness, since honestly, that would be most likely to lead to your own happiness. You know, if you're making other people around you also happy at the same time, like having a healthy family unit and taking care of your spouse, naturally will also be helping take care of yourself. Um, um, let's see, I was going to ask a follow-up on that thought, but yeah, I just think it's a great case for objectivism. You know, if you're looking at it from that viewpoint and pursuing fulfillment, would you say that from an objectivist point of view, that objectivists tend to be, or if you're a true objectivist, almost always you are an atheist? Or would you characterize it as you are an agnostic, open to the possibility that a God, a creator exists, but you just haven't observed it yet? And so since you haven't observed or measured it in some kind of way, there's not evidence for God, but I'm open to that. Would you characterize it as atheism or agnosticism?
Atheism. Yeah, Rand is definitely in the atheist camp. There are different types of atheism. You might call them hard atheism and soft atheism, or strong atheism and or weak atheism. So the weak version would just be the absence of a belief in God, whereas the strong version would be the positive belief that there is no God. It's not merely the lack of a belief, it's the presence of a belief, but the belief is that there in fact is no God. And I think both forms of atheism are correct. I've talked about this in previous streams. As for Ayn Rand, I am certain she would at least say the weak form of atheism is a position she holds. She certainly lacks a belief in God. Maybe she would also take the stronger view and say, you could say, at least depending on a certain conception of God, like the traditional Christian idea of God as a being who is omnipotent. She might think that that involves some kind of contradiction. I think that, and I've argued this in other places. And we could talk about that more now if you're interested. But I do think, yes, atheism is part of the objectivist philosophy. And actually, she or her student, Leonard Peikoff, and or her student, at least Leonard Peikoff, he talks about agnosticism in his book Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, and he explicitly rejects that position as um, I think he connects it with the issue of the arbitrary, what he calls the arbitrary. So there are true and false aren't the only statuses a claim could have. There's actually a third um, status. So just to illustrate with an example, like if I say today is the second day of 2026, well, that would be true. What's a claim that's false? If I say there are 16 days in a week, okay, well, that's false. Now, take another claim. What if I say there is life in another galaxy? Is that true? Well, I can't say that. I don't know. Is it false? Well, I can't say that either. Maybe there is. So, at least in my mind, that claim, there is life in another galaxy, would have the status of the arbitrary. It's neither true nor false. Um, Now, it just occurred to me that maybe I shouldn't say it's arbitrary. Maybe I should say it's possible, at least in some sense. This gets into some other distinctions like metaphysical versus epistemological possibility. And um, I don't want to confuse things, but I think I've at least said enough to indicate how some statements are neither true nor false, but have this third category. If they're in a category where you don't really have evidence of them, like if I maybe a better example would be like I'm going to get struck by lightning in 6 days from now. That would be an arbitrary statement. Or if I
Mm-hmm.
say there's, um, why did it why did it rain yesterday in California? Oh, it's because of a Jewish conspiracy. They were controlling the weather somehow. That would be an arbitrary statement. There's no basis at all for me to say that. I just completely made it up out of whole cloth. That would be an arbitrary statement. Um, Now, if it turns out to be true, maybe if I find evidence that in fact there was a Jewish conspiracy, then its status would change in my mind. It might be convert to a true statement. But if I just say it without any evidence, it just has the status of the arbitrary. And I think this is how Rands saw the issue of God. There's no basis. It's just an arbitrary claim that there is a God. At least
Mm-hmm.
in some contexts, she might say it's an arbitrary statement. Maybe in other contexts, she would say it is false. I'm not sure exactly what to say about how her attitude might differ across contexts, but uh,
Do you
definitely
think her
not agnostic.
belief,
She doesn't think like we're waiting for evidence to find out maybe there is a God or maybe there's not a God. I think she would say it's arbitrary to suppose that there might be such a being who is such as the traditional conception of God in Christianity.
speaking as a Christian here myself, do you think that Ayn Rand now believes there's a God now that she's met him? I'm
Oh,
just kidding.
uh, yeah, maybe I'll just let that one
I don't.
pass.
I don't expect a response. I'm just kidding. I am the now the whole arbitrary idea. Well, I guess so. You would say that Rand and objectivists would put forward that there is actually relatively strong evidence, even if you're a soft atheist, that there's evidence to suggest that there is not a God.
Well, no, the soft evidence, sorry, the soft atheism is just the lack of a belief in God. So you're not making any claim necessarily about how much evidence or how little evidence there is. Like you could be a toddler, I guess. Maybe you've never considered the issue in your life. You're 4 years old, and I guess you could be a soft atheist in that sense because you lack a belief in God. You also lack a belief in the theory of relativity. It's just something you've never heard of, never considered. So you could be a soft atheist without having a belief about whether there's evidence or not for a God. That's my understanding
Okay.
of it.
Okay. Um, do you have, and this is, I do not have a strong definition of agnosticism, but what does it mean to be an agnostic?
Well, I think it means, at least the way it's normally understood, is that you you're not sure whether there is or is not a God. So you're not willing to take a position on it. It's, I guess this is not a position a toddler would hold, someone who's never considered the idea, but someone who is at least, it's an issue it's been on their radar. So they're aware that there is this issue of God and whether he exists. And someone who just happens to not know what the truth is on that issue. They know people talk about God, but they haven't made up their own mind about whether this thing exists or doesn't exist. I think that would be an agnostic.
Would you say that a part of being an agnostic is an openness to have your mind changed?
I think that might be a somewhat different issue. Are you open to having your mind changed? I guess agnostics often present themselves that way, like they're open to the possibility there is a God, and also open to the possibility there isn't a God,
Mhm.
and they just haven't made up their minds, or they haven't seen enough evidence to settle the issue for them. Um, Now, I don't know that, like, there, I guess there's a sense in which you could say an atheist, at least in the strong sense, someone who says there is no God, that's a person who is closed-minded, at least on that issue. They think it's decided, but anything, you're closed-minded, anything that you believe is actually the case, anything you believe is definitely the case. Like if I say, today is January 2nd, 2026, I'm closed-minded about that. I made up my mind. I have no reason to search for counter evidence to that. So am I closed-minded about that? Well, I guess yeah, in a sense. If being closed-minded just means you think the issue is settled and there's no reason to investigate it further, then I guess an atheist would be closed in that sense, at least, whereas an agnostic would not.
So, to some degree, would you say that you are closed minded on the issue that there is a God, or that there could be a God, is what I meant to say?
Yeah, but I think often that phrase closed-minded has a negative association with it, like you're refusing to consider evidence in a case where it seems you ought to be considering more evidence. So it could be just used as a smear term. Um,
Yeah.
but if you define it in this very innocuous sort of way, which I just did, is it simply means that you think there's sufficient evidence to be certain on a certain viewpoint, then yeah, I'm closed-minded if that's all it means.
Yeah. Makes sense. So, I guess one of the things I'm trying to see, what is there's a prominent atheist, a traditional atheist from, trying to remember his name off the top of my head. Maybe you can help me. One of the most prominent atheists who was quite vocal. Um,
Sam
I might have to,
Harris, Dan Dennett, Richard Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins. So, when I listen to these guys, they have a same sense of feeling that I get when I like listen to Nathaniel Branden in his audiobook Basic Principles of Objectivism. It's just this feeling of I like of a certain I am not using this as a negative in the negative sense of the word, but a certain pride in their or understanding. It's almost like a strong, strong feeling, a strong assertion about their feelings about things. I and I'd like you to maybe dispel this idea that I have that I'm painting of atheists in general or objectivists in general, but I kind of feel there's a certain stubborn side to objectivists, and I would argue that Ayn Rand to some degree has that, but this a stubborn feeling like no, that's irrational, period, and I almost, the thing that irks me a little bit, and again, I'm painting a picture that I'm really ready to have dispelled, but a feeling of like curiosity and openness, and I want to learn, I want to gain greater understanding. The book, Elon Musk's favorite book that he says, what is it? Something to the Galaxy, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The answer that basically the answer to the end of the book, spoiler alert to everyone, basically says you have to be able to ask the right questions. And for Elon Musk, that was such a revolutionary thought that as he came to that conclusion, he said, I need to have a curious mind. I need to have an openness and to be asking questions and try to ask all the right questions, because the answer is, I can't remember what the number was, is 23 or something. And he said, that's the answer to the whole purpose of life, but you have to know what the right question is in order to have the answer. Well, I love that, and I feel to some degree that objectivists have a like, oh, this is what I know, and in these regards, it's all I really need to know, period. It's almost like this, a little bit of a, I'm just going to block out, and it irks me a little bit, because I'm like, open yourself to more, open yourself. That's the one thing I really like about this new Alex O'Connor, who's an atheist, but who is openly engages with anyone, and very much with people who are Christian, but he, I don't know if you've listened to Alex O'Connor at all, but he asks questions. He's very curious, and he's very open to having evidence change his mind. But he's a self-proclaimed atheist and says, I'm convinced that God doesn't exist. But he said it'd be nice if I came to the conclusion that he did. But tell me what you think about that picture I've painted about objectivists, and kind of almost puts a little bit of a damper on this curious nature that I feel like is important for people who like really love the scientific approach to life. Let's go measure things, because I know objectivists do believe very much in empirical evidence, but sometimes it almost feels like, yeah, this is empirical evidence, period. That makes sense?
Okay. Yeah. I do want to address that. I just want to take a quick look at the chat, because I haven't looked at the chat in a while, and see if anything has come in that I want to respond to. Okay, looks like it's pretty much where I left it off. Yeah, I don't think much new has come in. Okay, I just like to touch base there every once in a while. Um, okay, and let me look at one other thing here.
And by the way, Dan, I know we're taking lots of time. I don't have any expectations for how long this goes or anything, but I'm just asking questions. If you ever want to feel like you have to end your broadcast or whatever, don't hesitate to say, hey, I got to wrap this up.
Okay, yeah. I'm not really in a hurry to end it. I might need to take a break at some point, but I guess someone else might call in at some point, and I'm not sure though.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm not really in a rush. So I can say some things about that last segment. So I think objectivism is very pro curiosity. It's very much in favor of using your minds to navigate the world, to learn about the world. Reason is man's tool of survival, his fundamental tool of survival. So it's great to learn about all kinds of things, but I think it's actually detrimental to the purpose of reason, which is to aid your survival, to go down alleys that you know are blind alleys that lead nowhere, and waste lots of time, maybe waste your whole life on things which there's uh, abundant reason to think are not good alleys to go down, or to explicitly endorse something like faith. This came up earlier in this stream. I don't know, and maybe we talked about this elsewhere. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, me and
faith
you
is
talked about
believing
it.
things without evidence. That's how I understand it, and that's never a good thing to do. And I don't consider that curiosity. I think that's suicidal, to
Stupid.
believe things that you have no basis for, and even worse, act on those beliefs. People can really exploit you, take advantage of you if you just take their word without any evidence. I think a lot of people are exploited by taking things on faith. So I don't see objectivism as anti-curiosity in any way, but I do see it as ruling out the bad, or things that just are wastes of time, and forever leaving your mind open on, like, for instance, is A? There's the law of identity. Is A really A? Are things really what they are? Well, I think that's not good for your survival and well-being, to be, continuously questioning axiomatic, self-evident things like that, or entertaining arbitrary, baseless conspiracies like, are the Jews what caused it to rain yesterday? You can
Mm-hmm.
misuse your mind, and it's I think it's bad to be just curious about everything if there's no basis for being curious about it, or if there's even basis for thinking it's already wrong. You don't have to leave your mind open on everything, no matter what the state of the evidence is. It's more productive to use your minds on certain other things. So I'll say that, at least that much. But
Well said. Well said. I like the points that you're making. I'm a big believer in being curious. I'm a big believer in using reason, and I really liked how you put it, that it is reason is our greatest source. I think you said it, of survival.
our tool, basic tool
It's
of survival.
our basic tool of survival. Very, very well put that way. And I'm a big
That's Ayn
believer
Rand's
in
line,
that.
by the way. That's not me. That's what she says. So.
Oh, I thought it was a Dan Norton line. It sounds
No, I
like
got
it's
that from
straight down.
Rand.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, that's a great it's a great line, and a powerful one. Um, and Yeah, I agree. I think faith that's based on outside of evidence, that is irrational. I believe that's how I would define mysticism, and yet there is a definition of faith that I fully embraced, that I believe that actually goes along with this idea of curiosity, and it actually is based in evidence, and it's basically an approach to life that we are open to something being true that is not yet true in our lives. And for example, suppose that I come down with this disease that's a very unique disease, and I live in southeastern Idaho, and we do not have any really big cities in southeastern Idaho. Our biggest cities, if you include the suburbs, you're like 130,000 people. That's as big as southeastern Idaho gets. And so I'm in this area where there's not tons of perhaps specialists that know about this type of disease, when other areas, and yet in big cities, there may be multiple specialists who actually know about this type of disease. But the frame I'm trying to put here is a person in Idaho Falls who finds out from the local doctor who does not, and of course this can be like argued against, now that we have the internet and we have a lot more available knowledge to all of us. But I just, for the sake of the point I'm trying to make, suppose the person walks out of a doctor's office and the doctor just has limited knowledge, and literally because of the limitations of the doctor, there's a picture painted that there's not a lot of hope. There's a good chance you're going to die from this, and there's nothing that can be done. Well, I feel like there can be a person who has a healthy degree of what I would call faith would say, I think that there can be something that can be done with this. I believe that there can be an answer, even though this doctor and all the doctors that live even in the town I live in have no idea about. And it's this idea that maybe there is somebody out there who has understanding that I do not yet have. And I am going to put my faith. I don't have any evidence of this right now. There's no evidence that supports it, but I'm going to put my faith in the idea that there could be somebody, and I'm going to go do some work based in that faith. And so the person travels to another city and goes and meets with these doctors and these specialists, and they find somebody, and they find out, hey, there's an actual medicine that's been developed that can actually counter this and save your life, and we just prescribed it to you. Congratulations. To some degree, I feel like that type of faith is allowing yourself to believe that something good exists beyond the eye of your current knowledge, your knowledge limitations, is a very healthy perspective to have. And to take it, and I could take it to more of a off limits to objectivist level, but just want to get it to your, and when I say that, what most objectivists would kind of scoff at it initially, I could take it to another level and create perhaps what I would say a more reasonable view for believing in like Jesus Christ, for example. But just want your kind of response to that definition of faith. I know, Dan, that your definition of faith is believing in things that are unseen, period. But what about this
No,
type
no,
of
no. Belief
definition?
without evidence.
Okay, so
Belief without
belief without evidence.
evidence. Yeah.
So what do you think about this definition I provided? With this alter definition, is this, if we defined faith that way, would you be like, hey,
What was your definition?
It's this idea of there's no doctors here in the town that understand this unique disease that I have, but I have a hope or belief that I could find somebody. There's something
Yeah, so that's
beyond.
yeah, I have some thoughts on that example. It's not really a definition, it's just like an example that illustrates. So I wouldn't say that illustrates faith. It just what it shows it is that you think there's a possibility. That's why I wrote here on my screen, possible. So if one doctor says we don't have a cure for you and there's no hope, you might think, well, doctors are fallible. Sometimes they make mistakes. Sometimes it makes sense to get a second opinion or a third opinion or a fourth opinion. Not all doctors agree on everything. So you have some basis for thinking it's at least possible that you can find some cure from some other doctor. Now, if you said it's certain that some other doctor is going to have a cure, that's where I would say you would be mistaken. Given the way you were describing the case, I would say you can't be certain. That would be something you have to take on faith. There's not a basis for believing that, but I think there is a
Right.
basis for believing that it's possible that there is a cure that someone else has. That's not
Well
something
said.
that you believe on faith, though. It's because you've had experiences in the past. You've seen doctors disagree with each other. Sometimes a doctor knows something that another doctor doesn't know. So you have a basis for thinking that there might be a cure somewhere else. It's not based on nothing. So I would say it's actually not based on faith in the way I'm understanding faith. There is
Interesting.
evidence. It's
Yeah.
not belief without
Well,
evidence.
and the definition that you just provided about it's possible, I can put a belief in this possibility. That is exactly how I would define faith. And anything defined more limited than that, more limited in terms of I will only believe if I have evidence, I would say it's too strict of a definition for faith for me to even accept in any way. But the definition you gave is exactly how I define faith, is this idea of a belief in the possibility. And there is enough evidence for me, like, oh, I heard this lady back in the 1990s. She went down to California and got help with this certain disease. Okay, now there's more hope. There's more possibility, and perhaps that could be a level of evidence or a level of some of it gives you a chance to believe more. And so because of that, now you have some more grounds for belief in the possibility. And I think this is a very important definition to really iron out, because that type of definition of faith is of belief in a possibility, can fuel a heck of a lot of even rational effort, rational work that can be done that will actually create huge amounts of potential productivity, potential possible outcomes in a person's life if they're driven with a lot of they have a lot of drive to realize or find out if this possibility can come to pass. Does that make sense?
I think I might agree with the value in, at least in some cases, believing in possibilities, but I just wouldn't call that faith. I don't think that's the right way to use that term. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities I believe in. Like, I think it's possible for me to make money on this YouTube channel and make more money than I have made. But does that mean I have faith? I don't think so. I think my
Mm-hmm.
belief is based on lots of evidence, and I think it just confuses things to call that having faith when that term is also used in contexts where, like when someone says take something on faith, they often mean that in a context where there isn't evidence. It's because you don't have
Yeah.
reason,
I
but believe it anyways. Take it on faith. And if you use faith
yeah.
for both contexts, then I think it's just unclear what the term
Yeah.
means, and it's not a helpful
I
way to use
agree
it.
with you. I agree with you, and I would actually argue with you that I think the definition of faith, of believing in things without any evidence, or believing in things, but believing strongly in things with, like, not just with a possibility, not in believing in just a possibility, but believing strongly in things without evidence is like self-deception, and it's like lies. And I believe that the definition of faith is actually a counterfeit definition of faith that is in mainstream Christianity that is very destructive to people. Now, that said, I also believe the definition of faith that I just provided, a belief in possibility, is actually a lot more mainstream than you might think. That a lot of people will say, hey, we got to have some faith, we got to keep some hope, we got to keep our morale and see if something can come of this, so if our circumstances can improve, if I can actually finish my PhD and finish my thesis and or my dissertation and get it done, even though it looks like at all odds I can't do it. It's so hard. It's a mountain. But believing in that possibility is, I think actually much more mainstream than we actually realize. So actually both definitions of faith are used, but I reject fundamentally this idea of, oh, just take it on faith, or just be blind and step forward. Oh, trust, just trust with no substance, period. It's so irrational to me, and I just fundamentally reject it.
Okay. Well, I think you might be rejecting a core part of Christianity, and that's a debate we could have, or maybe you could debate that with other Christians. I would bet there's a lot of Christians out there, and I think you alluded to this. There are at least some strains, or maybe you called it traditional Christianity, where they do have this conception of faith as believing without evidence. But I guess, I mean, we could sidestep that whole debate and say, okay, well, forget the term faith. Let's just talk in terms of believing without evidence. Do you agree that that's bad? Okay. And you say, yeah, I agree, that's bad. And then we could go from there and say, okay, well, then what is your evidence for God? I mean, that's something we could talk about. And you could say, there's all these miracles that occurred, and we could debate, whether that's something you should buy into, or whether you are in effect, or maybe you're smuggling in some faith in the sense of belief without evidence, or maybe not. I mean, there are arguments philosophers like Thomas Aquinas have given for God, which don't rest the belief in God on faith. He actually gives reasoned arguments for them. So it's not, I don't think it's the case that every theist believes in God on the basis of faith. There's like the argument from design, the first cause argument. Aquinas has his five ways. I can't remember all of them. And someone might say that these are just rationalizations for something he actually believes on faith. Um, but I guess that's a separate question. Are they rationalizations? But he at least purports, or some people at least purport to have rational arguments and evidence for God, and not to just accept it on faith in the sense of belief without evidence. So there are other sorts of issues, in particular, the existence of God, which could be discussed without using this term faith. We could just talk in terms of um, belief with evidence or belief without evidence. Um, so, okay, so I'm thinking of, I mean, just I'll give one parallel. Like there's this term selfishness in Ayn Rand's philosophy, and there's some debate over what exactly does that mean? Is the way she understood this term the way it ought to be understood? Did she give the right understanding of it? Should she have coined some new terms, since what she means by selfishness isn't what a lot of other people mean by selfishness? That's a debate you could have, but you could also just set aside the term selfishness and say, if by selfishness I mean such and such, is that a good thing? And you could just debate the thing and bypass the issue of the label of the thing. And I think you could do something similar in the case of faith. You could just set that label aside and talk about what the label refers to, and then have a discussion on that basis.
Well said.
So,
Well said. I think so too. And
yeah, go ahead.
I think often the problem arises. Often the problems that arise, almost like so many of the times that debates occur, it comes from a difference in definition, and in how, and sometimes very complex definitions of certain things, and then these debates occur. And I guess that's kind of, I don't know, one purpose of debates is to further and better define specific points, or specific terms that more, so that they're better represented. That, okay, this is what it actually means. But let's see. Yeah. So I think that's a good point that you're bringing up there.
It is important to be on the same page about terms, or otherwise people are just talking past one another. They're just not talking about the same thing. So, yeah, I think it's important to get clear on definitions, and then have your discussion on that basis once you've got common grounds.
Right. Well, what would you say, and maybe I'll ask just one more question, and then I'll wrap up at least my end of the call, and you can obviously, if you're okay with that, Dan.
Sure.
Okay. Um, so in terms of the best life, um, going back to this idea of morality and this idea of kind of how you defined morality, what would you in the just to kind of sum it up and bring it all together, what would you say is an objectivist view of what it means to live your very best life?
Well, I think the best answer to that might be found in Ayn Rand's fiction. So she portrays her vision of the ideal man in her heroes, in particular in The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, which you said you read. So if you look at the sort of life that her heroes live, that is the best life in Rand's view. Now, if you read her nonfiction, you can get some analysis of what that consists of. And I put some of it on my background, some of the key virtues that make up the objectivist vision of a good life. So, a life of reason, rationality is the primary virtue for objectivism, but that has many aspects to it, which Rand identified the virtue of independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. And what each of those means, that could be a long conversation. But just to put it all in a nutshell, a life lived according to those virtues is the best sort of life. And that's the life that leads to happiness, which I don't know if I have happiness on my background somewhere. It might be behind me. No, I don't think I have happiness, but that's what it's all for. That's the purpose of
It's
life. And
in your heart, Dan. We can tell you have happiness in your heart.
you can tell I have, so say that I didn't catch that.
I was just saying you have happiness in your heart. So you don't even have to have it on your wall. We can tell already.
Oh, well, I strive for happiness, and I think it's something that is achievable. I don't think it's impossible, and I guess it can come in greater or lesser degrees as you get better at life. And I think practicing these virtues is a necessary condition of a happy life. It's not to say that like you can't have any degree of happiness if you make a mistake sometimes and maybe you have a lapse, a moral lapse. But if you want to be doing as best as possible, I would say be practicing these virtues all the time, and that will optimize your chances of having a happy life.
Well said. Dan, there's a couple comments that people made. They said, sounds like, while we were talking, sounds like Kirk Barbara's talk of objectivists who are one book people. I was kind of making criticism about objectivists who kind of seem hard-headed. And I think that's what it was referring to, meaning there's great books to read that aren't oist. I don't know what Gene is saying there, but I don't
That's
know if you have a
objectivist.
response.
It's just an abbreviation for objectivist.
Oh,
So if he was responding to that, to your points about curiosity, when he makes, so Barbara, he's another objectivist who apparently has referred to what he calls one book people. I haven't heard of that. But yeah, I don't think objectivism says you should only read books by Ayn Rand or only books by objectivists. Not at all. I think it's good to read all kinds of things. I mean, obviously, depending on your field, your interests, you're going to be interested in different things. I read lots of history right now. I've been reading the Bible recently, actually, for the second time. I've started reading the Bible. but there are all kinds of things I read, and I don't think being an objectivist in any way implies that you shouldn't read widely.
Okay.
There's many benefits to reading all kinds of things, broadening your perspectives, learning lots of knowledge. Um, so I think that would just be a misunderstanding if someone came to that
Might I
conclusion. Go ahead.
suggest, if you don't mind me, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, often referred to as Mormons. Yeah, the Book of Mormon is an excellent one. I give my own my endorsement of that book if anyone wants to try something different than they've read before. But yeah, it's a good point that it's good to be reading more books than just one and be hard-headed about that. And I think that what Gene mentions about that applies to everyone. I mean, you're going to get people who are one-book people in religion, outside of religion, who are just in any specific philosophy strain, perhaps. And it's really, honestly, quite annoying and almost just kind of like you just want to tell them, get over yourself, But the other comment I was looking at was what can be personal reasons to believe in God? What firsthand experiences lead to a belief in God? Isn't it only the existence of other theist religions, etc., that makes someone consider God? I don't know if that's something you want to answer or look at, Dan.
Well, there's probably things I could say about that, but if you want to address some of those, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think just the same as Dan mentioned, that you mentioned, Dan, answering Agosti music. I apologize if I didn't pronounce it right. Ash, I think just as he said, in you learn things through your experience, and part of your experience very frequently is other people sharing with you their experiences and what they've learned, and particularly your mom and dad's experience. That's our upbringing, but that's what we learn as objectivists. We grow in experiences, and we develop our morality in experiences. And one of the ways that I have come to have a belief in God is the experiences that have been shared with me, and then as I've experimented myself. And I really like the word experimented when I say this. Experiment with different things then that have to do with religion. I come, and as Dan has said, you come to know that they're good. You come to know when you're honest. If you lie, you have to cover up the lie with another lie, another lie, another lie. When you're honest, you're like, hey, this is helpful to me. This is good. I believe that same approach applies for religion, and specifically Christianity. And a lot of people will make arguments for all kinds of religions that have practices that are really, really beautiful and have very good positive effects for individuals. And so I fully embrace all good that comes through personal experiences, and a lot of it is based in theology. In the Book of Mormon, there's a chapter, it's Alma 32, the Book of Alma, chapter 32, and it talks about having a seed of faith. And again, I'm referring to my definition of faith, of experimenting. And it says, allow a seed to be planted in your heart, and then nourish that seed until it grows, and then until you have fruits. And I believe that is a process. It's like a scientific process of Christ says, if you do my will, you will know it is of God. Basically, if you do live the truths that Christ teach, you will come to know for yourself of their goodness and the truthfulness in them, and that makes you have a happy life, as Dan has suggested is important to do, is to pursue happiness and morality in your life. And I just believe we can apply that with reason. I believe to approach that in a irrational, like even naive, ignorant approach is just that. I believe that is a counterfeit approach. I believe that is not true. That is not a true faith. I believe that is, even though that is in some mainstream Christianity, it is something that should be rejected. But that's my belief about how to come to know for yourself specific truths and a belief in God, if you want to pursue that and experiment with that. Kind of similar to like Alex O'Connor exploring different things and trying to find out for himself what truths exist.
Okay. So just to add a little and reply to Agosti there, I think one of the sort of considerations that comes to my mind when I hear questions like that is this point that Christians tend to be raised or born into other areas of the world, whether they're predominantly Christians. Hindus are born in areas that are predominantly Hindu, Muslims likewise. So is it just a coincidence that, there are millions or billions of people of like religions in one area, or is it just conformity? And I think it's if there were really if someone were really going by reason and not just conforming mindlessly to out of social pressure or psychological pressure, then they wouldn't just all happen to arrive at the same viewpoints in one area, which is contradictory to the kind of beliefs that are held in another part of the world. So I don't know if Agosti had that sort of point in mind, but I think that's
I love it. I think it's a great argument, and I think it's a great argument against many religions, honestly. And I think and that's why I like Nathaniel Brandon's comment that look at your philosophy and why you believe in it. And the more you really inspect that, the more you can come to a a more complete perspective of what you believe that is more founded in reason rather than irrationality.
all right. I see Agosti just came back in the chat. He says, thanks for answering, but I think that definition of firsthand experiences is equalizing moral character with the existence of God, a package deal. A package deal, the way Rand uses that term, it refers to putting two things that are essentially different together. Like in the case of selfishness, she thought that was often used as a package deal term. It puts together both people like Attila the Hun, some brute conqueror who tramples over other people, as well as a profit-seeking CEO like Bill Gates, who's making lots of money. Both of those people are called selfish. And she thought, actually, these are fundamentally different sorts of people, and it's a smear to say put Bill Gates in the same category as Attila the Hun. And I don't know if he's saying something is going on like that here. Maybe there are different types of package deals, but in any case, I think he's pointing out the issue of the existence of God is distinct from the issue of moral character, and I guess he's saying those two are being put together in a kind of way that they shouldn't be. I'm not sure what you said that um, made him say that, but anyways,
Well, I think
go
the
ahead.
point that maybe one of the points, and I think it's a good point. Perhaps the reason why I am connecting moral character with the existence of God. And maybe I'm not arguing the existence of God necessarily directly in this, but it's certainly obvious that most people who are devout religionists, they where does their um, where does their morality come from? It comes from their theology and their books of doctrine. And so when you look at it, and perhaps I know that's not exactly what you're saying. You're just saying, how can we equal? Why are we equalizing the two, moral character and firsthand experiences? But I'm just making the point that it's not as far of a reach to connect the belief in God with developing moral character, since that is exactly where the people who believe in theology really stem or get most of their morality in the first place.
All right.
Well, great. Well, Dan, thank you so much for having me taking the phone call. And it was funny because I waited on the line for I was on there for 5 minutes, and I was trying to access it through my phone, so I couldn't see the YouTube channel. And finally, the last second, I'm like, all right, well, I give up. And then I pulled up the YouTube channel again. And just then you were saying, well, I guess I'll answer. Hopefully it's not a troll. Oh, looks like he hung up. I'm like, oh, he actually saw me. So that's why I called back. But I was chuckling that I'm glad that you ended up taking my call and ended up removing me from your block list on your
Oh yeah,
YouTube
I
channel.
haven't done that yet, but I'll do that because in the middle of the conversation, I didn't have time. I was fully focused on the conversation, but
Uh, uh,
I will
absolutely.
look for you and I will take you off my block list, and then hopefully we'll be able to keep it that way. And I do appreciate your attempt to do the super chat. And if you want to make a new attempt, I will. I guess I'll try to do that right now. Maybe I can find you quickly. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I think I need to go into my YouTube studio and then go down to the settings section. I see somebody subscribed to my channel. Thank you. Not sure who that was, but the
Awesome.
number went up by one. Okay, community
Tell me.
moderation, user management. Oh, here's my list. Okay, there's a lot of people here. I don't know how many it is, so I don't know if I'm going to find it quickly, but I'm going to look through it. Is your YouTube handle, is it just Austin Wood or is it something else?
It's Austin PW321.
Okay, let me do a search on that and maybe it'll pop up faster. Uh, oh, I guess
When
I
I
have to show more. It only shows me part of my list of blocks at first, but I expanded it. So now let me do the search again. Austin. Oh, here it is. It says Austin Wood. All right, I just hit remove. So now I think it should work. You can test it
now
if
I
you
can
want.
give you now I can give you all the money that I want to give you, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you can give me that $500. Just kidding. Or however much, whatever
Well,
you think is whatever's appropriate. You're the judge of that. I'll leave that to you.
oh, it won't. I just tried to send.
I just hit
See if it
save.
works.
I had to save it, so maybe try it again because I hadn't hit saved until a second ago. But if you try it now, I think it should work.
And da 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 da
Hey, there it
da.
is. Thanks for the chat.
Okay,
All
it's
right, I just
one
gave it a heart.
one
I gave
one
it a
three
like.
one.
Oh wow, $20.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you, Austin.
not quite 500, but thanks for
No, that's great.
doing.
That's great. That's
Oh,
actually the highest super chat I have ever received.
oh,
So
boom!
wow,
Once
thank you.
you're having a big name and you already have a good following with 981 subscribers, well done. Not far from that 1,000 mark. Keep going.
Yeah, getting close to 1,000, and I have an offer out. So my offer to anyone out there, if you are part of my first 1,000 subscribers and you are publicly subscribed so that I can verify you are subscribed, then I will give you a free super chat. So I guess you could
What does that mean?
claim that.
Oh,
So
what do you
so
mean?
I give most
Super.
attention to the super chats. At least I prioritize them. Um, I give them more
Oh,
time and attention, and I answer them sooner. Uh, and but as a little perk for my first 1,000 subscribers who are publicly
mm.
subscribed, like of those first
Only
1,000,
19
if they
more
are,
slots. All of you guys who are listening but unsubscribed, there's only 19 more slots, so you better
yeah, only
subscribe.
19 more. So now is a good time to join if you want to be able to get the free super chat opportunity.
Well, I'm
All right.
glad
Well,
that YouTube let
yeah.
me see your video despite me being blocked. I'm glad that I was at least able to still see your live video.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Even if someone's blocked, they can still watch content. It's just like the interactions on the channel that they can't do. But yeah, all right. Well, good. I'm glad we had this chat, and thank you again for the super chat. I really appreciate that.
Sure. Have a happy new year, Dan.
All right. You too. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
All righty. Good stuff. Good stuff. Um, Gene Walters says, "When I run, I feel his pleasure." The movie Chariots of Fire, Eric Liddell. Okay. I don't know if I've seen that movie. I feel his pleasure when I run. And before that, you said, yes, as surprising as it sounds, friends of mine thought objectivists are so rigid as to believe there's only one correct type of friends or career or art. Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about objectivism and objectivists. So hopefully this show can clear up some of those. So there's some cultural sense that objectivists are doctrinal or something, says Gene. Yeah. And maybe there are some objectivists who do treat objectivism in a what you call a doctrinal way or a dogmatic or religious way. Maybe they come from a religious background and they um, haven't absorbed the objectivist methodology fully. And I think this is understandable somewhat because it is a radical philosophy. It takes a long time to fully internalize and incorporate into your way of thinking. And um, I guess it could be a life's work. I mean, you can always, there are degrees of this, like you can get better and better at it. And I think many people who are new to objectivism, there's some it's not always a smooth transition, and it takes a lot of work, I think, to really understand the philosophy and incorporate it into your life, in your way of thinking. So people looking from the outside at such people who are just new to objectivism but haven't really absorbed it to a great extent, they might take that as a symbol of how objectivists ought to be, when in fact it just means they're very new to the philosophy and they haven't internalized it very much. But um, read Ayn Rand's novels. I think then you get a good sense of what it looks like to have internalized her ideas on a very deep level. Um, Her heroes really exhibit them well, her ideas well. All right. Thank you for the likes. We're up to 8 likes now. And thanks to everyone for the super chats. I think I'm going to need to take a break soon. Maybe now is a good time for that. And so let me check my email because someone emailed me and said he might call in. So sometimes I get an update through email. No, I don't see any updates, but it wasn't certain he was going to call, but it was just possible. So maybe something came up for him and he wasn't able to call in today. Okay. Well, I could also just end the stream, but I'm not sure. I could also take a poll and see what you all prefer. If you have a preference, let me take a look at my analytics here to see how many people have come by today. $92 people. Good. What I could do is start a poll and then take a break during the poll, and then I could have my answer. Like if here, I'll start a poll. I'll share my screen as I do it. So I'm going to ask, should I should I continue? Oh, don't tell me it's going to crash again. This window has already crashed twice today. Should I continue streaming after my break? Yes, no, and I'll add an option that says I have no preference. I can add one more option. Is there anything else, any other option I should add? All right, I'll just go with those. And I don't know that I might make up my decision on my own anyways, regardless of what the poll results say, but I'm kind of curious to see if people have any opinion on this. So I think I'll take like a 5 to 10 minute break. Let me see what's let me check something else actually. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, so like a 5 to 10 minute break, and then after that, should I keep streaming or just stop? Okay, now you can vote on the poll. And now the window crashed on my end, my chat window, but I was about to stop sharing it anyways, so that's fine. I'd like to know why it keeps crashing though. Okay, I just changed my name in Zoom to back in about 10 minutes, which now appears on screen. And I will also type that in the chat. It's 5:32 p.m. now, so that means around 5:42. All right, so Pacific time. All right, so if you want me to engage more when I come back, then uh, I encourage you to put some more chats in the chat box or call in, and then I can engage with your chats or calls. Otherwise, I might just end the stream. Okay, but I'm going to turn off my mic now and take my break, and I'll check in with the poll results when I get back. Okay, bye for now. I am back. Changing my name in Zoom. Okay, that is done. All right, let me look at the poll. So we have some votes. Okay, looks like 3 votes, 2 votes for yes, continue streaming, and 1 vote for I have no preference. Okay, well, that gives me some encouragement to continue streaming. There were no votes, so one was on the fence or had no preference, and the only people who did have a preference were for yes. I'm not sure why you would vote for no if you did vote for no, because of course you can always just leave if you don't want anymore. So I don't know why you would choose no, unless you think it's like for my sake, you think it's, I don't know why, maybe you would think it's somehow good for me, but I don't know why it would be good for you for me to stop streaming when you can always just leave at any time. So I guess the most likely votes here are for either yes or I have no preference. Um, but thanks for your votes. I appreciate the participation. How many people do we have here now? Got 9 likes now. Thanks for the likes. 4 people, it says. So I guess there's, if that includes me, I don't know if it does, but there's at least 3 other people here. So if you are one of the people who voted for me to continue streaming, I wonder if you have any particular topics you would like me to discuss. My screen just crashed again. Not my Zoom stream, but the window where I was looking at the chat. Why does it keep doing that? I think that's only happens when I've. Oh no, actually that was my studio view that just crashed. I don't know if that's happened before. Hmm. Maybe I would need to restart my computer to fix this problem, but I don't want to do that. I'll just reload the page. Oh, Florida Nick voted for yes. Okay. Thanks. I appreciate that. So, what should I talk about? Do you all want to raise any topics? I guess I'll end the poll now. Oh, another thing I can always default to if I don't have any other material is I could just go on social media and do some replies to on X or Facebook. I just ended the poll. Oh, Florida Nick says maybe some more slavery or Bible stuff. Okay. Hmm. So I haven't read the Bible in a while. He says I'm cool with whatever. I try to be sensitive to where my motivation is highest because then it's a much in terms of like what I'm reading. So I actually did start looking at the Bible a little bit a couple days ago, but after just 1 or 2 minutes of it, I wasn't feeling much motivation. Sometimes if you give it longer, give it more of a chance, you can develop motivation. But I decided to just go to something else after I wasn't feeling much motivation. And what I've been feeling most motivated to read lately is about the slavery uh, in the Caribbean, the slavery of the indigenous people. Um, I think you said, though, Nick, that you were going to start reading a Bible, or at least you were considering it, and you had got the New International Version on an app. I wonder if you ever started reading it. And if so, what part of it you read? I got up to the book of Samuel. There's actually two books of Samuel, which I think are the ninth and the 10th book in the, at least when it's part of the Old Testament. I think, which is what the Christians call it, because they've got their New Testament from Jesus Christ. But if you're a Jew, I think they don't refer to it as the Old Testament. They just call it the Hebrew Bible. And in the Hebrew Bible version, I don't think the books of Samuel are divided into two books. I think it's just one book. I read that recently. But anyways, the version I'm reading, the New International Version, there are two books of Samuel, and I was up to the first book, but I hadn't actually started reading it. I was reading about the book in Wikipedia. So there's an article in Wikipedia about the book of Samuel, and I wanted to read that before reading the actual text because I thought it could make it easier to understand the actual text if I first read the Wikipedia article. Is there anything else I could tell you about slavery? Maybe if I pull up my Wikipedia pages here, that'll remind me of some things. I could show you the articles I read, like a list of the articles I read, because I've yeah, I guess I'll do that. Okay, so here's my list of slavery articles. And this is a new file. I used to have this file as part of another file. Like I used to just have one file where I kept a list of all the articles I read, and I just called it history or Wikipedia articles on history. But now I have separate articles, like one focused on slavery and indentured servitude. I have another one here focused on indigenous people. Here's one on, let's see, what is this? Age of Discovery. And sometimes I include links, like this is a link to a YouTube video that I watched. But um, if it's not a link like that, or uh, sometimes I have, like, here's like a hyperlink, which um, is goes to a primary source. a treaty between Spain and Portugal. So that's not a Wikipedia article. Um, so if it's not a link like this or like this, then it's a Wikipedia article. So most of the stuff on here is Wikipedia articles. Here's the history file I have. So I used to have one of these other files that I was showing you, like in here, like the Spain section on Age of Discovery. See, first I have Portugal, and then down here I have Spain because they were the first two European countries to explore the New World. Portugal was first. Actually, they were more focused on the Old World. They went around Africa. They went east, and then the Spanish went west. Portugal did get a little piece of the west because they were the first to make contact with Brazil. But anyways, all this stuff about Spain used to be in this other file, just in history. But it was getting a little unwieldy to have so many articles. I mean, this you can see over here, it says how many pages I've got. So it's over or nearly 150 pages just of article titles. And it was getting unwieldy to have so much in one document. So I found it easier to split out certain sections on certain themes like slavery or the Age of Discovery and create their own Google Doc. So I made one just for slavery and all the articles related to that. So if it's bold, that means I didn't finish reading it and I'm up to a certain part of it. Um, so I'm currently reading the Slavery in Colonial Spanish America article, the Atlantic Slave Trade article, and there's a lot more. Some on indentured servitude. Well, I guess that's it for this file. Let me take a look back at the chat. Oh, somebody just called in on Zoom. All right, I don't recognize this person. I don't know if this is a someone who's been in my chat, but let me first read the new chats that have come in. By the way, you can do super chats. The super chat is open. That is the highlight of the day. This is the first stream ever that I have taken super chats or super stickers. Oh, it looks like the person hung up. He's no longer in the waiting room. Maybe he'll call back in. I wonder how long he was there. Well, I think because I was sharing my screen, I got the notification immediately when he called in. So I think he must not have been on there for very long, but maybe he'll call back in. So Florida Next says, let's just say I understand losing the motivation. Oh, when you started reading the Bible. So far, I've only read about the first 2 pages. Did you start with the book of Genesis? In the beginning. I'm thinking about trying the audio version since I have more time to listen than read. I've never tried that audio version of the Bible. And then he says, I actually tried reading the King James version a long time ago, but I just couldn't do it. That's the first one I read. Yeah. Um, Sometimes it's hard to get the motivation, and it could be for good reasons. I mean, there's so much you can do with your time, and it's not always obvious what the best use of it is. I mean, it's nice if you can stick with something for a while. Like the fact that I haven't read the Bible for several weeks means that I lost some momentum, and I can't I don't remember as much as what was going on. If I just kept going, the context of the next book, the book of Samuel, the context before that would be much fresher in my mind. So it might make it easier to follow some things, whereas now it's going to take some work to get back into it. Um, so there's a cost to not sticking with something. You lose momentum. On the other hand, the cost it might be too high. It might not be a price worth paying because the amount of value you get from continuing with one thing relative to the value you could be getting from something else. Maybe it's you're best off going to something else. Oh, you say you started with Genesis. Okay. It is broken into chapters. I think there are 50 chapters in the book of Genesis. So you could just try to read one chapter. I don't know if did you get to the end of the first chapter? I think that might be about a couple pages. I'm not sure, but you could set a small goal for yourself. Like instead of reading the whole book of Genesis, you could just say, today I'm going to try to read one chapter. And maybe that would take 30 minutes or depending on how fast you read or but just try a very small amount maybe. I'm going to Book of Genesis now. I'm just curious to get a sense of how long it is. Oh, it's like maybe 800 words, something like that. So maybe like reading an op-ed, maybe even shorter for the first chapter. Or we could go through it together. Maybe you'll have more motivation if we do it together. You want to do a few lines? Let's do a few sentences right now. In the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth was a formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. Then God said, let there be lights, and there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. All right, we finished the first day of creation. Maybe we should stop there. And we could do the second day another time. Have you seen the Bible represented as hyperlinks? Asks Gene. The reference is so deep, a guide will be helpful. Who'd have thunk an objectivist channel becomes Bible study? Uh, maybe a little bit. I've talked about the Bible some in the past. Objectivist Bible study now. That's an idea. Is it easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a... No, I got it backwards. Is it easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle? Not a rich man. Is it easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven? What if I got a super chat asking me to analyze the passage about rich men? Is there something meta going on there? Like, get rich by talking about the rich man? So if you do read other sources, as Gene might have suggested, that might make it more interesting. Like if you just approach the Bible cold without any context, it might be harder to understand. And by the way, I don't know what version was that I just read from. It doesn't tell me. It's on the Vatican website, so I don't know if it's called the Vatican version or what, but that's the one I was looking at. Anyways, if you read like a Wikipedia article about the book of Genesis, it might make it more interesting. Maybe it'll be easier to understand, and then that might add your motivation, add to your motivation to read the actual thing. Light comes to represent God generally. God reveals not your own reason, says Gene. I thought it was a tax collector. Eye of a needle. Well, there is a tax collector, maybe multiple tax collectors in the New Testament, but the passage about the camel and the eye of the needle, um, I don't know if that has any connection to a tax collector. Gene says, I'm reading Dante with Nick Rosato and looking at Renaissance art with Luke Travers. It's all about Jesus, but they provide a secular context. Okay. Is that a private sort of thing you're doing, like a one-on-one, or is it part of a group? I'm looking up that I have a needle quote. Oh, that's from Book of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 24. Well, maybe it's in multiple places, but that's at least one place. Oh, it's also in Luke. Luke 18:25. That's one of the lines from the New Testament that I think is quoted in Opar or somewhere in the objectivist literature. Maybe it was a talk, but I'm pretty sure I came across that in somewhere in the objectivist corpus. There are a few lines that get quoted from the New Testament in Opar, like the one about um, it's what profiteth a man to gain the whole world if he lose his soul? That's in Opar. Uh, in a positive light, actually. That's one of the parts of one of the sayings of Jesus that Leonard Peikoff actually presents in a positive way. Like it's no good to gain a bunch of prestige or wealth if you've had to sell your soul in order to gain it. That's from Mark 8:36 and Matthew 16:26. It's public, says Jane. I found it from their social media. Okay. Jason looked it up. It is a rich man. Does anyone want to talk about New Year's resolutions that you made? Did you make any? I did not. It's not something I usually do. I have goals I want to achieve this year, but I don't make a special point of starting to achieve them on New Year's. Um, but maybe you all did that. If you want to share, that's one thing we could maybe that will generate some content here. Or I could look for clips to react to. I want to do some more debates this year. It's been a while since I've done debates, like scheduled debates, and where I'm making contact with other people who have audiences, trying to get in front of their audiences. I've been in touch with several people recently, but I need to follow up because they haven't gotten back to me. So that's not exactly a New Year's resolution, but it is a goal I have this year is to do some more debates. All right, what next? Let me go back to my list. Oh, I was showing you my Google Doc. I think there was something else there I could show you. Yeah, I'll show you this. So this is my document on indigenous people. So there were some in the Canary Islands, which is off the west coast of Africa, near Morocco. And then I have a separate section for the indigenous people in the Americas. And I just learned about the Arawak, so-called because they spoke the Arawakan language or languages. Maybe there's a family of Arawakan languages. And one type of Arawakan language is the type spoken by the Taino people or Taino. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And they were the first people that the Europeans encountered, I guess, I don't know if they encountered anyone like when Columbus first found land on the island of San Salvador. I don't know if they encountered people there or if it was just an empty islands. But at least once he got to Hispaniola, which is present day Haiti and Dominican Republic, they started encountering people. Yeah, I think that those were the first people because I remember reading that the Taino were the first people they encountered. So, and that was on Hispaniola. Well, I guess maybe they were also on the. No, I think it was a different group that was on San Salvador or in the Bahamas. I think San Salvador is one of the Bahama Islands, I believe. And I think they had a different name. The people who were in the Bahamas started with an L, I think, but I forget what it was. So if they first encountered the Taino, then I guess they didn't encounter anyone on the first place where they hit the lands. But I did learn that there were five different sections of the island of Hispaniola. Actually, there's a good graphic of that on the on this page, which you can now see, the chiefdoms of Hispaniola. So this is Hispaniola. It's right between Cuba and Puerto Rico. And here's the image of the islands. So there were five different groups of Taino, people who spoke the Taino dialect of the Arawak language. And so these were the first people that Columbus and his crew encountered. And I read the articles on each of these areas and then the leaders of each of the areas. The first Spanish settlement was around here, but then it only lasted for about a year. It was attacked and destroyed by the natives. And then they set up a new settlement, which is a little further to the east, maybe around here, called La Isabela. And that lasted longer, maybe about 7 years. And then they finally came over to the south coast and established Santo Domingo. I don't know where it was along the coast, but somewhere along the south coast here. And that became the first permanent European settlement, which still is inhabited to this day. So I'm getting a much better understanding of the environment of the natives that were present there than I used to have. And then those people were enslaved for a few decades, I think. At least some of them were. And then there was just mass death, I think, due to both disease and being overworked. Maybe the diseases would have been more survivable had they not been worked as hard as they were. So I guess a combination of diseases that they hadn't yet developed immunity to, as well as very difficult work, including slave labor, just destroyed a huge percentage of their population of the indigenous. And so after that, the Europeans started relying more on African slaves, and they had built up more immunity to the diseases than the indigenous from America, the Americas had built up. So um, they became the primary slaves, I think, a few decades after the Europeans arrived. Oh, we got some new super chats. Hey, Holden is here. Hey, Holden, welcome and thank you for the super chats. Nice. I got to share these on screen. Oh, I want to share. Actually, yeah, let me share a different window. Yeah, this is the one I want to show. I'm glad I kept streaming. Thank you, Holden. All right, I'm gonna give it a heart, give it a thumbs up, and another heart, another thumbs up. Thank you, Holden. I appreciate that. Yeah, Holden, you can call in. I don't know if you intended to do two super chats because I see it says the same thing. Um, so I don't know if you were trying to do it once and it didn't seem to work, and then you tried it again. Holden is my favorite caller, says Florida Nick. Jason is off to the Eagles, a local club, as a guest for karaoke. Have a good one. All right. You too, Jason. Have a good time, and thanks for coming by, and thank you for your super chat earlier today. All right, Holden is called in. Okay, let me go back to Zoom. And he should be able to control both his audio and video. He's admitted. And I think you can unmute yourself.
Hey,
Hey, welcome
Hey.
back.
Yeah, it was an accident that I sent it twice, but whatever. I'll just leave it.
Okay.
So,
Well, you can send one less in the future, a time when you would have sent it $5, but
yeah,
you will have already sent it.
no, it's
Thank you
all
for that.
good.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. No, it's value for value. I'm glad that your stream exists and I want to see it succeed. So I encourage everybody else to leave a sticker or super chat as well.
Nice.
Maybe if you're listening ahead of time after the stream ends, leave a comment below. Maybe I'll respond to it as well.
There
If
you
it's
go.
something that's relevant or I see that I might be able to respond to. But anyway, and also thanks for it, Nick. I'm glad that I'm your favorite caller. Good to hear.
You got a fan.
Yeah. Let's go. Um, but anyway, I guess you know, I paused my Adam Smith. The thing is I was waiting on the virtue of selfishness, and I was like, I was looking on my bookshelf. I was like, I found like I was like, the notes that I took from The Wealth of Nations at first, when I first read it the first time, I just was I knew that like there were so many things in the book that I didn't expect, to be honest. Um and so and just like there were so many errors that I was like, I might as well just go back and do and do this now. And then it turned out to be like really long. But anyway,
You mean
so
go back and do like you're writing your paper on the Wealth of Nations
yeah,
or
so
what?
basically like my notes from the first time were all there. Like every time he said an error, I just like it's like, oh, he just put this on page X, right? So I went back and like actually typed out the quotes from the from the book and like responded to like every time he did it, which is like very often. um I would go in and respond to him. But I added some things in there he got right too. But um anyway, so yeah, so I basically just started getting the book again, reading the quote again, typing it out and responding to it, and then comparing it with other historical analyses, I guess, plural. So yeah, I guess, so then the virtue of selfishness came, so I put that aside for a second. And so yeah, here I am now.
All right. So you started reading The Virtue of Selfishness and you're partway into it now?
Oh no, I finished it.
Oh, you finished the whole thing. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That must have been pretty quick then, because you read the whole thing in like a couple days, or how long did it take you?
It was maybe I it was like a day and a half because I was I was like, I basically from I'm on break. So from like basically from like 6 to 12 every day I could just write and read something, like react to it, and then I could just read for the rest of the day. So, you know,
Okay.
yeah, so basically like New Year's Eve I just basically spent almost all day reading it and I finished it.
Nice. All right. Well, I guess that gives us something to discuss then.
Yes, indeed. Um, so I there's some things in there that I need to think more about. Um, so like I'd like to discuss them with you.
Sure.
So like the first thing is the first essay we could talk about from Ayn Rand,
So for
which
anyone who doesn't know Holden, if this is your first time here, Holden has called in many times. He's started reading Ayn Rand's several months ago, and he's called in to discuss his readings of Ayn Rand as he's gone through the corpus. So we had a couple calls on the Fountainhead, one on Atlas Shrugged, one on We the Living, These are Ayn Rand's novels. And then he started reading the nonfiction. We had a call on For the New Intellectual. And most recently, he has read The Virtue of Selfishness. He is an economics major, and he's debated Charlie Kirk. Those are the highlights I always like to hit when Holden comes on. So that's a little about who Holden is. So today we're gonna talk about the virtue of selfishness.
That it is indeed. So I Ayn Rand got me back reading David Hume. I was like comparing his treatise on human nature to what Rand was saying. And maybe I'm sure Dem's familiar, but Hume is like famous for like the is ought, I guess. Um and so there's like this thing called the naturalistic fallacy or whatever. And basically, I guess it's um you can't derive an ought from an is. So for example, if you have like a syllogism, you got two premises, let's say, that are uh, descriptive of reality, free of value judgments. You can't from those premises, you can't develop a conclusion that says, therefore, we should do X. Um, so anyway, so um, I guess whenever I was reading Rand, she's trying to develop. She's using this essay, which is very brief, and she's trying to be very concise about her theory of ethics, which is an objective theory of ethics. And by the way, feel free to maybe I should stop there. Um, but
No, that's fine.
okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I guess if I have something, I'll jump in. But go
Sure,
ahead.
yeah, feel free to. So, I don't want to misrepresent Ayn Rand or anything. So, Ayn Rand has an objective theory of ethics, and it's a bit obvious that she's scornful. Hume is more skeptical when it comes to what we can know than Ayn Rand is. So she's quite critical of that view. Um, and so she believes that for Ayn Rand, I guess the pursuit of man qua man, I guess, is what ethics ought to be about. For man's ethical code should be about um, that which is conducive to his own life, I guess. Um, so I guess, and she posits that this is objective. It's objective that this should be the case. And the way she does this, ultimately, what her argument boils down to, in that first essay is, uh, um, basically, um, let's see, go here. Um, okay, so what I wrote down here is that, am I on the right page? Um, let's see. Okay, so she basically, yeah, says in order for life to be there, like value presupposes life. So like I was introduced to this concept called the Stalin concept fallacy, which is
Mhm.
like this idea that it's a fallacy where you try and disprove something that you're using like the genetic roots of, or so um I guess and Ayn Rand's right. Maybe if I get anything wrong, just interrupt. But in Ayn Rand's writing, basically, she's saying that value is presupposed in life. Basically, like, and life necessitates judgments of value as well, because I guess man acts, I guess, and he needs to act to maintain his life. So, you know, he has to have some judgments of value in that process, I guess. And then from this, Ayn Rand concludes that um, uh, one ought to behave so as to survive qua man. Um, and qua means as being, for those that might not know in the audience. Um, uh, so
Qua
for
means what?
me, like as being, or
I think, well, just the word as, like if you say man qua man, that's like, I guess you could substitute as there and say man as man is a rational animal. Um,
Mhm.
Whereas if you're, I guess if you're living like a brute, trampling over other people's rights, then you're not living qua man. You would be like man living qua animal,
Okay,
as an
yeah.
animal.
Yeah, that's an important point. And she obviously, well, she used, I think she says like the higher order, it's whatever, kind of terminology. Basically, like the essence of it is that the higher order organisms, she uses the word, have the ability um to form concepts and um it as distinct from, lower orders of I guess like she wouldn't really even say that there's like consciousness, I guess. Um Whenever you're not able to form concepts from my memory. So,
Well, like dogs and cats, they have consciousness, but they don't have conceptual consciousness. They have
mm,
percepts or sensations, but not concepts.
mhm,
And then plants don't have consciousness at all.
mm. Yeah, so
That's the yeah.
yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, right. So they have awareness, obvious, like they have consciousness, I guess, like strictly speaking. It's just they can't use so I probably shouldn't have said that, but it's just they can't use this knowledge to form concepts. They can perceive, or they basically perceiving is for Rand also perceiving, I guess, is also something of higher orders, I guess. Is uh, uh
Well, if you mean by higher orders something that is specific to the human type of consciousness,
right.
then no, it wouldn't be. Perception is not exclusive to humans. Animals also have perception. Dogs and cats have perception as well on
Mm.
Rand's view.
Okay, so it's just the ability to form concepts, I guess, is what the crucial distinction is.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay, and so basically, I'm trying to figure out how Rand gets from the okay, so value presupposes life. What is there to value if there's no life? And then um and then she gets to uh we can have man ought to pursue his own life. She like or pursue the preservation of his own life. Um Maybe it would be best if like I had her like quoted. But basically like I'm trying to understand how um because for me it what Rand is doing, it feels like she's trying to take an is to an ought in that passage.
Hmm. I have the passage on screen. Let me share. I can read some of this. Okay, this is my Kindle edition, and the is ought comes up here, but on the previous page, I guess I'll make this a little larger.
Yes.
Um, so the tie between life and value that comes up in the prior paragraph. So maybe I should start reading
Hmm.
here. I mean this, and we can go back further if we need to, but for just right now, I'll start here. Um, the concept of value is genetically dependent upon and derived from the antecedent concept of life. To speak of value as apart from life is worse than a contradiction in terms. It is only the concept of life that makes the concept of value possible. In answer to those philosophers who claim that no relation can be established between ultimate ends or values and the facts of reality, let me stress that the fact that living entities exist and function necessitates the existence of values and of an ultimate value, which for any given living entity is its own life. Thus, the validation of value judgments is to be achieved by reference to the facts of reality. The fact that a living entity is determines what it ought to do. So much for the issue of the relation between is and ought. And I'll stop there, but we can go further if we need to.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
that's
I
the
think
passage, right?
right. Yeah, 100%. So this is where I like spent like an hour, just like maybe less than an hour, but just kind of like what's going on here. So, uh, yeah. So what I'm trying to see is like, um, okay. So what basically what's going on here um, is later in the passage, right? She talks about, or in the essay, she talks about how someone can choose death, right? But how does that not how does that not invalidate the or nullify the idea um that you ought to pursue your um you ought to pursue like the preservation of your life.
Okay, I don't know that I so let me just put out a prefatory comment here. When I first encountered this passage, and even I think many times after I first encountered it, I've reread this essay many times and this passage many times,
Hmm.
and I feel a bit uncomfortable when I get to this passage sometimes because it doesn't quite compute for me, at least not on every reading. So um, I can't necessarily act as like Ayn Rand's defender here and
Sure.
say that I would necessarily put it quite like she does, or defend everything she says here. So I can try to think this through, but I with you, but I'm kind of doing it with you. I'm not like in the
Hmm.
position of someone who necessarily agrees with everything here. But I do think it's an important passage, a very important passage worth chewing on. So and maybe we can at least make some progress in understanding this,
Hmm.
even if we end up disagreeing with it or just feeling like we need to think about it further.
Hmm.
But I just wanted to put that prefatory comment out there. So you were asking like how do we square this with what she says later about being able to choose death? And maybe I should say more to set up this whole discussion for anyone who's new to Ayn Rand. This might seem very out of context for you. So Rand is trying to demonstrate that her ethics is correct. She has a certain view of what's good. And many people have the idea that it's all subjective. People have their various opinions about what's good and bad, right and wrong, but there's no way to prove that one way of thinking about right and wrong is the correct way. And Rand does think that there is one proper way of thinking about good and bad or right and wrong. And on her view, the one and only standard that it makes sense to have for these value concepts, you might call them, is life, the phenomenon of life. Because life is, well, at least part of the reason is life is what gives rise to values. If you consider an inanimate thing, something that's not alive, like a rock, it just sits there. It doesn't pursue anything. It's not going after anything. It's not striving after something that is of value to it. It has no values. And if the rock gets pulverized, So what? It doesn't care. It's not even conscious.
Mhm.
So it's not even possible for it to care. So it's only to living organisms that things can be good or bad, because it's only living organisms that face this fundamental alternative of life or death. If you don't face that alternative, then you have no reason to pursue anything. At least that's the claim that's being made. And so she thinks that the concept of value and related concepts like good or disvalues, to take the negative side of it, good and bad, right and wrong, um, these concepts only make any sense if we're talking about something that's alive. It's only to living organisms that the concept of value are possible.
Mhm.
And she thinks that this observation um, somehow validates or proves that life is the proper standard of value. It's the standard we should use. So if something contributes to life, like um, water contributes to the life of a plant, well, then water is good for that plant. Sunlight also contributes to the life of the plant, so it's good for the plant. It's not some other thing that's there's no other standard by reference to which it makes sense to say anything is good or bad. It's only life. If there were no life, then there would be no values. So since life is what gives rise to values, it makes sense to hold life as the standard of value. So that's just to give a little gist or a taste of her view and what she's trying to do here. And there's this other um, issue of is in the aughts. So David Hume famously, and I'm reiterating what Holden has already said, but maybe it bears repeating.
Mhm.
There's a tradition in philosophy that we can observe facts of reality. Today is Friday.
Mhm.
Right now, I am wearing a bluish shirt. These are things that are the case, but how can we ever infer, for example, something ought to be the case? Like I ought to wear a bluish shirt,
Mhm.
or I ought to eat food, or engage in exercise. How can we see an ought? Is there a way to do that? And for Hume, I think it's impossible. He ended up saying we can't do it. There's no way to derive an ought from all these ises. We can see things are or is the case, but we can't see that anything ought to be the case. And Rand here in this passage purports to be able to do this, to draw a connection between what is and what ought to be. And I guess we're gonna see if we can make some sense of that. And does she actually succeed in doing that or not? But let's think about that. Okay, so I said a lot there, and I can say more there, but let me pause there and see if you want to say anything at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot I could say. The I think all the things that you brought up were all important, um, and I appreciated it. Uh, I guess like I won't go on for too long, so you can continue. But what I'll say is like from I guess from where I come from, like it's like properly understood, I guess, in the Misesian tradition, science itself is value free, right? So, or Wertfreiheit, right, is like the German term. And so basically, obviously, Ayn Rand here is doing something much more different than what I'm used to because she is saying that ethics is science, right? And I looked at like various definitions of ethics and of like obviously like Popper's uh principle of like that a scientific statement has to be falsifiable empirically for it to be scientific. Um, which I'm not sure if that's um if I concur 100% with that, but essentially like it's like, as far as I'm concerned, science is descriptive, not prescriptive, going into this essay. So whenever I first read this, it made me pause for a second and really like, I have to basically like, this is like a different paradigm, which might be worth saying to kind of let you know um
Hmm.
why this particular passage like had me sitting thinking about this for a while.
Right. Yeah. Um, so, did you have more, or should I jump in now?
You can jump in for um I could say more, but I think I'll let you chew on that.
Okay. Yeah. So just some comments on that. Science is value free. That's the perspective you're used to. So I think that is a different approach than Rand has in the fall, at least in the following sort of way. So science is so like truth. I mean, is truth a value? Isn't science about discovering the truth?
Hmm.
If it's really value free, then should that mean we shouldn't care whether uh, we go by evidence or just make up arbitrary theories based on nothing? Like, is the theory of evolution, Darwin's theory of evolution, as as good as the Genesis account of creation in the Bible? Does science have nothing to say about whether one approach to figuring out where things came from is better than the other? I think plausibly it does take a view on what's better. I think it would say that Genesis is not following a scientific method, and that's bad. That's not a way to reach the truth, to just open up some sacred text, some holy book, and read what's in it, and that's the road to knowledge. I think the scientific method would, according to that, we should rather use our senses, not just look in a book, but look out at the world, do experiments. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think science does actually have a set of values that it relies on, and those are just some examples. Also, contradictions, like if you reach a contradiction in your thinking, then science would say, well, you've gone wrong somewhere, you've made a mistake. Maybe you predicted one thing and then some other thing happens. Well, okay, now you know that your hypothesis must be flawed in some way because it led you to predict one thing. So now you've got to adjust your hypothesis. So thinking in a non-contradictory way, that's a value. Thinking logically in a non-contradictory way, that's a value, I would say, that is a part of science. I think it's debatable whether falsifiability is a scientific value. Maybe it is. I'm not very familiar with Popper. By the way, there's someone from the Ayn Rand Institute gave a talk on Popper at a recent conference, Mike Mazza. So if you're interested in Popper, you might be interested in hearing his talk. I'm not very well versed on Popper though, but setting aside the particular scientific criterion he uses, I think there are some scientific criteria that science regards as good, at least implicitly regards as good, even if it doesn't say that explicitly. There are certain implicit assumptions of science, like go by the evidence. If you reach a contradiction, you have to throw out at least one side of the contradiction. They can't both be right. So I don't think science is value free. And maybe if you maybe seeing it that way makes it a little seems to be less of a gulf between ethics and science than it might have seen had you thought that science actually is value free. So I'll just, yeah, I'll pause there.
Yeah, so I think there's just one second. So yeah, I mean, um it might sound a little like irrelevant to the conversation, but just kind of bear with me for a second. With my
Sure.
professor, one of my professors, I like he gave us an assignment on like what we should do for like he gave us like these charts of like empirically what the money supply did and what unemployment was and and various other like macroeconomic data. And he's like, well, your job in this assignment is to assign what the government should have done, right? And I I like in my the I like immediately I was just like um I don't know if I don't want to use too strong a language, but I was like I don't know, I was scornful is the right word for the way I felt about that. I was like, I mean, contemptuous even. Like I was just, I was like I have no interest in giving policy prescriptions. I think this is not economics. This is policy advocacy. It's not science, right? So um, now, um, this is actually something that comes up like a lot in like Adam Smith's book, The Wealth of Nations. Like, in my review, a lot of the times he's like giving policy recommendations about and the actually one of the ways he defines political economy is a branch that studies or basically is a branch uh of basically political economy studies or it has two objectives according to Adam Smith, and one of them is to make sure that the government is sufficiently funded, and the other is to make sure that there's sufficient subsistence. Um, and these are two shoulds in the middle of his definition of his basically his definition of political economy or what it is. And I'm just sitting here like this is crazy. So I even wrote a critique of him and several others about like modern macroeconomics today is like all about policy prescriptions. I even wrote a footnote critiquing Milton Friedman because he said that there's this book about macroeconomics, and like in there, there's this passage about like saying there's broad consensus about like what public policy should aim for or economic policy should aim for, which is according to Milton Friedman, rapid growth. Um, what was it? Rapid growth, uh, uh, low unemployment, and stable prices. And I thought all three of them were moot. And I wrote responses to all of them that would suggest that, yeah, rapid growth, low unemployment, and stable prices. And he thought that, and I was just like, all three of these, I could show why this is moot. And this is just not, this is just, the obsession about like prescription, in my view, is like my attitude coming in is just like, I'm a bit like contemptuous of it. Um, so anyway, putting that aside, so you kind of understand like why I would be maybe this was unnecessary, but it was just like coming into this yeah, reading of like Mises and Rothbard and so on, and and Weber even was big on this too, like about like the value free nature of what social science is supposed to be. But anyway, so now when I come to this issue of what you're talking about when it comes to Darwin's theory of evolution versus like this made up nonsense from the Bible, that's obviously false, right? Um, I would say here is, what we could do. I would say what we could do is Darwin is, I'd say the different, I would, from what I understand prima facie, but, please, maybe I'm misled on this issue. Um, is that what Darwin is doing is he's giving a more accurate description of reality, and that is descriptive in the truest sense, or and not prescriptive. All right, this doesn't mean that now everybody should renounce ownership of their Bibles or anything that tells them that evolution is wrong. So for me, this, what Darwin is saying is scientific because it's descriptive of reality, or at least is is hypothetically, you could maybe show evidence for why it's not the case or whatever it is. Um, but it's descriptive of reality. And that, I think, for me, at least in my understanding, is what science is supposed to be, um, which is to describe reality as accurately, or I guess um, maybe should isn't even the right word. It's just if to advance knowledge, um, I guess that's a should, right? Should advance knowledge. Um, I guess describing scientists describe reality. Scientists gain knowledge in a field. Otherwise, you're not really doing science, I guess. In order to do that, you need to describe what's true, what's accurate about reality. But I'll just stop there so I don't go on maybe for two. Maybe that wasn't maybe I'd have to think about it more to give a proper response to you. But, that's what I'm thinking, once again, like prima facie.
Hmm. Okay. So I think it's right that Darwin's theory is descriptive. He's describing, or giving a theory at least, describing how current life forms came to be. And the Bible gives a different account of how things came to be. So in saying in giving the example of Darwin's theory of evolution, my point was not that the theory itself is a prescriptive theory.
Mm,
I think it's right to say it is descriptive, but the presuppositions of the theory, or the implications of the theory, I think is where you can see some value theory brought into science. So I think it's a presupposition of Darwin's mode of providing an answer to how did things come to be, that you should use your senses, your five senses,
mm,
and investigate the world with them, and not just open up a book and read in it. So
mm,
it's the methodology behind the theory that I think evidences a certain value orientation. Like, did Darwin value um, going out into the world and investigating things? Yes, he got on his Beagle, the Voyage of the Beagle, I think is the name of his one of his books, and he went to the Galapagos Islands, and he thought that was a good way to figure out the truth about how things came to be. It's not a good way to just read some book that allegedly is passed down, is allegedly contains the truth, and it was written thousands of years ago. That's not way. That's a bad way to figure out how things came to be. Do you see the distinction I'm trying to make?
Yeah, no, from what you're saying, it's unambiguously boiling down to, I guess it seems, methodology. Um,
Yeah, that's, I don't know if that's all of it, but that's certainly at least a big part of it, is where the value comes in. Like, scientists value having a certain method, thinking non-contradictorily. That was another example I gave. And if you reach a contradiction, you realize you've gone wrong somewhere. You don't just try to say, "Oh, well, I'll just take it on faith," like the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity, where God is supposed to be one person, but simultaneously he's three separate people, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And there's no way to make rational sense of that, so you just have to take it on faith.
mm,
But if you reach that sort of contradiction in science, you should say, "Oh, I've gone wrong somewhere. I have to correct an error. I can't just stop here, because contradictions are a sign I've done something wrong. I've made some error, and that's bad. I want to avoid contradictions. Being consistent is good. That's a virtue of science." And that very term, virtue, that has some value, um, flavor to it. There are scientific virtues, like maybe you might think falsifiability. Again, I said that's, I'm not sure what to say about that one, but there are things which you could call scientific virtues. Consistency is one, going by empirical evidence, the evidence of your senses. That's a virtue in science. But there's also the issue of what is science for? Knowledge is not an end in itself. on a proper view. So I wrote here, this is actually a quote from Francis Bacon, knowledge is power. So the knowledge we gain has enabled us to do amazing things. We've created incredible technology, like the technology we're using right now to have this call over a distance of thousands of miles. So knowledge is very powerful and it makes our lives better in all kinds of ways. At least it has the potential to do that. And if it didn't have the potential, I would say science is pointless. There's no reason to engage in scientific inquiry at all. Why
Mhm.
investigate the world if it doesn't make your life any better? So that's another way in which I think science is tied to values. It has a purpose. It has a life-serving purpose, a happiness-serving purpose. So just to summarize the two connections between science and values, one is in the methodology. There's certain scientific virtues, we might call them, that scientists value having, like consistency and going by empirical evidence. And then also, aside from the methodology, there's the purpose of science. It serves our life. And you compare the standard of living that we have in advanced modern scientific civilizations versus what they have in a, primitive tribal society. We have many more values in our advanced scientific society than they have in the primitive non-scientific society. So that's another sort of connection between science and values. And I'll pause there.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess if and they actually talked about that in the book, as um about the I guess um the purpose of science and it being I guess, and they were talking about it in the context of like a free society, how a free society or how no how the advancement of technology, or i.e. Scientific knowledge, benefits is beneficial in a particularly in a free society and so on. But I guess I mean I guess I would what I would say about that is whenever you say I mean it's conducive to life. I mean I don't disagree at all. I guess um the thing is whenever you say therefore it's good, that's whenever you or therefore we ought to pursue it. That's whenever you are introducing your judgments of value, um at least in my understanding of what we should be doing. Or it's inherently um that I guess um there's evidence for why I suppose you could provide evidence for why you think that's the case, but that is going to be descriptive at the end of the day. That evidence, from what I could think of, um uh so if you would be deriving an ought from an is again.
Okay. I'm not sure I got all of that, but let me say some things. So you can grant that knowledge is power, that science enables our lives to be much better. Well, I don't know. Can we say better yet? Because better is a value-laden term, and maybe it would be premature at this point in the conversation to say that. But I think you're at least questioning this move. So even if you grant knowledge is power, it enables us to do more. Why should we pursue it? Why is it that we ought to pursue it? And so to that, I want to bring in the issue of choice,
Hmm.
and maybe that will help us somewhat.
Hmm.
And I say help us because I'll reiterate, I don't claim to perfectly understand all of this, but maybe we can at least make some progress on this. So Ayn Rand does make the point that there are no um, there are no unchosen shoulds or musts. There's another essay in her book Philosophy Who Needs It called Causality versus Duty, where she really stresses this point. Um, so she makes the point in that essay that all shoulds or all musts are conditional. So and I think she says something like this in The Virtue of Selfishness too, in her essay, The Objectivist Ethics. Maybe I can find that passage. But there's no duty to live. Like you should choose to live no matter what, period. But she says if you choose to live, then
Hmm.
you need to live in a certain way because you have a certain nature as a human being. You can't live in the way that a plant lives. You can't just stick your legs in the ground and think that that's going to supply you with nourishment. As a human being, there are certain other sorts of ways you need to live in order to live. So you have to exercise your reason in particular. That's the cardinal virtue, rationality. Um, but um, all these shoulds, all these oughts, like I have on my background, all these virtues. You ought to be independent. You ought to have integrity. You ought to be honest. Well, the implicit addendum to all of those is if you want to live, and that requires a choice. So I don't know if that entirely addresses uh, the sorts of concerns you have, but going back to the issue of the Francis Bacon quote, like, yes, knowledge is power, but why should we pursue it? Why ought we to pursue it? Well, maybe you shouldn't if you haven't yet chosen to live. But if you have chosen to live, then you ought to pursue knowledge. You ought to pursue science. Uh, so then you could ask a further question. Okay, well, why ought I to choose to live? And that gets into some very deep and I think somewhat tricky territory, and which I don't claim to have fully worked out. But would you say that if someone does choose to live, at least then does it make sense to say that they ought to pursue knowledge, science? Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess like before I answer that, I want to say that second thing you mentioned, you know, or I guess like what you're talking about right now is like what, I was thinking about for a while. Um, I guess, I think that Ayn Rand's theory of ethics um has a lot of value if you do choose to live. Um, but that is a condition, and that's what brings us to where we, I guess, that longer topic. Um, but I guess um, a scientist could say X will lead to Y, which is a more fruitful life or conducive to life, maybe would be more precise. Um, yeah, we'll say Y is the preservation of life. You know, maybe eating food is X, and not poisonous food or spoiled food or the like. Maybe, a scientist would be able to tell you that. But as far as like saying you ought to pursue Y because, um, or you ought to pursue X, which in this case would be eating food that isn't spoiled let's say, um, therefore you should do Y, or I guess, therefore you should now, um, or if you want these ends, these are the means to get to these ends. You don't eat spoiled food. You eat food that will give you nutrition to support your life. Um, so I guess in that way, I guess it's scientific if you say, in this very incoherent way I'm saying it. If you if you want to get to the preservation of life, perhaps Ayn Rand's code of ethics is very conducive to doing that, and eating uh, food that isn't spoiled or is nutritious is, a scientist could say, is conducive to doing that. But therefore, you ought to is a big leap that may or may not be substantiated in the scientific sense.
Hmm. Okay. So I think we are getting down to this tricky issue. I mentioned like the primary choice. I'm going to write that here. And there's different ways this is sometimes put. Sometimes it's said that the primary choice is to live. Uh,
Mhm.
Sometimes in the literature, it's to think is the primary choice we face, or to focus. And I think these might just be different aspects on the same thing. And okay, um, where should I go next with this? Oh, here, let me also put in pleasure to remind myself of another sort of point. Uh, I think these are really good points and questions, topics that you're raising. So I do want to say that.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
enjoying it, and I appreciate you as always being here to help me through my muddled thinking.
well, I'm somewhat muddled as well. Um, Hopefully, I've gotten rid of some of the muddlement over the years. I'm just taking a quick look at the chat
Mhm.
uh, because I haven't looked at it in a while, and I wanted to
Okay.
see. I see we got some from Roberts. Just put in a few chats. Nick says, I think the difference in medicine is a great example of the ancient versus modern explanation of the world. And then Robert says, knowledge is not power. Knowledge is at best potential. Otherwise, you might as well claim that any value or asset is power. Real estate is power. Charisma is power. Experience is power. Fitness is power. Yeah, maybe the way to interpret that is knowledge is potential power, something like that.
I've heard that
Uh,
argument before, or I read it, and there's one author.
it's okay. But anyways, okay, so I think those are the only new chats I think that have come in. Thanks for being here, by the way.
Yeah, no, I
You
didn't want to interrupt your chat. I just, maybe I thought I could add some. um,
oh
you
yeah,
know.
if you had something else you wanted to add, that's fine.
So yeah, no, I
Uh,
appreciate you being here too. I think I'm.
okay, yeah, and thanks for the super chats as well. If they're My super chats are always open, so definitely appreciate the super chats. Any likes as well, any new subscribers, thanks for that as well. I'm not sharing my screen now. No, I'm not sharing it. Um, okay, so let me come back to you and share my notes here. Um, Notes. Okay. So, one thought is someone might grant, yes, if life is what one is aiming at, then Ayn Rand's ethics is the way to it. Now, even that I think is controversial. I think many people might dispute that. But let's say they grant that and they want to focus on, they might still say um, the ethics is arbitrary. Yes, if we want life, then we should follow Ayn Rand's ethics, but it's arbitrary as to why we should want life as to anything else. Why not make your end goal, your ultimate purpose, um, eating as many bananas as you can? Or why shouldn't we make the end goal stacking a bunch of rocks on top of each other, as many
Mm.
as we can? Um, so I think to that there's something. Well, it's worth pausing or just meditating on the fact that that it is only living organisms that pursue values. Now, we can dispute that, but and that might um, maybe that's a separate issue. But I think it's really interesting that it is only living organisms that pursue values. If that's right, then that doesn't that tell us something about the nature of value? Like that values are there for living organisms because it helps them live. That's what values are about. They're about life. So observing this tie between the phenomenon of life and the phenomenon of value pursuit, does that somewhat pull the rug out from under the idea that it's just totally arbitrary? Um, why shouldn't we aim at fill in the blank with anything? Stacking rocks on top of each other, eating bananas, um, tying your shoes. Um, that's not what gives rise to the phenomenon of values. Maybe in certain specific cases, it does make sense to eat bananas, but it's because they contribute to your life. So I'm just wondering right now if this observation that it's only living organisms that pursue values and that values are what keeps their life going, does that somehow take the flavor of arbitrariness out of it and make it seem plausible? Like maybe, yeah, it is right to think that life is the only thing that makes sense to aim at if we're going to aim at anything. So I guess if you choose not to live and you you allow yourself to die, okay, then you don't need to aim at anything. Just sit in one place and let nature take its course, as Rand says, something like that. You don't have to do anything if your goal is not to live. Just sit there and you'll die. But if you are going to aim at anything, it only makes sense to aim at life because life is what gives rise to the whole point at aiming at something. There's no reason for a rock to aim at anything, to try to do anything, even if it could. Um, so, and I have more thoughts here, but I've gone on for a while. So let me pause there and see if you want to react to any of that. Are you
Yeah,
still
yeah, I'm
here?
still here.
Okay. Okay.
Um, I think that I think there's a lot of no, I think there's something, you know, I don't know if we say these, maybe there's not a word in the English language that perhaps describes correctly um like something like that, which is pursuing your life. Is pursuing your life arbitrary? Well, for someone who's actually thought about it for a second, they would object most likely that that's arbitrary. Um, I guess um, is it an ought? I would say 100% for as far as I am concerned at this point in time. Um, so I guess, but can I defend that it's not arbitrary? Maybe not. I don't know. I probably wouldn't be someone who would be able to defend the viewpoint that it's not arbitrary, or at least it would be very hard to argue that that is the case for what my knowledge is right now. Um, so, I mean, I guess there is something to what you're saying, which is why not just stack rocks all day, maybe punch walls all day or something. Um, like you said, fill in the blank. There's something to pursuing life that is clearly different to that is clearly and distinct from that. Um, so yeah, I guess maybe it is worth thinking about that for a second and acknowledging the like the implications of, well, the counterfactual, what if you don't pursue life? um but yeah, I guess that's all I would have to say on it right this second.
Okay. So I want to make sure I'm on the same page. So you said it seems like it would be difficult for you to defend that you ought to live, but before that you said there's well, let me put it as a question. Were you saying that it seems not to be arbitrary that you would that someone would aim at life as opposed to some random fill in the blank thing, punching holes in a wall?
Yeah, maybe I'll compare it to something else, right? Like pursuing your life or that you ought to is hard to prove in the same way that you could prove that 2 plus 2 equals 4. But just because you can't prove something like um maybe a priori isn't the right word, but in a way that is absolutely true and they're beyond dispute, um you know, is, I guess, the reason it would be hard to, maybe the way of saying it is, the reason it'd be hard to defend is because it's not easily falsifiable, um like what you would traditionally say are scientific statements. So I'll just pause there for a second, and maybe that answers your question.
Okay. Well, I think I'm clear that you're of what you were saying here. It's hard to prove you ought to pursue life as compared to, for instance, proving 2 plus 2 is 4.
Hmm.
Uh, the other point, which I think came up before that, is um, it was a point about arbitrariness and life as a goal. Well, maybe that's there was some kind of distinction between this point and this point, and I don't think I've made it fully clear because it's
Hmm.
not fully clear in my own mind. But I was sensing there was some kind of difference. Um, but maybe I'll come back to that later. Uh, Let me just go on say something about this point for now. So I don't know that Ayn Rand thought you could prove or needed to prove that you ought to pursue your life, I think she might just say, if you choose to live, then you ought to do such and such. But th
Mm.
that's it's what I put here. I called it a primary choice. And I think there's I don't know if stolen concept is the right term, but to say you ought to do something before you've made any choice, I think is there's something off about that. If you haven't committed to any goal, then I don't see that it makes sense to say you ought to do anything. So, um, maybe you're thinking that Ayn Rand is intending to prove something, which I don't think she is, or at least it's not clear to me that she is.
Mhm.
And it's not clear to me that she is trying to prove you ought to pursue life. And maybe we could talk a bit more about what exactly is she trying to prove, if not this. Is it something else in the neighborhood, something close to this, but maybe not exactly this? Um, we could explore that.
Yeah. Are you finished? I don't want to interrupt.
Well, let me just put a note here to remind myself of something I just said, or I'll put it as a question: is Ayn Rand trying to prove that one ought to pursue life? And I will say, maybe I'll say my tentative answer is no. I think maybe she's trying to prove something a bit different than that. Okay, um, go ahead.
Yeah, um, I guess the big thing for me is that Ayn Rand is saying that she's classifying ethics as a science, and so in that respect, um, I guess with the standards of science, you try and prove your like hypothesis, and in this case, um, she is positing that. I guess like maybe it would be we could go to a particular page that I have in mind here. Maybe you could, control F in your Kindle and go, um, just look up the words required for the survival. Maybe that wasn't a good phrasing to choose. Scroll down,
It gives
scroll.
page numbers here.
For me in this copy, it's 27. So, but maybe let's do a different phrase. Okay, the difference between standard, or just do the difference between maybe. It's maybe another bad choice. Yes, it is. Standard.
At the end of this here, or
Yes. The different. Yes, that's it right there. Okay. So objective X Holden life is standard of value, his own life, his own life as the ethical purpose of every individual man. So whenever you say his own life is the okay, maybe I'll just read this real quick before I comment. Just to make sure that I don't say something silly. Okay, so she's saying that um your own life is your ethical purpose, and is your ethical purpose. So ethical implies like um a moral imperative, or so let's see. And then a standard is she's saying an abstract principle that serves as a measurement to gauge or guide man's choices. So acting as a guide um, for man's choices and the achievement of a concrete specific purpose, that which is required for the survival of man qua man, is an abstract principle that applies to every individual man. So for me, she's holding that ethics is scientific, and she also holds that um, uh, his own your own life ought to be the purpose, or ought to be your purpose. So for me, if this is science, you have to demonstrate why this is true. And I'll just pause there.
Okay. So you're interpreting this as saying the purpose ought to be one's own life, and one has to prove that if one is to be scientific
Mhm.
about it. The objectivist ethics holds man's life as the standard value and his own life as the ethical purpose of every individual man. So, well, I think maybe this, well, actually, let me read a little more here. The difference between standard and purpose in this context is as follows. Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe there's something in the background here, which is the issue of choice, which she's taking for granted in this passage and not mentioning explicitly. And so to spell that out a little more, maybe she's taken for granted that someone has chosen to live. They've made that choice, that primary choice. And if that is the case, then that means, well, maybe it means both of these things. Life is the standard of value, and his own ethical purpose, his own life is his ethical purpose. Okay, I think that came out somewhat confused. So to show that one's own life ought to be one's purpose, I don't think that can be done. At least right now, I don't see how it could be done apart from one having made this primary choice to pursue life.
Mhm.
Now, so if one has made this choice, I've chosen to live, then maybe it seems just kind of obvious or self-evident. It just directly falls out of that as a corollary that one's purpose is one's own life. Maybe that's just another way of saying the same thing. Like if you choose to live, isn't that basically like saying my purpose is to live, and the life in question is my own?
Mhm.
So, uh, like, so if I choose to live, that means my purpose is living, and I can't live somebody else's life. I can only live my life. So choosing to live, what that amounts to is choosing your own life as your purpose.
Mhm.
So can now, uh, but you might still be concerned about the like how do we pursue prove that one ought to pursue one's own life? But I think that's a similar question to the question how do we prove that one ought to choose to live? But I don't think we can prove that, and that's what I wrote here. Yeah, is Ayn Rand trying to prove that one ought to pursue life? And my tentative answer, at least, is no. So maybe you're looking for something that Ayn Rand isn't trying to provide, a kind, but you might say, okay, well, even if she doesn't provide that, she's not being scientific. Um, but I don't know if that's if it's not the sort of thing that can be proved, then I don't think you can you can fault someone for not proving it. Like just to give another example, like let's say someone hasn't proved that there are 16 days in a week. Just some
Mhm.
bizarre claim. Okay, well, that's not something that can be proved. So there's nothing wrong, faulty, unscientific about the fact that someone hasn't proved this thing that can't be proved. So I wonder if we're in that sort of territory where you're looking for a proof of something which doesn't require a proof because it's not even a claim she's making. She's not making at least this is my tentative interpretation. She's not making the claim that you ought to pursue life, and therefore she's not on the hook for providing a proof of that claim.
Yeah, um so for me I guess I'll address what you said first and then I'll go on about specifically about Ayn Rand. Or I guess like yeah, as far as your comparison to something like a week is 7 days, well that's a tautology, so or I guess it's a truism, you know. So I guess um it doesn't need to, I guess, be proved in that sense. Um, like a foot is 12 inches. But I guess like if you're gonna say life ought to be the standard of value, I'm not sure that is comparable in the same way. Um,
So I don't think
now,
she's saying that. Just if I can jump in for a second,
Mhm.
I don't think she's saying life ought to be the standard of value. I think she's saying it is the standard of value if you have values at all. Like there's
Mhm.
nothing that else that could sensibly be used as the standard of value.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe if you interpret that what you said, life ought to be the standard value. If you interpret that in a certain way, maybe I would go along with that. Like maybe if that's a way of saying life is the only thing that makes sense to have as a standard of value, if you're going to have any standard at all, then okay. Yeah, I think she is making that claim,
Mhm.
but I don't know if that's what you meant by it. Maybe you meant something else by life ought to be
Um,
the standard of value.
well, um, no, I do think that she's saying that it is ethical, which implies um a judgment of value to pursue your own life. And that would be, I guess, like if you were to do the counterfactual, like you're saying, well, you live, um, I guess like you could, the fact that you could choose, via free will, that you could choose to not live. Um, Now it needs to be demonstrated for it to be scientific why you should, or why it is that you like why it is ethical to be more precise about, like, or verbatim for what she's saying, why it is ethical to pursue your own life. Um, so I guess I'll stop right there.
I'm not sure I followed that last point. Why is it ethical to pursue your own life? That's a question which you want. Well, that's a question you want answered. Is that the case?
Yeah,
Or
I
what
think
did I?
yeah, yeah, I think that's what it boils down to. Um,
Is it ethical? Let me type that to make sure I don't get it wrong.
mhm.
Is it ethical, or was it the question, why is it ethical?
Yeah, why is it ethical to pursue your life?
Okay. Uh, well, is okay. One thing I'm wondering about now is that another way of asking why is it um another way of asking why ought one pursue one's own life?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're back up to this statement here, or um and I don't think she is trying to establish that one ought to pursue one's own life.
Yeah, so um I guess we could pursue, and I guess a couple of ways. One would be I could explain, uh I guess, like, it may se- I guess it's the reason why, maybe saying that she's trying to demonstrate it is the wrong way of phrasing it. Um it's the fact that she claims that it's scientific, so now as a corollary, she has to prove why that must be the case for it to meet the criterion of, scientific. But maybe I'll just pause there first.
Okay. Let me take a look at the chat. I want to see if anything else. It looks like there's some more chats here from Robert. A lot of chats from Robert. Let me look at some of these. I guess I can share this on the screen. There we go. Okay. I got up to this one. 739. Thanks for your participation, by the way, Robert.
Good to see you, Robert.
He says, ends are not arbitrary nor subjective. Our nature and needs, the pain pleasure mechanism, absent an unusual physical or psychological pathology, makes eating bananas obviously a means, not an end. So, yes, you're right, as you put it, that takes the arbitrariness out of it. I'm going to stare at the sun all day. Oh, this is Florida Nick now. I'm going to stare at the sun all day tomorrow, and I will get back to you all. Just to use an extreme example. Oh, that's a potential ultimate value someone might have. Stare at the sun all day.
Mhm.
Would that be an arbitrary example? And then Robert says, is Ayn Rand trying to prove that one ought to pursue life? No. But if one chooses to live at all, and that's the lowest possible bar to set. Then she offers a philosophical framework for doing so, and for doing so rationally, successfully, joyously, passionately. So it looks like Robert has a similar answer to the one I was giving. She's not trying to prove one ought to pursue life. That's interesting to see. And, okay, then he goes on and he says, incidentally, I think the use of science and scientific might be helpful to some folks, but normally I wouldn't say be scientific. I'd say be rational.
Hmm.
Reality and reason, be rational, reality and reason based. That's more than, quote, scientific. Life is the standard of value, is neither arbitrary nor subjective. There's no more fundamental fact of reality in regard to which our values, from pain and pleasure to suffering and ecstasy, are aligned. All right. Okay, thanks for all that, Robert. Um, this one in particular gives me a little bit of comfort here. The fact that you also had a similar view on this question of what she's trying to prove. Robert's been around a long time. I don't know when Robert first started reading Rand's, but I would guess decades ago. It's been decades for me too, but um, maybe more decades for Robert. I'm not sure. Anyways, okay, yeah, thanks again, Robert. And now I'm going to come back to my, let me take a quick look on my analytics page. I'm going to refresh this. Sometimes the numbers get stuck. Oh, actually, yeah, I think the counter on my phone is a little more up to date. Okay, but it says the same number of viewers. Okay. All right. Well, we can continue now. Where did we? Oh, did I write something on my? Oh yeah, I was up to here. So I think your last point was it was something about being scientific, and you might need to repeat that for me.
Sure. So, just to respond to one of the things Robert said, um, it seems to me that I'm quite convinced that Rand presents a philosophy, especially um, after I was done reading The Virtue of Selfishness, that is, for the first time at least, um, that is at least, um, I think, conducive to a, a life spent well, I guess. Um, I guess what I'm focusing what I'm focusing on now is um that Ayn Rand now has to prove, given that she labeled it scientific, that um that it is ethical to pursue one's life. Um because you can choose death. Um so that is specifically I guess, like, I shouldn't say she's trying to prove. Maybe that's not that's not I am saying that given that you've labeled this, now there's a certain expectation which would follow that you have to prove that this is true, that it is ethical to pursue your life for it to meet that. I think what Ayn Rand is doing for most, of her essays here, and in this essay, is she's being descriptive about how to pursue one's life. And in that sense, it's scientific. but you ought to pursue your life, that's whenever it no longer meets that criterion. So I'll just pause there. That's where I was left off.
Okay, and I wrote this. Thanks for that reminder of your point. So I wrote this to capture what you just said. Given that she calls her approach scientific, she has to prove that one ought to pursue one's life. Okay, now maybe we can do a back and forth here. I'll put Holden and then D for Dan,
Mhm.
and we could do a little dialogue. And it's helpful, I think, sometimes to write these things down. It makes it more stable instead of having like a moving target. It's kind of woozy if you just speak it. So
No, I agree.
maybe, okay. So to that, I would say, um, does she need to prove, well, does she need to prove something if she's not claiming it? In particular, does she need to prove one ought to pursue one's life if she's not claiming that one ought to pursue one's life?
The reason I employ the term ought is because for Ayn Rand, as we saw on that page particular, she's explicit about it's ethical to do so. So for something to be ethical to do, then um, it would imply that someone ought to do that.
Okay, let me go back to that page. I want to put it right next to
Mhm.
my note page. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about this point here. Um, the objectivist ethics holds man's life as the standard of value and his own life as the ethical purpose of every individual man. And you are understanding this claim that it's an ethical purpose. You're interpreting that to mean this is something we ought to do. One ought to pursue his own life.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me copy this. I think I'm gonna try to copy and paste that over here. Okay. So I'm gonna write Holden interprets this, I guess, to mean, I guess I should have three dots. Holden interprets this to mean that one ought to pursue one's own life. Is that right?
Um, yes, ought to. Yes.
Okay. So I'm not sure if I would interpret it that way. Let me think about this.
Mhm.
So, well, okay, I'll start a new paragraph. Maybe I would say about that, it means for me, it means that if one chooses to live, then one ought to pursue one's own life. So I have it as a conditional. Um, Maybe I should, to make it a little more dramatic, put a colon. For me, it means this. So I have it as a conditional. If such and such, then. And the way you have it, or at least the way I noted it here for you, it's not, it doesn't have a conditional format. It's just one ought to do it, period. So that's one difference that stands out to me
Mhm.
in the way we're interpreting this. And she doesn't use if herself, so that's me maybe bringing some maybe wider context of what I know from her about her philosophy, in particular her essay Causality versus Duty, where she really stresses this point about all musts are conditional. That's coloring how I'm interpreting what she says here. But I
Mhm.
thought there was a passage in the Objectivist Ethics that was very similar to that. I'm curious to find that. I want to do a quick search.
Sure.
Where's my if I put if one chooses, maybe that's not the right phrase. Uh, well, I'm sure I can, if I just Google it, actually, causality versus duty. I don't know if that is available. Oh, here's something on the Ayn Rand Institute page. Is this going to give me the whole essay? Oh, yeah, it looks like it's there. Okay, good. I'm going to share this. Where's the passage I'm looking for? I can't do can I do a search? If one chooses must. Ah, here we go. Okay. Um, and I can't highlight, unfortunately. Their webpage doesn't let me to do that, but you'll be able to see well enough, I think. Uh, it's the paragraph that starts with reality, and I'm gonna. Okay, now you should be able to see it. Reality confronts man with a great many musts, but all of them are conditional. The formula of realistic necessity is you must if, and the if stands for man's choice. If you want to achieve a certain goal, you must eat if you want to survive. You must work if you want to eat.
Mhm.
You must think if you want to work. You must look at reality if you want to think, if you want to know what to do, if you want to know what goals to choose, if you want to know how to achieve them. Okay, so I'll stop quoting there. I think that's the paragraph where she's most stressing this conditional nature of life. So coming back to this statement here, where she says the objective ethics holds man's life as the standard of value and his own life as the ethical purpose of every individual man. I think a plausible way to interpret that in light of the passage I just read is that if one has such and such purpose, namely life, that's the goal, then one should hold man's life as the standard and one's own life as the ethical purpose. I'll pause there.
Yeah, so um so I guess in the provided text, from what you or for what you just provided, um there's a clear, um I think there's a clear justification for her theory of ethics, I guess, as scientific. There is room to defend that claim. Um, Based on her specific essay, however, um, called The Objectivist Ethics, Ayn Rand, my edition, page 13 to 40, um, she specifically um, holds that one ought to behave so as to survive qua man. Um, so I guess with the if there, my trouble with what she is saying basically disappears, at least, first impression of what you, yeah, but, yeah, so I guess, um, that's what I guess have to say about that for now. Maybe I'll just pause there.
Okay. And I think maybe I don't know. So this essay was actually is I think it was originally delivered as a lecture, The Objectivist Ethics, in 1961, and then it was first published in written form. I don't know if was it published in the Objectivist newsletter. In any case, it was earlier than her essay Causality versus Duty. What was the date on this? Maybe sometime in the 70s, part of the July 1970. Okay. So, I don't know if like if she were to rewrite the objectivist ethics, maybe she would emphasize more the conditional nature of ethics.
Okay.
Um, I'm not sure. Maybe she thinks it's perfect as it is, and she wouldn't change a one word of it. But
Mhm.
I do think, at least in the context of this essay, um, causality versus duty, um, it might make her view seem more clear, or maybe even more scientific, than you would think it is just on the basis of reading her essay, The Objectivist Ethics. And as I said, I myself feel a little bit uncomfortable when I get to that passage about so much for the relation of is and ought.
Hmm.
It strikes me sometimes as a little too quick. Like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm not quite satisfied yet. I think we might need to see a few more steps here for me to fully get on board with this.
Hmm.
Um, and that sense, I think it still persists with me a little bit now. Um, so I think maybe there's a valid criticism to make, at least of the exposition of her view. Maybe the way it's stated in the Objectivist Ethics, maybe it could be stated in a way that makes it less likely for the sort of objections you're raising to come up. I think that's possible.
Hmm.
And maybe if she had a conversation with you or heard this sort of objection from many people, maybe she would revise it and emphasize more the conditional if then structure of her viewpoints. Um, Possibly. So anyways, I guess that somewhat at least addresses your concern about is this a scientific sort of approach? And I'll turn it over to you now.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. I think we made progress and it was a productive conversation. Um I
It
didn't mean to
reminds me
like
of an earlier conversation we had about the you there was who was it? Bruce Goldberg, I think.
Mhm.
He had this line from about reason is the faculty that perceives and integrates the material provided by man's senses. And then we saw that in a later essay by Rand, in fact, the objectivist ethics, she reformulated it and that cleared up the issue. Um,
Mhm.
this seems like a similar sort of case, but sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah, I think that's yeah, I think it is similar. Um, because I could very easily write an article, I think, like based on the words she employed here that would suggest my concern was valid. But given that she actually thinks um that it is a conditional relationship based on the um base presuming that you want to live, then I think the rest of it can follow in a defensible way. Um, for the claims that she has for it, I guess. Yeah, so but yeah, I didn't mean to make this like, as long as it was, but I think it was productive once again, I guess. So, um thanks for always dealing with that. Um
Yeah.
I did by the way read your article on Will Durant. Um and also yeah, so and we could talk about more about like about uh the virtue of selfishness, because it was a lot more about politics than I was expecting, to be honest, or at least like political systems. Um, not that that was like the primary thing of the book, but she definitely believes that, clearly, and she and Nathaniel Brandon both believe that um, politics was very closely connected and perhaps inseparable from ethics. Um, I guess capitalism is the system in which like that allows one to do things that are conducive to life. Um, so I guess and there are a lot of like things that follow, I guess, from her theory of ethics to like address to so many different situations. Um, anyway, I guess I'll pause there for a second.
Okay. Yeah, there is. So, in the last few pages of the Objectivist Ethics, she makes some comments about what does this look like in a social system, and she talks about laissez-faire capitalism. Actually, I'm not sure she uses that word. Maybe you recall.
Yeah, it was either her or Nathaniel Brandon that used that word.
Okay. Well, I
Pretty
mean,
sure
in
she
her
did.
essay, The Objectivist Ethics, so by Ayn Rand. So if the word was used, it would have been used by her.
Oh,
But I
not
mean,
in
in
that
that
essay. No, I don't
okay.
think in that essay.
Yeah, maybe she just talks about freedom at the end, and doesn't use, but she does say, she talks about the initiation of force. That comes up at the end of the Objectivist Ethics, and
Hmm.
that's the fundamental principle of her political philosophy. And then at the end of the book, she has two essays, The Nature of Government and Man's Rights. Actually, the order is the other. First, the man's rights, and then the nature of government. Actually, I think there might be another essay in between those called Collectivized Rights. Um,
She actually might have, I think she did use the phrase laissez-faire capitalism in the objectivist ethic. Maybe it was there
oh, okay.
actually.
I could do, yeah,
It
if I
may
do
have
a
been.
search, it'll tell me, it should tell me where the first instance of the word is. And it looks like page 42. Is that still part of the objectivist ethics? Yeah, it is. So she does use the word capitalism. Um, okay.
I think she used laissez-faire in that essay. Maybe I'm confusing it
She
with another one.
says, well, here's the sentence I found. I will not attempt in a brief lecture. Well, is this, let's see, is this showing? I should be able to, yeah, it's showing on the screen now.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I will not attempt in a brief lecture to discuss the political theory of objectivism. Those who are interested will find it presented in full detail in Atlas Shrugged. I will say only that every political system is based on and derived from a theory of ethics, in that the objectivist ethics is the moral base needed by that politico-economic system, which today is being destroyed all over the world, destroyed precisely for lack of a moral, philosophical defense and validation. The original American system, capitalism. And it comes up again here. If it perishes, it will perish by default, undiscovered and unidentified. No other subject has ever been hidden by so many distortions, misconceptions, and misrepresentations. Today, few people know what capitalism is, how it works, and what was its actual history. And when I say capitalism, I mean pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism. Okay, there it is.
Yep.
Um, with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control had been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past, it is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. Okay.
Mhm.
And then she talks about treason against capitalism, discussed in her book For the New Intellectual. And there's a few more pages, but it looks like that's the most concentrated references to capitalism. And then at the end of the book, there are a couple essays. Well, there's man's rights, collectivized rights, nature of government, government financing in a free society. So actually, I remember there was a Q&A one time with Leonard Peikoff, and I think it was in the course Objective Communication, which was given in 1980, and she was there for the Q&A, and someone asked her about maybe it was about how you would finance a government in a free society if you don't have taxes, and she said something like, "Oh, look at my essay, Government Financing in a Free Society in Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal." And then Leonard Peikoff he corrects her and he says, actually, that's in The Virtue of Selfishness. And she's like, really? So she forgot herself which book she had it on. And yeah, you wouldn't necessarily expect this much material
Yeah.
on politics or government in a book on ethics. I'm not sure why it was included. I don't know if she had the idea at the time that she was eventually going to come out with another collection of essays on politics. Otherwise, maybe she would have deferred some of these essays to that volume. But she did include man's rights and the nature of government as an appendix to Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, which came out, I think, a couple years later. 1966, I think, was the first edition of Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. So, yeah, maybe she was including some of this because she wasn't sure when the next good opportunity was going to be for publishing some of her articles. Just a guess.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess, like, like we saw, I guess I think the words she used, we just saw were derived, political economic system derived from a theory of ethics or something along those lines. Um,
Hmm.
so she clearly believes, um, in that connection. I will say that every political system is based on and derived from a theory of ethics, and that objectivist ethics is the moral base needed for that. Yeah, so yeah, one of the things, of course, that like was interesting to me about objectivism, or I guess still is, whenever I read Euron Brooks' book on free market revolution was just how unapologetic objectivists were about like it's just the emphasis on like the ethics required for capitalism to defend it properly. Um
Hmm.
so, yeah, and that's like, he because Don Watkins and Yaron Brook are very explicit um about how we need to embrace selfishness to have um for us to to be able to defend laissez-faire. Um but anyway, I guess yeah, so anyway, yeah, that's one thing I noticed in the book. Um I guess reading the fiction I thought was like good for me at least to read this ahead because I could see like I can envision the characters whenever Nathaniel Brandon talks about like man as an end in himself and like a man of self-esteem. And uh yeah, I guess John Galt and Howard Rourke represent that, and you can kind of it makes it, I don't know, more concrete about what they're saying, um about like how in practice this actually works. um you get to see like what a man of self-esteem actually acts like, what how he interacts with others. Not that you have to copy his every move or something, um but I guess that was helpful for me. um I guess, let's see. um yeah, I mean, uh I guess I'll stop there. Maybe maybe I
There are some people who make a mistake in thinking, you mentioned copying their every move. There are actually some people I heard who tried to dye their hair orange to be like Howard Rourke. That's, I think, taking it a little too, well, I think that shows you're not really grasping the essence of the viewpoint. It's just copying some superficial characteristic of the character. What's most important is his traits of character, his independence, his integrity. It's not the particular hair color he happened to have. I mean, if you're a fan, maybe you could say, well, I'm just a fan, so I like to copy even his superficial characteristics, which I think might be okay as long as you recognize that's not really the most important aspect of him to be copying, and that's not what gives him his moral worth or makes him a hero and a moral ideal. So yeah, important to recognize that. Leonard Peikoff gave a course called Understanding Objectivism, I think just a year after Ayn Rand died, and that might be the first place in which he mentioned this example. At
uh-huh.
least the first case I know of. This is an example of a failure to understand objectivism. To be an objectivist doesn't mean you have to copy every little detail about someone and wear capes like Ayn Rand sometimes did, or necessarily like skyscrapers or just like Beethoven. Maybe you have a somewhat different taste in music. Um, it's rather that you grasp the reason, egoism, capitalism. I'm not doing justice nearly to his. It's an amazing course. I would highly recommend it. And I think it's actually free on YouTube now. It used to be all behind a paywall. And I ordered these on cassette tapes and I had to wait for them to arrive in the
Wow,
mail. And I had paid hundreds of dollars for them, but now I think you can get it all for free on YouTube, which is great. So,
times have
um,
changed.
yes, yes, and for the better in
Indeed.
some ways, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Echoing what you were talking about. There's a clear, the, and this, and we see this come out in the virtue of selfishness, which is that you like to be they encourage you to be an individual, like an actual individual. Like you're gonna have your own, peculiar preferences and tendencies to do things or whatever it is that you do, and that's fine. Like We don't have to all listen to the same music. Yeah, they didn't say this obviously like verbatim or something, um but like embrace whoever it is that you are, like who care, like you don't have yeah, you don't have to like try and copy these, it's just the underlying principles, integrity, like you were saying, and and self-esteem and so on, that obviously are things that you would like to have in yourself, but that doesn't that doesn't mean you have to wear the same boots and the same um all that.
Yeah, or that you have to be an architect like
Right.
Howard Rourke, right? You can choose a different profession. Um, you're interested in economics, someone else might choose history or philosophy or mathematics. There's many options, legitimate options in life. And there are some options which aren't legitimate and which I think can be ruled out on a morality of life, like being a bank robber. I don't think is a valid career, right?
Right.
Uh, there's problems with that, but within a certain range, there are many options, and it's it's not always obvious what the best option is, and people sometimes struggle. What kind of career should I choose? What's going to be most fulfilling for me? And I think it takes work to figure that out. You need to try things out, introspect, see how different things make you, how you respond to different things emotionally. That's part of it. And just what do you enjoy spending your time on?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could add something, but it would be probably superfluous. So, um, but
you can add it
anyway,
anyway for emphasis if you want.
sure.
Up to you.
I mean, yeah, I'm probably 1,000 times more interested in economics than you. It's fine. We could both be. It doesn't mean that we both can't be objectives. Um,
Yeah, yeah. Um, I
and
see
you're
some more
probably 1,000 times more
chats.
interested in something else than me. Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah, yeah. And you can get a sense of, what does someone spend their time on? And that's a pretty good guide, I think, to what their
yeah,
real interests actually are. And I spend a ton of time studying history right now. That's what I spend most of my time doing when I'm not live streaming. But yeah, history and philosophy, I would say, are my primary two intellectual interests. But there have been phases when I studied astronomy for a while,
hmm,
and that that went on for several months. But yeah, if we're talking about like my life as a whole, I would say philosophy and history would be my top two intellectual interests.
yeah. Well, I mean, if I had to say the other two, it's philosophy and history. Economics, philosophy, history are my, but I just don't know anything about philosophy or history. So, that's that, that's the thing.
Well, you know some things. At least you've read Ayn Rand, and I think that teaches you something about the fields.
Yeah. Maybe I was being a bit exaggerated. Maybe I was
Yeah, yeah.
exaggerating a bit too much, but but yeah, I mean, speaking of history, um, oh yeah, you're gonna get to the chats. Let's not.
Oh yeah, I was just
Okay.
gonna read some of Robert's chats because I see he came in with some more. It looks like it's been about half an hour because sometimes I go for a while between looking at the chat because when I'm on a call, I'm usually just focused on the call. But um, I can, yeah, I'll share the chat screen again. Thanks again, Robert, for your participation. I think I got up to this one. Yeah, 753. As a philosopher, Frank Zappa once said, "You are what you is." I haven't heard that one before. Frank Zappa. I've heard that name, but I don't. I wouldn't have been able to tell you he's a philosopher. Or maybe you're joking and calling him a philosopher. I bet that's a joke. Is he a character in a sitcom or something? I gotta look him up now.
I'm not sure.
I just Googled him. Oh, he's an American composer and songwriter. Uh, okay. Uh, yeah, for Robert is a he plays guitar, so um
Shout out
okay,
to
let me
Robert,
come.
by the way. He's got a good Substack. Some nice advice on there. At least for me, it had some value. So
Okay, well there you go. Um I didn't know Robert had a Substack. Maybe I'll take a look at that. Thanks for mentioning that.
absolutely.
Okay, and then Robert says you can't just decide my standard of value is prestige or power lust or getting stoned and have your physical and psychological nature align with that. A is A. You are what you is. Coincidentally, Amy is putting together a study course for our monthly Great Lakes Objectivist get-togethers for 2026. We're reviewing Galt's speech from Atlas Shrugged. Okay, so that's his wife, Amy, and they're doing a review of Galt's speech. And I guess that's not an online thing. That's an in-person thing for your Great Lakes Objectivist group in Michigan. And I just read the quote in the notes she just sent me. A being who does not hold his own life as the motive and goal of his actions is acting on the motive and standard of death. Such a being is a metaphysical monstrosity struggling to oppose, negate, and contradict the fact of his own existence, running blindly amok on a trail of destruction capable of nothing but pain. Strong words. Was that from, is that from Atlas Shrugged, or I don't remember where that quote is from. Okay. And then Florida Nick
Oh, that's
just
from a
came in
Galt
with a couple
speech.
chats.
That's from
Oh, that's
Galt
go.
speech.
Okay.
Yeah, almost sure.
And Florida Nick just came in with a couple chats. He says, I'm still here just listening and flying around in Grand Theft Auto Online. All right. I guess better to be flying around in that than in an actual car. So, yeah, if you're going by the standard of life, then it's better if it's just a video game. Um, very enjoyable Friday night, says Florida Nick. All right, good. Thank you. Glad to hear that. And thanks again for your super chats. That helped make my Friday enjoyable as well. Anyone out there who wants to contribute to supporting the Dan Norton Show, the super chats, the super thanks, the super stickers are now open. All you have to do is click this dollar sign down here and you can make a contribution. Thanks to Holden as well. He made a contribution, couple contributions actually. Robert also made a contribution, lots of them. We saw them all before. Actually, I should be able to bring them all up together if I click on the fan funding here. Yeah, now it shows all the super chats I got. So Kuda Baba kicked it off. Actually, yesterday is when he contributed his chat. Then we got one from Objective Ethics, Florida Nick, Gene Walters, Jason Adams, another one from Kuda Baba, C Mango from the UK with some British pounds. And then we got a one from Gene Walters, Robert, Austin, and there's Holden's. So thanks to all you guys. I definitely appreciate that. All right, so I think I'm caught up in the chat now, and I can come back to Holden. All right, you still there?
I am still here.
All right, any other thing you wanted to say, topics you wanted to raise?
I mean, Well, your review of the giant series on the story of civilization, I guess it was interesting. For reading it, it sounds like you kind of just recommend, and it made, it could tell you wrote it because of the way you said you were talking about like kind of just go where you're interested in first. Because I was thinking about just kind of going 1 to 10. I guess like, I'm gonna do this after I read the rest of what Ayn Rand has, at least, my first time around that. Um, but yeah, so I'm looking forward to, I guess I bring it up partly because I'm looking forward to our future discussions regarding that series. I'm not sure where I'm gonna start, but I'm definitely interested in Greece. Um, so that's gonna be an interesting time.
Hmm. Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, I wrote a review of a series of history books many years ago. I think it came out, it was 2011 is when it was published. And I was writing about it was an 11 volume series by Will Durant and his wife Ariel Durant. She co-authored some of the volumes. It's called The Story of Civilization. It's a huge series, like 10,000 pages, and I loved it. So, and I was inspired to write an article about it as my one and only publication in a journal so far, at least. And Holden recently read that, and now he's interested in also reading the story of civilization. So I said in the article that it might be best to pick a certain time period. If you like, he has a volume on the Renaissance. So if you're not so interested in the Middle Ages, but you are really interested in the Renaissance, well, maybe it makes sense to just start with the Renaissance. He designed them to be self-contained so that you don't have to read from the very beginning to understand it. I think you will have a better time understanding it if you do read them in order, but it's not an absolute necessity. It
Hmm.
might just make it a little harder if you read them out of order. But I started with the second volume on Greece because that was my primary interest. But it's kind of hard to commit to something that big because it's such a time commitment. Who has the motivation to just say, I'm going to read 10,000 pages or 9,000 pages, however long it is, without being sure, without having tasted it, like a sample of it to see, is this really something I want to invest a lot of time in? So
Right.
I didn't want people to be intimidated by this huge series and just like give up at the outset and not even try it because they think, oh, I'm never gonna have time to read this whole thing. Fine, maybe you won't, but just read a little part of it, get a little taste of it, and enjoy it for what it's worth. And maybe if you really like it, you'll be motivated to read more of it. Um, so I thought making that point in the article of starting, where your interest is strongest, if you have reluctance to take on such a huge series, um, starting being having a piecemeal approach rather than an all or nothing approach, I think is a good kind of mind frame to approach it with if you have hesitation for taking on such a large work.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, it's easy for anybody to say it's so massive, but I mean, I'm comfortable sitting and reading for a while, dry text. Um, believe it or not, I don't know why, but it's just something that I'm okay with doing. Um, largely because I just don't. There's just nothing else I would really rather do than kind of just learn about things that I'm interested in. So, um,
Okay.
but yeah,
Well,
so
you might have easier time getting through it than many people. But as for dry text, I think one of the great things about his writing is that it's not dry. I
yeah, as
think
you
he's a
mentioned in the
very,
article.
yeah, I think he's a very graceful prose writer. I really like his style. Um, there are little things about it that got a little irritating, but for the most part, uh, I like his style of writing, and I think I put him up with Ayn Rand in my pantheon of authors. I guess I give Ayn Rand the top spot if I have to rank them, but she and Will Durant are my top two favorite writers.
Hmm. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't think anybody's coming for me for my top spots, but we'll see. Maybe they'll knock my socks off. Um,
Oh,
but
do you have a top favorite right now?
for me, it's Murray Rothbard for sure. Um, I enjoy reading Murray Rothbard more than probably any author. Hayek was really fun, but he's just not as the way he uses language is not as for me as Rothbard, but I still like Hayek quite a bit. And Mises I think was a great was it was very is real. A lot of people say he's not easy to read, but I find him like after a while to be pretty easy. Like after a while, like you understand what his he's saying after a while. Like, I mean, not that you can't if you just go into it, but I don't know. Maybe that makes some sense. But you kind of get accustomed to him. Um,
Mm.
I guess yeah, Murray Rothbard's my favorite. Um, let's see. Yeah, I mean, even I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Murray Rothbard, I'd probably go Mises. Rothbard Mises. Can't go wrong with those. Um Walter Block he loves footnotes. So it's a lot of footnote reading anytime you're dealing with Walter Block. Let's see. Um What else? Yeah, I mean, I'd say those are probably my favorites. So, not very surprising or maybe original, but it's just what I like. So, um, uh,
Well, I actually haven't heard anyone say those three. Not that I go around asking everyone for their favorites, but
sure.
at least in my experience, you're the first to mention those three. And I haven't read any of them, at least at any length. I mean, I think I read a little bit of Rothbard, like one of a few, maybe one chapter in one of his books. But I have very little exposure to any of those guys. I'd like to read more of them though, but uh, just don't know when I would fit it in because I have such a huge reading list already.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope I mean, I want you to do what's best for you, but if you do, I would love it because we could also talk about that, you know? So, so yeah,
Yeah.
and if you ever do decide, maybe I could curate it for you to kind of help you, get what it is you're looking for, and I could recommend. Um, but I guess yeah, and all I mean, yeah, I guess let's see. Yeah, I also I mean yeah, this Adam Smith project has got me reading like the weirdest authors, like Marxist authors and um like just like obscure books about like distribution theory and yeah, but yeah, so to kind of like see how it developed over time. So I'm kind of being exposed to a lot of new authors now, but none of them quite as clear and as I don't know, compendious as Rothbard. But anyway, so um yeah, I guess capitalism, the unknown ideal will be next. I gotta order the book still, to be honest. Um, so I'll let me do that right now. Um,
So you like to get the physical copies instead of the Kindle?
I do prefer physical copies because it's bright outside and the whenever I read on Kindle, it reflects. However, I've actually not written, I've read several books on Kindle that are over 1,000 pages. So, so I can do it. Like I read Man, Economy, and State front to cover on Kindle one time. It was 11 days. I just read on Kindle. Um, and that book is about 1,400 pages. Um, Capitalism, but I guess like, um, yeah. So I'm capable of doing it. I just prefer physical copy, other things being equal. Let's see, what do we got here? Capitalism. I also bought The Failure of New Economics by Henry Hazlitt recently. And I did that because I I wanted to see like a book review of like what a review of a book that's like a critique page by page looks like so that I could kind of make my form somewhat coherent. Um and I'll probably read it just kind of to see how he does it. Um because I haven't read that book yet. Anyway, um let's see, kind of mimic the style a little bit or you know to some degree. See what I like and don't like. Capitalism, the unknown ideal. Okay. Let's see. Is this on it? Okay, cool. It's on Amazon. And it says it'll come January 5th. Anyway, yeah, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to get to that one. It seems like that might be the most interesting one to you, given your interest in economics. Maybe. I'll be interested to find out what you think of it.
Yeah, I'm interested. Alan Greenspan, follow the author. That's so funny. I just can't get over that fact. Um, anyway, yeah, so all right, January 5th it'll come, so maybe next time you're streaming we could talk about it depending on if I open it up and finish it by then. Which may or may not be the case of um because of my current project and also but maybe it will be, I don't know. So um
We could
anyway,
also talk about part of it, like if you're only a little bit into it, we could just talk about the part you read. I'll probably stream again in 5 days, so I would be surprised if you had time to read the whole book by then, assuming it shows up in 3 days. Certainly took me much longer than that, but just wanted to mention that as an option, we could do like partial discussion and then discuss more later if that's something you were interested in.
sure. Yeah, I mean, we did that with the Fountainhead. I remember. I
Yeah.
It took me like I think it took me a week to read the Fountainhead, and in between, I called in, and that was fun. So you know, and this book is unlike the Fountainhead. There's no spoilers, like really. I mean, there could be, but it's just essays, right, of a bunch of people. So it's not like the same. It's not. It's less like I don't know. You get what I'm saying. So anyway, um. Uh, yeah, well, it's always fun to come on, and I'm glad I have Dan, and hopefully your I want to see your stream succeed. So everybody consider doing a super chat, Dan's the man, Dan the man, is coming through. But anyway, and every time for me, so I'm grateful for that, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate you whenever you come on. And yeah, I wish you the best in all your studies and Happy New Year and happy reading.
Thank you. You as well. You as well.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Bye.
All right. Well, it's been another long stream coming up on the 8 hour mark. So it's getting late, especially for you East Coasters. And Europeans, I don't know if there's any Europeans or further east people, but I'm glad that Holden called in. And before that, Austin. It's good to have a couple calls. Not sure if I could have lasted this long without them to do some of the talking. Florida Nick just came in with a chat a few minutes ago. He says, I can't believe I read Atlas Shrugged in the Fountainhead on the mass market paperbacks for the first time. I read them. It's, yeah, that's how I read them too, the mass market. I eventually got the soft cover editions. I think, uh, and they've got larger prints. And I haven't tried reading them on Kindle. I guess the novel I've read most on Kindle is We the Living, which I just got. Actually, that was in preparation for the call I had with Holden because I hadn't read it for a long time, and I only read it once, so I wanted to refresh on it a little bit. But I've never read a full novel on Kindle. Yeah, it's only 11:49 for Nick. I don't know, how late do you stay up? I usually try to go to sleep by like 12:30 a.m., somewhere around there. It's been later recently, but ideally, I think I'd like to get to sleep around then. All right, so should I end the stream now or should I keep going? I'm gonna have to get some dinner soon. I don't know if I should take another poll. There's only a few people here. Last I checked, so not many people to vote. Let me take a look at my analytics. All right. I guess I'll wrap up now. And I'll plan to stream again in 5 days, January 7th, Wednesday. So thanks to everyone for being here, either live or later, if you're watching this after the facts. Thank you for your participation. For those of you who chatted or called in. And thank you for all the super chats. That was great. I'm really pleased that revenue stream is now available to me, and I hope you take advantage of that as well as myself. So it's good for me, but I hope it's also good for you because you can have me give more priority to your chats, more time and attention. So I'm hoping it's a beneficial thing for both of us. Thank you again for all of those super chats. Okay, and I am now going to close out the stream. So have a good weekend, everyone, and I will see you later. Bye-bye.